Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 1. In the small tavern of a Paradise restaurant at the entrance of Chainan East Market, Jiang Feng sent away the last batch of customers in the store. I glanced at the dazzling sunlight in the sky, and a complex color flashed in my eyes. It's been half a year, damn system, why hasn't it been activated yet? While speaking, Jiang Feng once again returned to the empty tavern, sitting on the counter in a daze. Half a year ago, he traveled to Chainan City in the second year of Great Tang Zhengwen, and also inherited a small tavern. Originally, he thought that with his own understanding of Great Tang's history, he would be able to build a great feat in the early Tang dynasty, and no matter how bad he was, he would be able to make wives and concubines in groups and become prosperous. But what he didn't expect was that when he was about to sell this hotel and wander around Great Tang, a system hint sound appeared in his mind so desperately. Remind him that after 270 days, the system is activated. 9 months. Finally, after considering various reasons, Jiang Feng still clenched the teeth and decided to die in the store and wait for the system to activate. He is looking forward to the amazing rewards he will get after this magical system is activated. And if there is a system, then he will be a big help to break into Great Tang. Shopkeepers. Just as Jiang Feng was thinking about it, 2 people wearing Chinese clothes and heads appeared at the entrance of the hotel. Middle-aged businessman in kerchief. As soon as he entered the door, the headed middle-aged person smiled and clasped his fists at Jiang Feng. When Jiang Feng heard this voice, he immediately became energetic. Yo, old Li, old Chen, what are you going to eat today? These 2 people, Jiang Feng knows. They are all merchants of Great Tang. Because of their business, they have been in Chainan City for half a year. When Jiang Feng determined that he was waiting for the system, Jiang Feng tinkered with this half-dead little tavern, and researched out several modern dishes and snacks that can be made throughout the era. And this old Li, every 3 to 5, will bring old Chen, or other businessman friends to patronize, plus a generous shot. Every time he eats comfortably, he will wave his hand to Jiang Feng, leave a little reward. After going back and forth, naturally I am familiar with Jiang Feng. Old Li, wearing a purple robe, said with a smile, isn't this gluttonous? Old rules, old rules. With your craftsmanship, you can prepare a few dishes. We all like them. Go. Jiang Feng holds a fist slightly, then, you are free, Dang. Come. While speaking, Jiang Feng going into the back kitchen, smelling the scent spilling from the curtain of the back kitchen, old Li and old Chen looked at each other, then randomly found a cubicle and sat down and talked in a low voice. After a while, Jiang Feng came out of the back kitchen holding a large tray. After all, they are all home-cooked dishes, and many things are added, which are prepared in advance. So there is no waste of time. The gazes of old Li and old Chen were also bright in the hands of Jiang Feng, one after another at this moment, smelling the rich fragrance in the air. Old Li and old Chen were momentarily, his eyes glowed green. When the last dish was placed on the dining table, old Li couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork intestine, and ate it directly without scalding his mouth. I said, shopkeeper, where did you learn this craft? I, old Li, have been in business all these years, not to mention eating the delicacies of the mountains and seas around Great Tang, but I think I have eaten it. There are many local specialties, but, after eating your dishes, why did he suddenly stop fragrant after seeing those dishes? While speaking, old Li glared at old Chen, who was immersed in eating, and ignored the etiquette. He grabbed a piece of braised pork ribs and gnawed at it, eating it vaguely. To be honest, since I have eaten these dishes, I feel very uncomfortable every time I arrive. You said, is this a kind of fate? While speaking, old Li is eating again. For the appreciation of old Li, Jiang Feng is just slightly smiled. These all are Huixiu inheritance summed up for thousands of years, the food culture, and although this Great Tang is vast, the cooking skills and seasonings are really not much. If you can make these things, Jiang Feng can guarantee that no one can tinker with them except him. Thinking about it, Jiang Feng thought of the dam system again. I couldn't help but dream about the benefits of system activation a few months later. Shopkeeper, come, let's borrow your wine, please have a drink. While speaking, old Li wiped his greasy hands and picked up the wine jar, poured a bowl of wine for Jiang Feng. Go. Then deference is no substitute for obedience. Jiang Feng clasped his fists and agreed. Such a situation, basically every time old Li comes to eat, he will encounter it. Basically, as soon as you pour the wine, old Li will ask some weird questions. For example, what do you think of the Great Tang layout? What is Great Tang's public security management? Are there any shortcomings? How about the business of the hotel? Or whether the lives of the people should be changed, how to change, and so on. For this, Jiang Feng once thought what kind of plainclothes the two were officials to understand the sentiments of the people. Where is this a question that a mountain man can ask? However, considering the lavishness of old Li's shots, Jiang Feng is really boring. If someone can boasting skin, he will be happy. Jiang Feng sat opposite old Li casually, picked up the bowl, touched old Li, and asked, "You guys, what do you want to talk about this time? Is it astronomical geography or people's livelihood?" Old Li and old Chen looked at each other. Old Li leaned forward a little while holding the wine bowl. "Shopkeeper, we want to talk about something special this time." "How about, which time did you talk about something special?" Jiang Feng silently clicked nodded. "Then, let's listen." Old Li seemed to be more nervous. The voice fell down and asked, "What do you think of Xuanwu Gate's change?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 2. Jiang Feng is a little confused. What kind of businessman is this fuck? Could it be that the customs of Great Tang are so open? Or, are the thoughts of Great Tang businessmen so detached? If this is known, although it will not die, it is inevitable to go to jail. This fuck. Jiang Feng looked at the two and thought about it, and finally shook the head. "Don't talk. Don't talk." Old Li seems to have a foreboding, said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, what's wrong with it?" While speaking, old Li's face was flat. "Could it be that you thought I was old Li? I would go to Yemen, can't sue you." "Brother Jiang, just talk about it. Anyway, we want to listen to your different suggestions for drinking. Don't you still treat us as outsiders?" Old Chen also took the opportunity to follow suit. Jiang Feng is a bit speechless, but, after thinking about it, there is nothing to say about it. Finally, Jiang Feng raised his neck, drank a full bowl of wine, smacked his lips and said, "It's not impossible to say, but this ... what about it?" Jiang Feng thought for a while, and finally said solemnly, "The change of Xuanwu Gate." Jiang Feng's thoughts slowly fell into the memory. After a while, he said, "The plan is perfect and without blemish. Exquisite and exquisite. It can be called the most successful coup in history. No one." At the same time, this is also the beginning of the Great Tang period of prosperity. It's the one arrow that shot that one. Although Jiang Feng didn't say who that one was, the two of them here knew instantly, and old Li's eyes were even more staring. Burningly asked, "And then, what do you think of him?" Jiang Feng drank again. Old Li, trembling all over, personally filled a bowl of wine. Even because of excitement, a lot of drinks fell on the floor. Looking at the sunlight outside the window, Jiang Feng put his hands on his back, and said, "A general coup will cause a lot of killings, or it will involve a lot of people. There are even those who destroy the country. It has appeared in history, and Li Shimin is different. The change of Xuanwu Gate, Prince of Qin. Li Shimin kills the emperor with one arrow and 3 eagles, Crown Prince, Prince of Qi, 3 branches power. In this, every force is much stronger than Li Shimin, but they will be destroyed together. Prince of Qin. Li Shimin only eyebrowed hundreds of trifling people. Only a real great wise man can plan such a perfect plan, and a coup d'etat is the least sacrifice and the most successful coup in history." Old Li was thrilled, trembling all over. If it hadn't been for old Chen next to him to hold him down, then old Li would also have a big talk with Jiang Feng. And for these, old Chen also trembled all over, and his chest was violently ups and downs. Jiang Feng didn't see all of this, he said again, "But he is not a good person." In an instant, old Li and old Chen were stunned. Even that. At this moment, Old Chen clenched his fists, and Old Li took a deep breath and glared at Old Chen. After a while, Old Li suppressed the doubts in his mind forcibly, and asked, "Why does shopkeeper say that His Holiness is not a good person today?" Jiang Feng faintly smiled. "Kill brother usurping the throne. Is he a good man?" This Old Li was shocked. But at this moment, Jiang Feng's conversation suddenly turned, and a touch of excitement burst into his eyes. Said one word at a time, "Li Shimin is indeed not a good person, but he is a good emperor. Today, His Imperial Majesty, after he took office, he worked hard. Yes, it allowed Great Tang to survive the war and enter the period of prosperity in the shortest possible time. And he was the only one who dared to face criticisms and suggestions from the officials. I only thought of such a demeanor. 4 words. After a while, Jiang Feng said 4 words at a time. First emperor throughout all ages. Old Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Not a good person is a good emperor. It is first emperor throughout all ages. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Listening to the Lord's words, I am better than reading for 10 years. First emperor throughout all ages. Ha ha ha. Old Li patted excitedly Jiang Feng's shoulders. I don't know if he was drinking too much, or something. His face flushed at this time. The same is true for Old Chen. After a while, Old Li suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, I just don't know. What shopkeeper said is the truth? Jiang Feng was silently shrugged. Isn't this nonsense? Here, who can I tell? Here is the 3 of us. I am just interested in it. I will tell you what I want to hear. Am I telling lies here? Old Li's excited face rose red. You this remark, if the current His Imperial Majesty knows it, you will definitely be happy. While speaking, Old Li got up, take a gold ingot from his arms and place it in Jiang Feng's hands. Shopkeeper, what you said is true today. I listened to it very freely. This is today's meal money. Jiang Feng bowed his hands and looked at the person who left. The 2 held their fists together. Walk slowly. It is also because of this glittery thing that Jiang Feng is interested in breaking out with them. Moreover, this Li Shimin is indeed the emperor he admired most. Moreover, the most important thing is that he also wants to eat. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 3. The moment Old Li walked out of tavern, the gentle smile on his face slowly turned away, and a breath of majesty came to life. Follow closely from behind Old Chen. Also in this brief moment, his waist bowed slightly, like a servant. Follow closely from behind. After the 2 turned into the alley behind tavern, a large number of vendors wearing linen blouses, or passers-by, slowly appeared beside them, surrounded them, and left quickly. Old Li looked ahead and asked indifferently, Cheng Minister, what do you think of Jiang Feng? Those words just now are really heartfelt words. Back to His Imperial Majesty, this little shopkeeper Jiang Feng is a real person. What he said just now, the old official, through the observation of his look and tone, is indeed what he said from the bottom of his heart. In his heart, His Imperial Majesty is indeed first emperor throughout all ages. While speaking, Old Li got into a very luxuriously decorated carriage, and hurried away surrounded by a large number of people. The Old Li and Old Chen just now are His Imperial Majesty Li Shimin and Duke of Lucheng Yojin from Great Tang. Half a year ago, Li Shimin, who was extremely annoyed by the Wai River Treaty, sneaked out of the imperial palace. He wanted to find a stranger and talk about his distress. I entered this little tavern by accident. Later, I was attracted by Jiang Feng's food, so I changed my name to Old Li, and I would come here to sit, eat delicious food, and talk about current affairs. I am familiar with Jiang Feng. However, Jiang Feng didn't dare to kill Li Shimin to eat in his restaurant, I thought, and I never found any awareness. In the car, when there is no one, the smile on Li Shimin's mouth has never disappeared. Every sentence of Jiang Feng's evaluation is like a heavy hammer. At this time, in his mind, it will last for a long time, especially that sentence, first emperor throughout all ages. Li Shimin couldn't even think of this title. And if someone said this sentence from another person, Li Shimin could only hee with a smile. But Jiang Feng is different. After only half a year of contact, Li Shimin thinks he knows Jiang Feng extremely well. Jiang Feng, although he is a little younger, he is a thief, and there are not many people who can be praised by him. And didn't expect, today, he can have such an evaluation of himself. Since enthroned, although the officials praised him by hiding the sky and covering the earth, Li Shimin knew those who tell the truth here and truly agree with them, except for the few old guys around, can only love whom. Although these people laugh hee on their faces all day long, who knows whether they are calling MMP at this time in their hearts. However, for these, Li Shimin doesn't care. He knows what he will bear and what he will bear on this road. Jiang Feng before, every time he faced Li Shimin's question, his answer was quite satisfactory, but this time, Jiang Feng showed a different side. This can be seen from the tone of Jiang Feng's dialogue this time. Jiang Feng doesn't have any flattering and fawning for himself, because he doesn't know that he is Li Shimin. Now His Holiness, Li Shimin couldn't help but sighed. Those who understand me, Jiang Feng too. Yojin, accompany me out of the palace tomorrow. Outside the sedan chair, Cheng Yojin hearing this, answer immediately. Old official obeys the royal decree. Unfortunately, Chen Yojin turned around, glanced at the East Market behind him, and muttered, "What a lucky young man ah. The next day afternoon, Li Shimin and Cheng Yojin once again appeared in front of the little Tavern of Paradise restaurant. Behind them, on the East Market where there were only a few people, at this time, a large number of Jinwu guards in casual clothes poured in, disguised as ordinary people, scattered all around the small tavern. And Jiang Feng, as usual, lay down on the counter and dozed. As Li Shimin and Cheng Yojin appeared in Jiang Feng's line of sight, Jiang Feng was shocked, and then said in amazement, "Oh, old Chen, I think, this magpie at this door today, why is it chirp Twitter keep calling? It turned out that you two are coming here. I rarely see you so leisurely!" Li Shimin haha smiled. It is true that the dishes you cook are so fragrant, and the food at home is like the chaff, hard to swallow. There is no way for this gluttony. Jiang Feng hearing this, clasped his fist mysteriously and smiled. "You are so good today. I had nothing to do last night, and I sneaked to the river and caught some crabs. It happened very well today. Ah, the grapes you sent last time, I made a good wine, and it happened to be out." Hearing this, Li Shimin's eyes lit up. Jiang Feng's craftsmanship. He admires prostrate oneself in admiration, but this crab is all shells. Can this be eaten? And what he looks forward to most is the wine, Jiang Feng said. Jiang Feng has been yelling before, this great Tang wine is too weak. Even Li Shimin brought the wine from the cellar, and he couldn't get Jiang Feng's praise. But what about now? He actually makes his own wine? Unfortunately, Li Shimin also looked forward to it. I have eaten the dishes made by shopkeepers' hands, but I never knew that shopkeepers will make wine. I have to drink a few jars today. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 4. Jiang Feng hearing this, not much to say. Turning around and digging into the cellar. After a while, Jiang Feng came out of the cellar with a strong aroma of wine, holding a wine jar the size of a sea bowl in his arms. The moment Jiang Feng put the delicate wine jar on the table, the eyes of Li Shimin and Cheng Yojin never left. This wine is so fragrant. Although they didn't drink it, the rich aroma of wine made them salivate. Jiang Feng put down wine jar, slightly smiled. This way, you drink first. Dang, get some wine and food. Li Shimin stared at the wine jar and rubbed his hands, swallowing saliva. The wine smells so fragrant. Even than in other countries such as Gongzhong, Tibet, the imperial wine offered on it feels richer in taste. How does this drink? Even more how, and the crab that hasn't been eaten. Good. Happy today. Shopkeeper will make a few more of them. Today we oldly invite you drink. Jiang Feng hearing this, clasped his fists again. Go for the crab. he must follow the first jar of wine made in Great Tang to taste. He has long been greedy. Otherwise, he wouldn't run to catch crabs in the middle of the night last night. After half a year of pouring, he finally produced the first jar of wine. How could he not drink it? It didn't take long. Jiang Feng brought out 12 dishes, large and small. Don't be polite to Li Shimin. Jiang Feng sat down opposite Li Shimin, grabbed a panicked crab, chewed it with kabeng, and picked it up on the other side. A bowl of wine, took a gulp. The two of Li Shimin looked at the golden crab that was deep fried, and then looked at Jiang Feng. Their eyes were straight. Seeing this, Li Shimin also followed Jiang Feng's appearance. He took the crab and tasted it slowly, then picked up the wine glass and took a gulp. But, next moment, Li Shimin's face instantly turned red. Can't bear to cough violently. Cough cough cough. I said, shopkeepers, your wine tastes really good, it tastes very sweet. But why is it so strong? It's better than mine. The foreign wines I've ever drunk are strong. However, the taste of this wine is really good. Jiang Feng slightly smiled. He picked up the bowl, motioned to Li Shimin and the two of them, and then took a sip. Although the wine is sweet and strong, the taste of the wine has locked the aroma of the grapes, and it is smooth and comfortable after entering the throat. Do you like it? Like it. Nothing to say. Li Shimin and Cheng Yojin met Jiang Feng after a while. Learning the appearance of Jiang Feng, he drank carefully. The more you sip, Li Shimin and the two can't stop. After a while, Cheng Yojin gave a light cough, and Li Shimin put down the wine bowl with a little nostalgia, and asked, shopkeepers, there is something I don't understand. Jiang Feng gestured. Li Shimin continued. With your craftsmanship, if you make a little publicity, you will surely make money every day. And why are you? If you need us, do you want us help you? In this case, within 3 years, this chain and city will also have your place. The silent Cheng Yojin hearing this, the eyelids couldn't help but fiercely jump. This is the return of Jiang Feng's sentence, first emperor throughout all ages. His Imperial Majesty, this is to reward Jiang Feng. However, Jiang Feng hearing this, but why shook the head. Forget it, I have my own plan. Opening this shop is only a temporary plan. This. Li Shimin and Cheng Yojin looked at each other. Cheng Yojin asked, then, what are shopkeepers' plans? I wonder if I can tell. Jiang Feng sighed slightly. If the dam system isn't activated, is he? If you have a great ambition, how can you survive the bird's nest? Hearing this, Li Shimin is a little astonished. He slightly underestimated this Jiang Feng. From his previous conversations, he did think he was extraordinary. Although he knows that this little tavern can't hold Jiang Feng, but he compares himself to that Hongwu. Is it a bit exaggerated? Since you compare yourself to a Hongwu, how about I, old Li, use juxing to test you? Jiang Feng raised the wine bowl slightly and motioned to Li Shimin carry on. Li Shimin pondered for a moment and asked, what do you think of the situation today? Tavern was originally empty. Because of Li Shimin's words, I fell into a dead silence in an instant. Jiang Feng couldn't help but fiercely jumped his eyelids. What's this all about? I was chatting with Xu and Wugate yesterday, but today? This is a small commoner, can we discuss it? Are you old Li from the Imperial Family Advisory Group? And Cheng Yojin on the side is also anxious at this time. Do not stop touching Li Shimin with your toes. His Imperial Majesty, this is too much drinking. Otherwise, how can I ask about this kind of thing? Li Shimin looked at Jiang Feng with a monster-like look, and Cheng Yojin's small gestures touched his nose. Nothing serious. After all, the world's structure is also very affected by businessmen who go north and south. In case something goes wrong, the first unlucky ones are us businessmen. Jiang Feng nodded indifferently. After thinking for a while, he said, in the near future, Long Yu Road will have a disaster that is rare in a century. Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 5. Long Yu Road will have a natural disaster that is rare in a century? How is this possible? Exclamation mark. Pa. A crisp sound. The wine bowl in Li Shimin's hand fell to the ground in response, and was smashed to pieces. Not only that, the wine bowl in Cheng Yojin's hand at this time also trembled violently. Longyiu Road is related to the west gate of Great Tang. So there might be natural disasters here? And is it a natural disaster that is rare in a century? Also in this cracking sound, Li Shimin forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and coughed. Sorry, this news of you really makes me unable to control my emotions. Jiang Feng hearing this, suddenly standing silently, he took a bowl from the counter again. The moment Jiang Feng turned around, Li Shimin and Cheng Yojin couldn't help but looked at each other in amazement. This matter, none of them knows. What does this mean? Moreover, how did a little shopkeeper from Chainan City know about this matter? Normally, unless he is buying ingredients, this guy usually shrinks in the store's door and stays away from the door. How did he know? Looking at Jiang Feng returning, the two forcibly suppressed the shock in their hearts. Shopkeeper, how did you know that there will be disasters on Longyiu Road? Longyiu Road is our main merchant's way, which is related to our survival. It is a bit. Jiang Feng handed the wine bowl to Li Shimin, filled him with a bowl of wine again, and asked suspiciously, both of them are businessmen, don't you know if there is any sudden price increase on the market recently? By the way, old Li, I heard that last time, is your caravan going to Tuihan? Didn't you find anything on the road? Jiang Feng looked suspiciously at the dumbfounded two people, very speechless. Where did the Taoist immortal merchant come from? When it's okay, ask all sorts of questions, thinking they know everything, don't know what they are doing. Didn't it mean that businessmen listen to all directions and see the 6 directions? Is the great Tang businessman drifting away? Or is he lazy? And Jiang Feng directly confused Li Shimin. I have heard that there has been no rain in Longyiu Road recently, and there seems to be a severe drought. But this is not a rare natural disaster in a century, right? Li Shimin couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart completely, and asked. Jiang Feng took a sip of wine, pointed to the door of the back kitchen and said, you normally don't care about the price of food. Longyiu Road is what place? That is the only way to link Great Tang and Western regions. I think you should know better than me. What cash crops are abundant on this road? Just a few days ago, the prices of crops in Longyiu have suddenly skyrocketed, and the quantity has dropped sharply. Recently, there have been more and more people coming from Longyiu. Don't you know? Li Shimin was shocked. Cheng Yojin took the conversation. Shopkeeper, are you a bit alarmist? I know about the drought, but I can't be sure from this point. The drought on the Longyiu Road. Then, what if this drought is not an ordinary drought, but the one that is rare in a century? Jiang Feng interrupted Cheng Yojin and said. Cheng Yojin smashed his mouth and glanced at Li Shimin, who was a little pale. This is nothing. We heard that His Holiness has already made arrangements for this, dispatching water conservancy, and helping the victims. Jiang Feng shook the head. It's useless. It's just an utterly inadequate measure. What month is it now? April. Now the drought has just begun and it can still be dealt with, but what if it lasts for another 3 months? Today's His Holiness, can you still persist? If this drought is far less simple than what you think? When the time comes, how will today's His Imperial Majesty respond? Great Tang will do so. Respond. Jiang Feng said in an unbelievable and endless manner, not only the Longyiu Road, but the entire Tuihan and most of Tibet are involved in this drought. This. Li Shimin was shocked. Shopkeeper, you are a bit shocking. Right? If this is shocking, Jiang Feng smiled. As you know, if the Longyiu Road is suffering from drought for a month, I can guarantee that it will be 1,000 miles away. Baron. What? This is impossible. This is just a drought. How could it be so? Li Shimin was shocked. This time was really shocked by what Jiang Feng said. He does know about the drought on Longyiu Road, but he definitely didn't expect it, as Jiang Feng said. But, just now, Jiang Feng picked up the wine bowl and drank a full bowl and said, then, what if the locust plague accompanied by drought? Locust plague? Impossible. How could there be a locust plague on Longyiu Road? This is just an ordinary drought. Shopkeeper, you are not drunk? Jiang Feng shook the head said, Longyiu was originally arid, and the arid area was originally severe with locusts. If such a drought occurs again, the insect eggs of all locusts will no longer be suppressed. Reproduction. The natural conditions of Longiu Road have become a natural hatchery, and when the time comes, the locusts that cover the sky and the sun come out of the ground. When the time comes, the locusts. And can you think of the scene of the people fighting for food and grassroots books? Li Shimin's face turned pale. Even I couldn't stop shaking. Locusts that cover the sky and the sun. Is this true? At this time, although Jiang Feng did not continue to say anything. However, Li Shimin and Cheng Yojin can also imagine such a doomsday scene. At this time, Great Tang has just entered the stage of recuperation. This year, Great Tang's agriculture has just recovered, and Longiu Road is one of Great Tang's main food-producing areas. If locusts break out at this time, the consequences will be unimaginable. At that time, unfortunately, a drop of cold sweat followed Li Shimin's cheek and dripped into the wine bowl. But Jiang Feng didn't notice all of this. He still said slowly, "This is just the beginning. If you add Tuhan and Tibet, the locust plague will also break out at the same time." What about? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 6. Cheng Yojin, who was drinking, couldn't help but spit out. Staring in his eyes, he asked in amazement, "What did you say?" Drought broke out in Tibet, Tuhan and Turkic. Li Shimin was also shocked. Impossible. How is this possible? However, at the next moment, Li Shimin suddenly thought of a fold before half a month. According to the report, Great Tang's spies in Tibet and Tuhan suddenly lost contact with Great Tang at the same time, and in the end, all the spies sent by Great Tang were blocked at the doors of Tibet and Tuhan. Outside, Jiang Feng opened each minding their own business and did not notice the look of shock on the faces of Li Shimin and Cheng Yojin. "You still underestimated the drought. I ask you, you often run business. Don't you find that Tibet and Tuhan have so much less businessmen recently? What does this mean?" In an instant, Li Shimin deeply felt a sense of powerlessness. If there is a locust plague in Longiu, Great Tang may be able to deal with it, but what about Tibet and Tuhan? Then, Great Tang, which has just stabilized, will waver in wind and rain again. Li Shimin suddenly had a bad feeling. I hurriedly asked, "I remembered one thing. Before half a month, our caravan was blocked when it went to Tibet, and finally returned without success. As for the reason, I don't know." Could it be? Jiang Feng snapped his fingers. "Yes, but you are also wrong. At this time, Tibet and Tuhan are overwhelmed, and so is Turkic." Li Shimin panicked completely. "I have also heard about it before. There are a large number of Turkic cavalry on the northern border. Could there be a drought in Turkic, or is there something that is also blocking news?" Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin, who looked pale, and there was a flash of doubt in his eyes. Tuhan and Tibet, adjacent to Longiu Idol, are similar in water and soil. Longiu Road is suffering from drought, so do you think Tibet and Tuhan can run away? Boom! Li Shimin couldn't help but spin around. Tuhan and Tibet also suffered drought. If what Jiang Feng said is correct, when the time comes, if the locust plague spreads, the consequences will really become a natural disaster that is rare in a century. Under such a disaster, if Turkic and Tuhan Tibet have any other ideas, when the time comes Great Tang, they can't stop it. At this moment, he finally understood. Why did the spies that were scattered before, no one returned? Even the people who entered Turkic, like throw a stone and see it sink without trace in the sea, did not hear from the birds. Turkic is also blocking news. Li Shimin patted his forehead. No wonder my caravan was blocked outside the door last time. They are blocking news. At this moment, Li Shimin can't sit still. However, he still resisted, holding a fist, and asked solemnly, "Shopkeeper, are you sure about what you said?" And Jiang Feng seems to it's just scaring people and not paying for their lives. Said again, since ancient times, drought and flood do not separate families. There must be drought and flood, but there is no abnormality in the south. and there is no increase in the prices of southern crops on the market. What does this mean? This shows that there is no disaster in the south. And what month is it now? It is April. Then the north is still severely cold, and the drought is impossible, but, as you said, they suddenly have more troops on the border. What does this mean? What does it mean? Li Shimin was dumbfounded. Totally dumbfounded. Drought and flood disasters. It is exactly as Zhang Feng said. There is a drought now. What about floods? Where is it? Shopkeeper, is it a bit too scary? Flood. Do you know where it happened? He who knows me, old Li. Zhang Feng mysteriously said, you are right. But this time is not a flood, but a snow disaster. Turkey has suffered the worst snow disaster in history. What? Fuck. The Emperor Huang Tan is here. God has finally opened his eyes. Cheng Yojin is one short tap His Imperial Majesty to shout out. But in the end he was forcibly the conversation. Shopkeeper, are you sure there is a snowstorm in Turkey? Isn't this? Don't be happy. This matter, just be a gimmick. We three know it. If this spreads out, I will have to peel off if the time comes. When the time comes, the worst thing is that Turkey and Tibet Tuhan will go south under the locust ravages. Go south? Question mark. Li Shimin was already in shock at this time. But at the next moment, Li Shimin asked eagerly, what you said, is it a bit of a thing? Then according to what you said, then why did they block the news? Zhang Feng shook his head speechlessly. If you were Li Shimin, what would you do if you knew that Turkey was affected? Li Shimin was taken aback. Naturally send troops, take advantage of their illness, demand them. Yes. Zhang Feng snapped his fingers. You have thought about it, let alone that July Khan and Li Shimin can't think of it. Now, you should understand why there are major Turkic activities on the border during this period, as well as Tibet and Tuhan. Isn't your behavior abnormal? They're guarding against Great Tang. Cheng Yojin couldn't help it anymore and scratched his head. Shopkeepers, you stay away from home, and this chain is thousands of miles away from the north. How did you know all this? Zhang Feng mysterious smiled. I figured it out. Bang. Originally, Li Shimin, who was waiting for the answer with his ears erect, was taken aback after learning the result. The wine bowl in his hand fell to the floor again. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 7. Zhang Feng is a bit speechless. Isn't it just a story? I said, old Li, are you so frightened and flustered? Go. One of my cups is gone. Voice of Li Shimin somewhat hoarsely said, it's okay, just a cup. I'm not short of money. It's just that. From shopkeeper, is your news reliable? Zhang Feng shook the head. From the counter, he took out a stall of ordinary wine and said, actually, when you run a business, if you observe carefully, you will naturally observe it, or you when the caravan passes through Longyu Road, just find a place to dig a few holes and look at the number of insect eggs in the field, and you can know. However, this kind of thing is just for the three of us to talk about. It's okay to talk about boasting, but don't spread it out. If it's spread out and talk about government affairs, it won't be a good fruit. Two people, Li Shimin and Cheng Yojin, ordered. Nodded. However, the hearts of the two cannot be calm. If this is a wine bargaining, that's all. But if it is real, and they still know some inside information, how could this be fake? Longyu Road is related to the west gate of Great Tang. If there is no locust plague here, it would be easy to do. But if there is a locust plague, what should I do? This matter really has to be carefully pondered. If Tuhan, Tibet, and Turkey are really suffering from natural disasters, then the article on this matter has been done. Think of this. Where does Li Shimin have the idea of drinking? Take out 100 bills of silver bills from his arms and put it on the table, clasping his fists and saying, shopkeepers, I'm having a good drink today. It's just that it's too much. It has affected a lot of my industry. I have to get it back. Let's talk another day. Come on. Another day. I invite you to drink good wine. Really good wine. However, you don't have to worry too much. How can there be no way to deal with this issue? all listens to your majesty." While speaking, Zhang Feng elated put the silver bills on his nose and sniffed, and then he carried it into his arms like a wealthy fan. Long Yu Road, Tibet and Tuihan are in severe drought. There will be a locust plague in the near future. In Turkic, there will be a snow disaster that is rare in a century. The border is going to be chaotic. All of this is like a huge boulder, pressing on his heart, so that he dare not delay for a moment. Walking out of tavern, Li Shimin's face was gloomy as if dripping water. "Yojin, what do you think is the credibility of the two things that shopkeeper said today?" Cheng Yojin scratched his head. "Back to his imperial majesty, the old official is dull. If someone else said so, the old official would have to give him an axe to cure him of deceiving the king. But, this little Jiang shopkeeper, it seems, there is something wrong with it. It is impossible to observe all this from Ishi. And how could he know about the things on the northern border?" The old official felt that this matter must be first. "Take a look." After brewing for a while, Cheng Yojin said again, what he said. The old official dare not deny himself. "Oh, I don't dare to guess. I hope this is just a wine bargaining." The voice fell. Li Shimin got on the sedan chair, and everyone hurried back to the imperial palace. When the sedan chair was about to arrive at the imperial city gate, Li Shimin, who closed his eyes and meditated in the sedan chair, suddenly opened his eyes and said majestically, "Cheng Yojin, listen to the decree. Old official order. Take me to order to check it out. I order you to check this out personally now. To mobilize everything the power that can be mobilized, at all costs. I want to know in the shortest time whether Turkic in the north is really suffering from a snow disaster. To mobilize all resources, whether it is to buy with money or not. It is coercive and lure no matter it. Be sure to open the blockades of Turkic, Tuihan, and Tibet for me, and bring me back their true news. Send someone to Long Yu Road and turn the ground inch by inch. I know, what is this underground in Long Yu?" Li Shimin's fist squeezed, but his face was extremely calm. "Said one word at a time, remember, what I said is at all costs." Cheng Yojin clasped his fists. "Official obeys the royal decree." After finishing talking, Cheng Yojin didn't care about returning to Chainan City. He eagerly issued the one after another command, and grabbed the horses from the generals who had just walked out of the city gate. Away. Li Shimin looked at Cheng Yojin, who was leaving from the dust, and then at the sky above the imperial city. The long sighed. "We must first settle in the foreign affairs. The military major event cannot tolerate the slightest difference. I would rather believe that there is something, not believe that it is nothing." At this time, Great Tang has just entered in the stage of recuperation and rejuvenation. If at this time, apart from the setback, and the West Gate falls, then I am ashamed of the people of the dawn of the world, ashamed of the land of the emperor. Zhang Feng absolutely didn't expect, because of his words, at this time, in the entire imperial city, the entire Chainan, set off a heaven-overflowing giant wave, even the Emperor Great Tang also, because with his word, all the secret agents who had been buried in Tibet and other countries for a long time were dispatched. But at this moment, he closed the door of the store, holding the silver bills, and the ingot of gold, and entered his dream. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 8. After 5 days, in front of Chainan City Vermilion Bird Gate, a team of horse teams have endured the hardships of a long journey, galloping on the streets of Chainan City. "Get out of the way. The border is urgent." The royal franchise, open the city gates. While speaking, a soldier headed, waving a yellow chess card in his hand, roaring all the way. After seeing this flag, the guard army guarding the imperial city gate hurriedly dispersed everyone who was congested in front of the Vermilion Bird Gate. Even the little palace lady who lined up to enter the imperial city, after seeing the flag, hurriedly gave way. When this team of cavalry entered the Vermilion Bird Gate, a team of Jinwu guards took the lead in raising the gong, riding a fast horse to clear the way. Boom, boom, boom. Border emergency report. Numerous officials retreat. At this time, Li Shimin is in the study of Palace of Absolute Beguiling, with his hands on his back. He walked back and forth anxiously. In his study, Zhang Sunwuji looked solemnly at the secret letters on Li Shimin's book table. It's 5 days. It stands to reason. At this time, everything should be found. But why is there still no news? I couldn't help but feel a little flustered, and in his heart, it became more and more dense. It was what Zhang Feng said, it was too sensational, and Li Shimin really smelled something unusual from it. Although it has reached a Wye River treaty with Turkic and has reached a temporary peace with Turkic, if Turkic learns that the Great Tang Longiu Road has been hit by a disaster, the contract will fall apart in an instant. Unfortunately, in Li Shimin's mind, Zhang Feng's appearance and all the previous remarks once again appeared. After a moment of silence, the bloodshot Li Shimin turned round and asked, Wuji, you say, is there a god in this world? Cheng Yojin, hearing standing by this, Why shook the head. His Imperial Majesty, don't be so anxious. Whether things are as little brother said, it's not yet known. Wait a minute. Old Cheng should be able to get accurate information in just 2 days. Send it back. But at this moment, do not wait for Zhang Sunwuji to finish. At the door of the Palace of Absolute Beguiling, there was a rapid cry. Reporting to His Majesty. Border Customs Emergency Report. Hearing this, Li Shimin suddenly turned around and opened the door himself. But I saw a soldier covered in wind and sand. An Ekni kneels at the door of the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. See, Li Shimin personally opened the door. The soldiers trembled with excitement, took out a letter from his arms and raised his head high. Li Shimin didn't care about what to say, took a deep breath, took the letter from the soldier, and hurriedly browsed it. After 3 breaths, Li Shimin trembled violently. His Imperial Majesty, what's wrong with you? Seeing this, Zhang Sunwuji turned pale with fright, hurried forward. Li Shimin waved his hand to indicate that there was nothing wrong, and then handed the letter paper in his hand to Zhang Sunwuji. Zhang Sunwuji took the letter paper and looked at it roughly, but next moment his eyelids could not help but fiercely jump. I saw, on the letter paper, Hao Ran wrote, near Turkic Wangqing'an Mountain, heavy snow has continued for 2 consecutive months. And countless cattle, sheep and livestock have frozen to death. Tuihan has been drought for a year, thousands of miles away, and the book covers and weeds are all eaten. Tibet Tanshan River is dry, food is not harvested, and the people starve to death. Looking at one after another letter written by Cheng Yojin personally ordered, Zhang Sunwuji's face also looked ugly. Although he hasn't seen a mysterious store, he has heard of it all this time. I saw a piece of information from Li Shimin's bookcase just now. At this time, Zhang Sunwuji was also shocked. I read the letter paper again and again, and when he picked up the desk, Cheng Yojin signed the axe drawn on the memorial. Zhang Sunwuji was shocked. There is not much content in the letter, but every word indicates that everything Zhang Feng said is true. How is this possible? Exclamation mark. Old Cheng's information. But sure enough, after a while, Li Shimin asked solemnly. Zhang Sunwuji took a deep breath. Back to His Imperial Majesty, this is indeed Old Cheng's autograph letter. No one in the world can imitate his painting and writing style. So this small official thinks the news is accurate. Li Shimin rubbed his forehead, looked at the soldier at the door, waved his hand. Come on, reward 100 tals of silver. But remember, today's matter must not be leaked! Exclamation mark. After swearing, the soldiers hurriedly left. Zhang Sunwuji closed the door, and Li Shimin, like a frustrated ball, slumped on a chair, said with a bitter smile, I think I have read countless people, but I don't know. In my eyes, there are a virtuous talent that God has bestowed on me. Great Tang. Hearing this, Zhang Sunwuji's eyelids twitched slightly. His Imperial Majesty, the minister still didn't figure it out a bit. Logically speaking, how did a small citizen in this Chainan city know the Turkic snow disaster that spanned beyond 1,000 li? And from a small drought can be calculated, Tibet and Tuihan also encountered the same disaster? Li Shimin rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. What you want to ask, I also really want to know. I just don't know. that Longyu Road. And just now, Cheng Yojin's loud voice hurriedly appeared at the door of the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. His Imperial Majesty, His Imperial Majesty. Emergency report. Longyu Road emergency report. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 9, His Imperial Majesty, His Imperial Majesty. Major event is not good. Longyu Road. Longyu Road. Drought. Cheng Yojin, gasping for breath, entered the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. When the sound falls, Li Shimin's eyes flashed with a touch of amazement. Longyu Road? What's going on? Cheng Yojin grabbed a pot of tea on the desk that I didn't know how long he had left, took a sip of it, and said: Longyu Road was severely dry, thousands of miles away from the land, and inside the ground. It was really like what Xiao Jiang shopkeeper said. When you go down with a hoe, all are locust insect eggs. Even, there are victims vying to fight. Grab the insect egg. What? Li Shimin's head exploded with a bang. Quickly stepped forward and drank. Where is the document? Quickly, give me the document. He snatched a thick pile of papers from Cheng Yojin's hands. Li Shimin took a deep breath and opened the envelopes. Longyu Road, Chengzu in Tonga County, Kinzu Tanzhui County, Wu Province, Gansu, Shazu and other areas. The surface water source has almost dried up, and even the groundwater has dried up. In the soil, every inch of soil has 10 insect eggs. A large number of livestock died of thirst in Yawu County of Yazoo and Ijio County of Xizu. Some people even dug up an insect egg for cooking. Li Shimin was shocked. Looking at the contents written on the documents, there was a burst of thunder in my mind again. God, really? This is real. There really is an insect egg. The god of shopkeeper. This can be guessed. Wuji, Yojin, you said, is there really a Taoist immortal in the world? In other words, can anyone really tell the prophet? Cheng Yojin just vetoed it. Thinking about Jiang Feng's mysterious and the investigations into this matter, he dare not say anything. Zhang Sun Wuji thought for a while, and said, His Imperial Majesty, there should be no Taoist immortal in the world. Maybe this is a shopkeeper's shopkeeper. Use the means we don't know, and the news from the channels. Li Shimin shook the head of indifferent expression. Took a deep breath. Put everything in my heart temporarily down, rubbed his forehead and said, this matter is about significant, unscrupulous, declaring that Fang Xuanling, Wai Zheng, Du Yui will come to my study to discuss matters immediately. Imperial Decree, Prince of County, Longyu Road, Li Yuanjing and Li Jing, come here for decree. Zhang Sun Wuji also knows the seriousness of this matter. He clasped his fists and left in a hurry. Official obeys the royal decree. After a while, Palace of Absolute Beguiling, in Li Shimin's study. Everyone looked at the three Li Shimin with solemn faces in confusion. Li Shimin waved his hand to let everyone sit down. Today, there are three major events to discuss with you. The first thing is that there is a severe drought on the Longyu Road, and there may be a large-scale locust plague soon. When Li Shimin's words fell, everyone was stunned. They all knew about the drought on the Longyu Road, and during this time, everyone was trying to solve it. Things are running around. But, how come there is a locust plague now? His Imperial Majesty, this matter. Is it unreliable? Where is the locust plague? Furthermore, the minister had just returned from Longyu Road, and he had not heard of a locust plague, and he had not even seen a locust. This small official has also heard of this. Although there are indeed insect eggs in the ground, where are there any insect eggs in all the soil in the world? Whether these insect eggs can break out of their shells under such high temperatures is a problem. How can they form a locust plague? Yes, there will be locusts every year. How could there be a locust plague this year? Everyone couldn't help but talk about chirp. Twitter. Li Shimin waved his hand slightly. Have you ever dug up the soil yourself and turned see insect egg? Yojin, tell me what you saw. Cheng Yojin, hearing this, his voice is dignified. Before, I personally went to Longyu Road under the secret order of His Imperial Majesty to investigate in the soil of Shazu, Gansu, and other places. I found a lot of insect eggs, even, in some places. A sea bowl of insect eggs can be dug out in a piece of land as big as a dustpan. What? So much? That's not right. These are not the insect eggs of locusts, right? This a sea bowl is. Cheng Yojin glared at everyone. With a wave of his hand, he threw the documents on the desk to everyone, and everyone hurriedly checked. The more you look at it, the more dignified the faces of everyone. Li Shimin continued, this is just one of them. Do you know how long there has been no news about Tibet and Tuihan? Fang Xuanling thought for a while. Back to His Imperial Majesty, since the 21st of last month, there has been no news about Tuihan and Tibet. Could it be that this is the same as are you talking about the locust plague? That's right. Tuihan and Tibet encountered the same problem as Long Yu Road. Drought. And the problem seems to be more serious than my great Tang. They are blocking the news. What? No wonder so. No wonder so. His Imperial Majesty, our chance is here. If you send troops at this time, you will definitely win Tibet and Tuihan in one fell swoop. Li Shimin nodded. You are right. At this time, Tibet and Tuihan would have thought the same if they knew about the drought on the Long Yu Road. Everyone was hearing this, and they couldn't help but look at each other in blank dismay. No wonder it stopped suddenly before Tibet. The spy contact with Tuihan turned out to be that they were blocking the news. However, at this moment, Li Shimin once again said leisurely, not only that, I learned that Tuihan and Tibet must be within the borders of the two countries. There will also be a severe locust plague. When the time comes, the locust plague is raging, Great Tang is in danger. In an instant, everyone was shocked. Didn't Tibet and Tuihan both block news? Neither of them knowing the drought in Tibet. Why did His Imperial Majesty know so clearly? How did the news of His Imperial Majesty know? So that, until now, everyone I doubt the authenticity of these two things. Wai Zheng, who has been silent for a long time, asked leisurely, His Imperial Majesty, these documents and news, I don't know how His Imperial Majesty learned about it. Why did I wait and didn't hear a word of wind? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 10. Li Shimin hearing this, flick the sleeves, hands behind one's back, and put out a pair of profound mystery. I, naturally have your own channels, and you don't have to doubt the authenticity of these two things. The final result is in your hands. Everyone is stunned. 5 days ago, His Imperial Majesty went out of the palace once in a microservice. Then when returning to the Imperial City, Cheng Yojin hurriedly took His Imperial Majesty's handwriting and left. It turns out that His Imperial Majesty learned about this 5 days ago. Unfortunately, everyone blushed with shame for a while. Looking at Li Shimin, he became more and more unfathomable. Everyone knows the importance of this news. However, everyone is still shocked with His Imperial Majesty, and they will be able to learn about it 5 days ago. Is this an unexplored prophet? You must know that the 3 provinces and 6 departments are the center in charge of all the information of Great Tang. His Imperial Majesty learned of these 2 major events without the knowledge of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. His Imperial Majesty, the minister understands that the locusts on Long Yu Road may still be prevented. But with Tibet, it is converged with the locusts of Tuihan. Is it what you call the locust plague? Fang Xuanling thought, and asked in amazement. Yes, if the locusts from these 3 places gather together, then it is the real disaster. Li Shimin's voice is solemn. I learned that Tibetstan River has dried up, and even in Tuihan, there have been scenes of grass roots and bark being gnawed away. Moreover, the Long Yu Road borders these 2 countries, and the soil is inherently quality. In the same way, what does it mean that the people in Tuihan rush to bark and grass roots? This means that the disaster there is particularly serious. It can be seen that if it is, where will the locust plague break out? The locusts that cover the sky and the sun will be the first to visit. Everyone was shocked. I couldn't help but the word Great Tang popped out of my mind. Locusts broke out in the surrounding areas. If these locusts gather together, then Great Tang is in danger. No, His Imperial Majesty, in terms of geography, Turkic is the nearest here. Why do you think locusts will come to Great Tang? Laughed mysteriously by Li Shimin. This is the third thing I want to say, and the most important thing. According to reliable sources, Turkic King City, Tianling, broke out in a century-old snow disaster. There are countless dead and wounded cattle and sheep. Do you think, at that time, on the Turkic prairie, there was still food for locusts? Boom. Everyone was shocked. Every word Li Shimin said was like a heavy hammer with a handle, hitting everyone's eardrums. The snow disaster that is rare in a century. How is it possible? God. Where did the news of His Imperial Majesty come from? However, His Imperial Majesty has said that he has his own channels, and they can't guess too much. Li Shimin took a sip of tea indifferently, solemnly asked, Ministers, at this time, the primary task is how to prevent locust plagues. Besides, I have a way to prevent locust plagues. I can even sell this method to Tibet and Tuhan in exchange. What do you think about the resources we need? As for Turkic, let's wait and see the changes. Everyone, I was stunned. Is there a solution? However, the next moment everyone was surprised again. Since His Imperial Majesty can get information in advance, there must be a solution. Everyone bowed their hands. His Imperial Majesty enlightened sovereign. In fact, what can Li Shimin do? He just thought of Jiang Feng again at this moment. Jiang Feng can prefabricate in advance. Then there is absolutely a way to solve this crisis. When I thought of Jiang Feng, Li Shimin couldn't help but his eyes burned. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Sunwuji passed the 2 secret reports to everyone, and then said, Announce Li Yuanjing, Li Jing, coming. Announce Prince Li Yuanjing, Li Jing General, see you there. With little eunuch's voice sounded. Next moment, the 2 hurriedly appeared in the study. Zhang Sunwuji told the 2 of the previous events, and then Li Shimin ordered. Li Yuanjing listened to the decree. This small official, listen to the decree. I will immediately find a way to solve the insect egg in the ground, in the locust plague before the outbreak. Kill the insect egg. At the same time, pay attention to the movement of Tibet and Tuhan. If possible, exchange the equivalent item for killing the insect egg. This small official, follow the order. Li Jing listens to the decree. The final general listens to the decree. Immediately dispatch Great Tang elites to station at U Prefecture, to Lao Pass, etc. Border defense. Guard against Turkic. Follow the order. After solving all this, Li Shimin deeply sighed. It's time to go to Little Tavern and taste the better wine, Jiang Feng said. These days, Li Shimin has long been greedy. If it hadn't been for these cumbersome things, he would have gone to the Little Tavern. And when Li Shimin thought of Jiang Feng time in the Little Tavern, Jiang Feng runs the small taverns. Jiang Feng step by step. In the past few days, watching the government officials who don't belong to chain and city suddenly appearing on the street, as well as the increasing number of secret agents, he was a little panicked. He has serious doubts. Did the 2 of old Li fail to speak after drinking and pass on what he said before? Otherwise, why are the hurried chess and card officials or messengers on this street, and the Tibetan merchants who originally stayed in Chainan City, as well as Tuhan and Turkic merchants, have disappeared? Traced. This is not right. In addition to today's His Holiness, after learning about the things he said before, Jiang Feng's figures are sad and can't figure out why this is the case. Missed for a while. Jiang Feng secretly swears, you still have to pay attention to what you say in the future. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will have to confess your life. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 11. The more I think about it, Jiang Feng has become more and more uneasy. In the past few days, he is really not seeing old Li and the others. It's been 7 days. Are these 2 big tongues really caught? The more he thinks about it, the more reasonable Jiang Feng feels. For these goods, I always like to inquire about the imperial court when I am fine. Is this something that ordinary people can talk about? Isn't this courting death? The original locust plague on Long-Eu Road hasn't happened so early in history. But now it seems that the imperial court already knows about this. I originally thought that relying on my own history, the qualifications of a high-quality literature student would be able to flourish in Great Tang, and at the worst, I could also be a high-ranking official, but now it seems, before the system is activated, you still have to be cautious in your words and actions. Pretend to be struck by lightning. Zhang Feng has always wondered whether it is because of his identity as a transmigrator that the history of Great Tang has also played a butterfly effect, or it is the Great Tang of this parallel world. That is the case. But now, nothing matters anymore. In his mind, Old Li and Old Chen could not help but appear. But next moment, he vetoed them. These two goods, one is not a merchant who made one's mark in history, and the other does not know any dignitaries. How could they have influenced history? In the end, Zhang Feng attributed all this to the Great Tang of this parallel world, which is the historical trajectory. Then the group started to doze off in peace. Yo, shopkeeper, you are still so free. It's been muddle-headed for another 3 days. Li Shimin combed through the imperial court and the disaster relief with the momentum of thunder, and once again Shi Shiren came to the little tavern. In the past few days, Li Shimin has had no peace at all. It's even a bit awful. I thought the insect egg in the soil would be easy to deal with, but he was wrong. Several people stared and thought about it all night without thinking of anything useful. Even at the end, Li Shimin clenched the teeth, stomped and slipped away. Looking at it for a few days, Li Shimin's complexion is a bit unpleasant, and Zhang Feng is also a little surprised. Yo, Old Li is here. I thought you were caught by His Imperial Majesty. This is his sponsor. Not to be offended, but proper jokes are still generous. Old Li, looking at you like this, have you been busy during this time? How about it? Have things been resolved? Li Shimin gave a wry smile. This where can it be solved? A large medicine field in Liang province has set back, and I just went back. But it was really a solution I didn't expect. Zhang Feng looked at it. I looked at the door and asked, why didn't old Chen come with you? Cheng Yojin is so busy now that I can't wait to see clone technique. Where can I have a leisurely and elegant accompany with Li Shimin to drink in the little tavern? With his temper, come to drink now, guarantee 3 glasses of wine, and your parents will shake it out for you. How dare Li Shimin at this time bring out this rudeness? Thinking of this, Li Shimin sat at a table casually and explained, isn't this busy on Long-Eu Road? This guy's 30 mu medicine ingredient is all discounted. Now where does he want to drink? Hearing this, Zhang Feng suddenly, I also feel relieved. Everything I thought about before seems to be smart. In this matter, it is true that this world is different from the real history, so there is a deviation. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng got into the kitchen and got busy. And Li Shimin didn't care about it either. Get used to it. After a while, Zhang Feng appeared in front of Li Shimin with a large tray. Looking at the golden color and attractive aroma of thumb-sized grains, Li Shimin was not surprised. If Zhang Feng didn't make a new thing, then Li Shimin would really be shocked. Zhang Feng fan-modified the tray, turned around mysterious and worked in the kitchen for a long time, before walking out like a thief holding a large jar of wine. Old Li, you have a good taste this time. Remember the last time I said, would you like a good drink? No, this is a good wine. Smelt the attractive aroma of wine. Li Shimin's eyes are already straight. Swallowing saliva, he hurriedly took over the wine jar from Zhang Feng and opened the wine cork. In an instant, a strong aroma of wine caused Li Shimin to close his eyes and take a deep breath. Good wine. Ha 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 ha. Really good wine. Come on, little brother Zhang, let's drink. I count Old Li as a treat. Li Shimin couldn't wait to pour 2 bowls in his hands. In an instant, the whole store was spread with the aroma of wine. Li Shimin smacked his lips and took a sip. Cough 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 cough. Next moment, in Zhang Feng's playful eyes, Li Shimin's face instantly changed to the color of pig liver, and then he coughed violently. Cough cough cough. Little younger brother Jiang, you are not kind. What kind of wine is this? Why is this so strong? Stronger than the last wine? Li Shimin was really surprised. The wine last time surprised him, but the wine at this time really let him know what wine is. Although Li is a little bit fierce, however, the mellow taste and the rich and fragrant aroma of wine made him hold up the wine bowl again after coughing, and he couldn't stop it. Jiang Feng slightly smiled. Drink slowly, this wine has to be taken slowly, this is my old foundation, you old Li is my first customer, come, talk about it, this wine, how? Taking a sip of wine again, Li Shimin felt the taste between his lips and teeth, and slapped his lips. Okay. Old Li once had the honor to drink tribute wine, that taste, now it's the same wine as you. One comparison, to say something disrespectful, that thing is horse urine. But, at the next moment, Li Shimin mood grave asked, does this wine have a name? Name? Jiang Feng really didn't expect this. Thinking about it, Jiang Feng had an idea. The name of this wine is Mao Tai. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 12. Mao Tai? Li Shimin slapped his lips again. A sea bowl of wine is eaten up. At this moment, he is actually a little dizzy. Li Shimin couldn't help being shocked. Before, even if a person drank a few jars alone, he would not be drunk. Now, a bowl. This wine. Li Shimin shook his dizzy head. I remembered the purpose of coming here. Set down the wine bowl. Li Shimin's voice all revealed a touch of admiration. Shopkeeper, you are really amazing. I didn't believe what you said before. But after I got back, I immediately sent someone to Longyu Road. I learned that everything you said is true. I learned that my medicine field is out of setback. Not only that, but my other industries in Longyu Road are also affected as a result. Many businesses with Tibet and Tuihan suddenly broke off. Then they spent a lot of money. Guess what? Jiang Feng took a sip of wine and picked up something Li Shimin didn't recognize. The thing smashed and ate it. What's the matter? Li Shimin slapped his thigh. Hi. Then Turkey and Tuihan are really as you said, the drought is serious, and even there is really too a locust plague is about to break out, and there is indeed a snow plague on Turkey's side. At this time, Jiang Feng finally understood what Li Shimin meant when he said that he was godly. But he couldn't help but asked in confusion, Old Li, you don't know any dignitaries, why did you know so much detail so soon? According to me, as far as I know, it is very difficult to know these things. Li Shimin was surprised, secretly thought a bad sound. But, after another thought, he hit ha and said, isn't this a long-time business and some foreign friends? I learned all these things from them. You also know that when we are in business, we will always know some 3 sects 9 Eliu. These things are all learned from them. Jiang Feng suddenly. But at the next moment, Li Shimin turned around and asked with a dilemma, younger brother Jiang, Old Li, I have a real problem now. You have to help me. You also know that when we do business, we can do whatever we make money. No. I moved to Beijing half a year ago and bought a large number of medicine fields on Longyu Road. This time, Old Li is really broken. Jiang Feng, hearing this, patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. Old Li, from the moment you walk in, I can see that you have a lot of thoughts, but it's okay. Who will let us have a good relationship? So, let's drink first. Wait for me to find a way for you. How? Where is Li Shimin in the mood to drink? Now the locust plague is imminent. If one can't handle it well, then Great Tang will have to finish it. However, he also knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so he had to go with Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng is also in a good mood at this time. Firstly, I knew that this incident did not come from him, so don't be afraid. The government found him when the time comes. Secondly, he came to this world the first time to brew a high-level spirit on earth. He has already thought about it. If it is possible in the future, this wine will definitely change this world. Even if he only needs to take out this wine, he can make a lot of money. Jiang Feng filled the wine himself, and mysteriously said, Old Li, try the good things I have newly figured out the past few days. This stuff is a good thing for wine! Exclamation mark. While speaking, he pointed to the golden insect pupa that was bombed in the tray. Li Shimin was taken aback. It was the first time he heard from Jiang Feng, such a well-reviewed appetizer. Looking at what Jiang Feng couldn't stop eating, he picked up a piece curiously. Next moment, he looked at this thing and was stunned. But when he saw Jiang Feng's food, he couldn't help closing his eyes and threw it into his mouth. Kabang, it seems to taste good. Li Shimin took a bite and couldn't stop it anymore. It seems that Jiang Feng is still rushing to eat. And Jiang Feng is not happy anymore. Well, old Li, you looked reluctant before, but it turned out to be pretending. After that, Jiang Feng was not polite. After drinking for 3 rounds, Li Shimin was already dizzy when he drank, and he hiccups on his belly. I said, after younger brother Jiang, now, you have to tell elder brother, what on earth is there to solve this locust plague? If this is a real outbreak now, you won't see elder brother and me if you can't tell me. After looking at Li Shimin who was swaying, Jiang Feng is not much better. Take Li Shimin's hand, Bossing compares, old brother. Since we are both brothers, as long as we can help you, even if it is going to Blade Mountain and going to Fire Seam here too. Good brother. Walk around. Let's go and worship. While speaking, Li Shimin is going to pull Jiang Feng go to worship. But after moving the chair for a long time, I couldn't stand up, so I gave up. After a while, Jiang Feng mysteriously said, old brother, how was the food served just now? Li Shimin patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. No need to say good wine. This dish is better. Jiang Feng smiled. Then old brother, the solution you want is here. Li Shimin was shocked. He shook his dizzy head. Looking at the tray of Jiang Feng's fingers, I was stunned. Okay, brother, you said this. By the way, what did we eat just now? Li Shimin is really dumbfounded. The words are not clear. This is the first time he was drunk since he took the throne. Moreover, it's so special that I only drank 3 bowls and got down. Although he is drunk, his subconscious mind is still there. Looking at Jiang Feng's mysterious appearance, I was a little confused. Jiang Feng approached Li Shimin and said, this is the insect egg of the locust. N.O.N.P. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 13. Oh, old Li, isn't it just a chongtsai? Brother, stop talking. P. Li Shimin broke down. The emperor dignified, come here to eat chongtsai today? Fortunately, I didn't bring Cheng Yojin with that foolish guy today. If others know this, his old face will be lost. This, however, the taste, to be honest, is really good. Yeah? No way. We can't eat it for nothing. Let's eat it, and let those old guys try it. Jiang Feng was also dumbfounded. Among those delicacies before, there are a few more heavier than this. If I hadn't chatted with old Li a few days ago and talked about the insect egg of locusts, and in these few days of leisure, I accidentally fiddled with this insect pupa, which is known as the top snack in modern times. Looking at Li Shimin, Jiang Feng wanted to ask him how the rat meat tasted before, but after thinking about it, let it go. That's it. Old Li almost vomited his gall. If you let him know that he had eaten grilled rat meat, wouldn't he die on the spot? Think about it. In the end, Jiang Feng regarded this as the biggest secret, and he would not let old Li know if he was killed. After vomiting again for a while, old Li only spirit slowly recovers. I said, shopkeepers, your dish. To be honest, if you don't say your name, it's pretty good. But you're miserable old Li. I am. Jiang Feng laughed. Just say, it's good or not. It's delicious. Li Shimin took a sip of tea and patted his chest. Said, however, what does this have to do with the resolution of locusts? If we eat this way, although we can accept it, not everyone can accept it. Jiang Feng, hearing this, clicked, nodded. This is indeed not a solution. But, if we manufacture finished products and package them, no one will say what it is, just like what you ate at the beginning. What do you think? That's right. Jiang Feng snapped his fingers with bright eyes. Old Li, there is a chance to make a fortune. Can you do it? Li Shimin was confused. A chance to make a fortune? Where is this and where? Now that these things are all tormenting him, he is so desperate, asking him to do business. But he also knows that what Zhang Feng is talking about may be about this epidemic. Subconsciously, he said, "Do you want to talk about it?" Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. Old Li has the foresight. If you believe me, I promise you will make a lot of money. If you face His Imperial Majesty, maybe you have to beg. Oh, then tell me. In this way, you just ate the insect egg of the locust. You pay the manpower, pay the money, and I pay the technology. Let's make him a great Tang. Gourmet snacks are then sold in various places. Can you do such a costless business? There was a hesitation flashing in Li Shimin's eyes. Younger brother Zhang, what you said is a good deal, but if people know the raw materials, no one can stand this stuff. Zhang Feng would know Li Shimin would say so. Shrugged helplessly. I doubt very much how your business is done. Don't you know how to work it around? If you wrap an insect egg in flour and fry it, how can the ghost know what this thing is? And otherwise it can be fried. We can make it into other flavors. We only sell it as a snack in tavern, not for external sale. Who do you think has nothing to do with drinking to explore this stuff? While speaking, Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin in the petrochemical industry. Old Li, as long as there are many ideas, there are always more difficulties than solutions. Li Shimin was confused. Now Great Tang's various industries are in a downturn. If this method is used to solve the locust crisis and still make a wave of private money, why not do it? But can this thing really be sold? Is anyone really acceptable? Li Shimin couldn't help asking again. Then you talk about this. How do you do it? Zhang Feng simply opened up. First of all your properties in China are sold out, free up space, and open a winery. Our insect egg is not for external sale, only to wine customers. Then, let's get together Old Chen and go to Longyu Road to collect a large number of insect eggs, even locusts. When the time comes, I will pass you on the technique of cooking this thing. What do you think? Is it the way to get rich? Zhang Feng said with excitement, and Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but light up. This is really a matter of one move, two gains. Going to buy the insect egg stimulated the local economy. Turning around, I was looking at and selling the wine and the food made with this insect egg. This is really a no-brainer with multiple benefits, but still not enough. This is not safe enough. If it is discovered by others, then business will be second. This locust plague. Li Shimin took a deep breath, looked at Zhang Feng carefully and observed for a moment, and said, sometimes I keep thinking about who you are and why you know so much. Now you can tell me, you still have what kind of ability, and how did you know about the Longyu Road and Tibet Turkic? After a lot of twists and turns, in the end, Li Shimin still returned to the beginning. Local. Zhang Feng eyes flashed. He knew when he was there would be such a day. Laughed indifferently. I said, this is all I calculated 1 inch. Li Shimin shook the head. I don't believe it. Hi. I know you don't believe it. Don't pretend. I have a showdown. I am actually Mount. You tie on the previous page. The cultivator has been cultivating for 5,000 years. Because I have to break through heaven and earth recently to imprison and ascend to the heavens, I came to the world to experience. And, everything before, poor Taoist had a feeling in the heart. It's calculated by pinch finger. Li Shimin was speechless. Come on, if you are an old monster that has been cultivated for 5,000 years, wouldn't I become a Jade Emperor? Expect what Zhang Feng will say. But this guy, the whole is in boosting ratio. Involuntarily, Li Shimin interrupted Zhang Feng who was talking about it. Zhang Feng looked around. His face solemnly looked at Li Shimin said, Old Li, everything I said before is Skyrim, and I spend a lot of cultivation. Base, let it be revealed, you must not pass it out. Otherwise, brother will be miserable. Looking at Zhang Feng's solemn appearance, Li Shimin was really bluffed. The tea bowl in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 14. Li Shimin was stupid, and Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin's appearance, and immediately became interested. Talk freely. Back then, I felt the catastrophe of heaven and earth and went out to help the first emperor unify the 6 kingdoms. But it was too disappointing. His descendants were too disappointing. Disheartened, I returned to Mount Mutai. Continue cultivation. Afterwards, Zhu Kongming was born, and I felt the call of heaven to accept him as a disciple and preach his morality. But this guy killed himself. From then on I swear, will you receiving disciples? After that, I wandered through the void, shuttled in the torrent of history, up to 5,000 years old, and down to 3,000 years. So, this little thing about trifling, poor Taoist can see clearly at a glance. Even if you are believing or not, I can see that in the royal city now, Tulai Khan can say anything spy clearly. Li Shimin heard all the embarrassing cancer. The corners of the mouth twitched involuntarily. Then tell me, what is Tulai Khan talking about now? Cough cough cough. Zhang Feng also didn't expect this old Li actually asked this at this time. Wave a hand. Zhang Feng said, don't make a noise, wait for poor Taoist to see. Well, Tulai Khan said, I'm going to eat. Got it. Li Shimin can't stand it anymore. If he can really be so awesome, how can he not know who he is? Li Shimin still listened to with keen interest pleasure before. But when Zhang Feng said that he could see what Tulai Khan said at a glance, he went crazy. This awesome. Li Shimin gave a dry cough. Shopkeeper, we've been together for half a year, old Li. I think I have regarded you as a close friend, but you can't fool me like this. My family is going to be on fire. You cough cough cough. Let's do it. Zhang Feng went down the donkey, coughed, and then he took a sip of tea and said, actually, I said this a few days ago. It's just that, at the beginning, you probably didn't take seriously, that's all. Oh? Li Shimin thought it over carefully, but still did not expect the slightest. Zhang Feng helplessly explained again, last time I said that you don't care about the price of food. You really didn't wrong you. What is rich in Longyu Road? Grain. Then, when you go back, look at the vegetable market to see if the price and quantity of the grain, meat, and poultry that are abundant on Longyu Road, as well as the quantity, you can guess it's 1 or 2. My little shop, you also know that the business is not good, if you can't chat with you, boasting, and by the way, you also help me. I will close the door early, and I basically, every day all go back to buy some ingredients, starting 20 days ago, some meat and poultry are abundant on Longyu Road. The number is obviously sharp, and the price has skyrocketed, and even the price of grain in Longyu Road has doubled. Even now, I can't find a grain of grain in Longyu Road. What does this mean? It means that it's not a merchant who hoards items. Food is good, but what about meat and poultry? This has to be traced back to the source. There is something wrong with the source. Li Shimin frowned tightly, listened carefully. But the more he listened, he couldn't help but set off a monstrous wave in his heart. This really let him get it right. Zhang Feng continued. The most important point is that you can go to the city gate during this time. You know the number of refugees on Longyu Road. Then, Turkic and Tibet, how did you figure it out? Li Shimin couldn't help but ask in confusion. Zhang Feng drank a bowl of tea. Actually, this is easy to see. Think about what Turkic, Tibet and Tuihan are rich in, and then look at the latest price and quantity. You can be obvious at a glance. Li Shimin slapped Zhang Feng's shoulder with excitement. Turkic is rich in fur products, Tibet is rich in blankets, and Tuihan is rich in jewelry. These things are all broken in chain and city goods. Could it be? Yes, old Li, there is progress. Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin appreciatively. Now, do you still use me to say it? Question mark. Li Shimin was silent. It turns out that all of this can really be observed in the subtlety. However, the final mystery is revealed. But what is the solution? Although Zhang Feng said before, it is possible to make food, but it is definitely not enough. Even if he made an order to let the people of Longyu Road dig this thing, how long would it take to dig this thing? Even if Zhang Feng's method is feasible, there must be an implementation process. right? What if no one accepts this stuff? Furthermore, who knows how many insect eggs are in the soil, so you won't plow the entire Longyou Dao. Li Shimin could not help but turn the topic again and turn to locust control. Then shopkeeper, is there any other way besides eating the locust plague you said? I always feel this way, it's a little fictitious. Jiang Feng slapped his head and wondered, old Li, I just praised you for being smart. Now, why are you confused again? Li Shimin, he touched his chin and coughed dryly. This is not, I can't think of a way. Jiang Feng was a little speechless. However, I still carefully explained, it's the old way, eat. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 15. Eat your sister. Li Shimin's face is black. He is very suspicious. What else can this stuff do besides eating? It seems that Jiang Feng saw his thoughts and sneered. Him talking about eating, not what you think. Li Shimin, hearing this, questioningly asked, then you are, old Li. See you sometimes, the monkey spirit is the same. But now it looks like you. Jiang Feng shook his head speechlessly. Think about it, what do you like most about this stuff? You, Li Shimin subconsciously said. Jiang Feng's face is green. What I said, besides people, is there anything else to eat? Locusts. Jiang Feng was stupidly bombed by Li Shimin. Speaking directly, the chicken, I said. Have you ever raised a chicken? That guy, he can eat at least hundreds of locusts a day. Think about it, if there are 10,000 chickens, what will be the effect? Even if a chicken eats 100 insect eggs a day on average, what if there are tens of millions of chickens? How much will it eat? Li Shimin's whine woke up completely. Yes, chicken. Use chickens to deal with locusts. Why did he didn't expect? Ha 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 ha. Younger brother Jiang, quite something. If that's the case that's not right. The locust insect eggs are all in the soil, then, the chickens use their claws. Plan, you can't plan so deeply. You, Jiang Feng snapped and said, smart. Now, I need another thing. What? Pig. Li Shimin's face is black. He was about to open his mouth to fight back, but next moment, he suddenly thought of something. Pig. It's a real pig. Jiang Feng continued, if you have the ability and if you have money, you go and get all the pigs in Great Tang. No, you don't need all of them, you just need to get all the pigs in Longyou Road, all collect them in captivity, let it turn over a piece of land by itself every day, and then put the chickens in. Think about it, what kind of result will it be? Not only that, if you are putting the ducks, I'm putting together hundreds of tens of millions of them. Let's work together. It's not my Jiang Feng blowing it for you. Even Duhan and Tibet's insect egg of locusts, before the locusts break out of the ground, there is no problem in cleaning them all! Exclamation mark. Also, think about it. Do you need pig grass to raise pigs? Do you need food for raising chickens and ducks? But if you have this insect egg, you don't need to provide anything. Within 3 months, even if you sell 10 eggs and duck eggs on a copper plate, you can make a huge profit. Not to mention eating Chongcai chickens, ducks, and pig meat. It is extremely delicious. In this case, you can sell these pigs, chickens and ducks for a lot of money after the locusts are wiped out. If you calculate this, you will not lose money, but you will also make a profit. It's not even counted. If you really have the courage to do it, then you will be the Imperial Emperor, and you must be given a plaque of a model of disaster resistance. When His Imperial Majesty is a godsend, that stuff is equivalent to free, dead gold medal. And this thing, if you sell it, you can at least millions. Not only that, but His Imperial Majesty will lose you. With a big wave, you can get tens of millions of silver. You can pick it up for nothing. Not only that, you take the opportunity to give the pigs, chickens, ducks, in front of the Emperor, to His Imperial Majesty. This is more valuable than what you sold. Don't ask why. Li Shimin was dumbfounded. He was shocked. This little shopkeeper, this mouth is so special. But after another thought, it's really like what he said. But Li Shimin always has the feeling that Jiang Feng treats him as a fool, but he has never been able to find evidence. At this time, Jiang Feng took a sip of tea and continued to blow. Old Li, you have to thank me. Look at it. When the time comes, our food and wine, and your industry, you and mine for the future, if the emperor is happy and waved his big hand, the imperial family will give it exclusively. Old Li, you make a profit? Do you know that? Jiang Feng will get more and more vigorous as he speaks. And even think about it, if Li Shimin can be flattered with this, then he will be developed. This is an opportunity. Don't miss it. Blowing with Li Shimin again for half an hour, Jiang Feng stopped until his cheeks hurt, and Li Shimin was also sighed in relief. Good guy. This is too good to blow. However, what Jiang Feng said is correct. This is indeed a good way. At this time, Li Shimin looked at Jiang Feng and liked it more and more. He wished to stand up and tell Jiang Feng loudly that he was Li Shimin. But, this is also to think about, that's all. If he really jumped up now and said he was Li Shimin, Jiang Feng will only look at himself like an idiot, that's all. Oh, why are such virtuous talents willing to be content? What about the market? Exclamation mark. Li Shimin couldn't help sighing deeply. However, in the end he endured it. At this time, it's really a bit early, and there is no showdown with Jiang Feng when the time comes. Thinking of this, Li Shimin saw that Jiang Feng was also resting, and he was almost resting, and asked again, then analyze it like you. Doesn't it mean that our army of chickens and ducks can still rush to Tibet and Tuihan, can't make a lot of money? Then, if Tibet and Tuihan, or other businessmen also think of this way, what should be done? Jiang Feng smiled. This thing, but China's first 5,000 years, slowly accumulates, and it didn't appear until modern chicken farms and duck farms appeared in large numbers. This era can think of this thing, or it is transmigrator, or just dreaming. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 16. However, although Jiang Feng thinks so subconsciously, but, just think about it, the wisdom of the ancients cannot be denied. On the contrary, the wisdom of the ancients is even much higher than that of modern times. Old Li, in fact, this matter will be learned sooner or later, but if you do business, don't you know the word first opportunity? If we take the first opportunity, and you can hit the title for the first time, guess, His Imperial Majesty recognizes you or recognizes him? It's really not possible. You can monopolize this matter to him. Ma, didn't you say that you know some friends from the Imperial Court? Also, what you did is a good thing for one party. If so, what will happen to them? They will report immediately to claim credit. Li Shimin seems to understand but nodded. Then, what is the first opportunity? Hey, do you still don't understand? Jiang Feng the eyes. You can buy all the pigs and chickens you can buy first. Even if he knows the way, can he have an army of chickens and ducks that rivals you? When the time comes, with a wave of your hand, there are tens of millions of chickens and ducks. Who dares to challenge you wherever you go? Li Shimin was stunned. However, I still agreed with nodded. He is really a fan of the authorities. This is also true for Tibet and Tuihan. At this time, there is a drought. Do you think Tuihan and Tibet can still have our great Tang vast territory and abundant resources? A bite to eat is not bad. Chicken, duck is something that can fill your stomach and lay eggs. Did they eat it early, and are willing to get it out, waiting for the hungry person with green eyes? Stole it, eat. And, don't we have the fried locust insect egg to pave the way? This is our brother's secret recipe. When the time comes, he should not kneel and beg you to help Tibet. Yeah? Li Shimin slapped his thigh with excitement. This is really a way. If it is true, then you can really rely on this army of chickens and ducks to make a lot of money. What he thinks is full of money, not the gold and silver that Jiang Feng thinks, but something of another level. But it all means the same. And next moment, Li Shimin asked again like a rare treasure, when you come here, don't Turkic know about the disaster of Great Tang? If at this time, Turkic takes the opportunity to go south, what should I do? Are you stupid? If I were Li Shimin, I held an army of tens of millions of chickens and ducks. Could it be a vegetarian? Li Shimin's face went dark, resisting the impulse, waiting for Jiang Feng's explanation. But, at this moment, he had an idea. I remember. If I were the Emperor Great Tang, I only need to spread the method to control the locust plague, then we don't need to take action. Tibet and Tuhan will block Turkic for us immediately. TSK. Old Li, you are awesome. Zhang Feng took it pat Li Shimin on the shoulder. Yes, you are right about this. But don't forget, there is a reply on Turkic, and Sir Tardushes glare like a tiger watching his prey, and if there is a snow disaster in the Turkic city, then think about it. What will happen to Huifu and Sir Tardush? Li Shimin was surprised. My god, Li Shimin is completely crazy. If this is true, that could it be that these two countries also have snow disasters? This, impossible, right? This matter, impossible. Such a coincidence. Yes, it's such a coincidence. I also said the cause of the matter. Just like the relationship between Longi Urod and Tibet Tuhan, Hu and Sir Tardush are the same in the grassland, and in the grassland area, there is no mountain to block the snow and wind. It is conceivable that the disaster in the remote Sir Tardush must be more serious. And there must be more food and clothing. Impossible. Li Shimin stood up excitedly. Li Shimin's eyes were already red because he didn't rest well. At this time, under the effect of ethyl alcohol, they became even more red. He stared at his eyes and said in amazement, impossible. This Sir Tardush is more than 10,000 li away from Great Tang. How did you know? Could it be that you again guessed? Li Shimin is crazy. The surroundings are messy enough. Didn't expect. Zhang Feng is not shocking and dying. He actually said that Sir Tardush also suffered a blizzard. How can this not shock Li Shimin? Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin suspiciously and asked, Old Li, are you drunk? If you think about the relationship between Sir Tardush and Turkic, there should be a lot of friends who often run merchants' way. You just need to go back and ask about the history of Sir Tardush and Turkic, as well as the geography environment, and you will understand. Also, I ask you, is Sir Tardush rich in anything? Li Shimin was taken aback, and he pondered for a moment. Sir Tardush is rich in coarse grains, red, blue and yellow gemstones, and a special kind of jade stone. What's the matter? But suddenly, Li Shimin slapped his head and cried out in surprise, you mean, look at the price and quantity from the market, Zhang Feng he glanced at Li Shimin appreciatively, you guessed it right, but there is no reward. However, I can't afford those things, and I don't know the price. Li Shimin was dumbfounded. Then how did you know? Zhang Feng shrugged, poor Taoist, pinch and count. I pinch your uncle. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 17. When Li Shimin heard Zhang Feng's words, his head would blow up. If this thing can really be calculated, then he will be in vain. But now Zhang Feng is reluctant to say that he can't help it. Everyone has a secret. It's like hiding his identity. At this moment, Li Shimin is much calmer. A detailed analysis, let alone a little bit of clues from the analysis. Shopkeeper, you mean ... Sir Tardush also concealed the news of the disaster. Isn't he afraid that Turkic would know about it, so he raises the spearhead to deal with him? Old Li, you are so talented. You have learned to learn from one another. Zhang Feng sighed sincerely. It's true. They are all nomads. They lack food. Their main source of food is trade support with the surrounding areas. Now their main source of income, animal husbandry, has been hit hard. Then think about the consequences. If you let other countries know, what will happen? Will attack the overall situation and take advantage of the situation to annex the opponent? Li Shimin said in amazement. Yes. The rise of Zhang Feng said. I made a jar of good wine from the back kitchen again, poured 2 bowls, and touched Li Shimin. Then Zhang Feng continued. Then the problem is here. Now you should be able to understand why they want to lock the message. That's because, now who first? If you move, it will definitely be the first to perish. Just like now, if Great Tang takes the lead to attack any side, then it will definitely be attacked by the other 2 parties. And Turkic is the same. Hiss. Li Shimin sucked in a cold breath in shock. Is this the truth? Is this the current world pattern? This. I couldn't help but Li Shiman's back was shocked in a cold sweat. If you really sent troops before, then not only will the locust plague be uncontrollable, because the dispatch of troops will also delay the current drought. Not only that, but the two real forces in the wait and see will definitely attack Great Tang frantically in order to survive. Even if Great Tang finally returns and repels Tibetan Tuatan or Turkic who came to attack Great Tang, then the drought will continue to spread, and the locust plague will no longer be under control. Even famine will make Great Tang, which has just stabilized, shaken with wind and rain. Old Li, what's wrong with you? Seeing Li Shiman in a daze, and while still in a daze, look pale, trembling all over. Instead, Jiang Feng was taken aback. I'm afraid that it will give too many surprises, and it will be overwhelming all of a sudden. Jiang Feng scratched his head suspiciously. And just now, Li Shiman took a deep breath and smiled faintly. It's okay, it's just a bit farther away from what I just thought. However, why are you such a talented person? Would you be willing to be an official in this ordinary tavern? Why not? Jiang Feng laughed helplessly. There is no answer. He thinks too. But, just to be on the safe side, now is not the time. His biggest hole card is not activated, and he is definitely unable to move for the time being. And if it is this locust plague, it is a temptation Jiang Feng prepared. If you can use this opportunity to attract Li Shiman's attention, then it is best. If you can't attract Li Shiman's attention, it doesn't matter, he has more opportunities. It's just that old Li, the Gold Master, has to support him. When the time comes, he is the foundation of his foothold in Great Tang. Moreover, this wine also needs an opportunity to beat its reputation. In this way, when your reputation accumulates and the system is activated, then your own capital is enough. Take a sip of wine. Jiang Feng said, actually, I have thought about being an official, but I haven't considered it for the time being. Let's talk about it when I think about it. Well, if you want to be an official, I know a few people. I can't say it. I can really help you with your eloquence. I can't say it. You can enter 3 provinces and 6 departments in 3 or 5 months. Ha ha ha. Jiang Feng smiled. Old Li, you are really high. Do you think that your home opened the 3 provinces and 6 departments? If your home opened it, I can consider it. Now, in that place, who in Chainan City didn't have a sharpened head and wanted to get in? Where would I be the turn? Li Shiman thought for a while and smacked his lips. Finally, shook the head slowly. It looks like it's not the time yet. And now he has 2 big bowls with Jiang Feng. The whole person can't sit still, and after going back, there will be a major event to do. I couldn't help but got up and said, shopkeepers, let's not drink today's wine. If I drink it again, I'll really drink too much. I'll go back and consider what you said today. While speaking, Li Shiman took out a handful of silver bills from his arms, don't know how many they were, put it in Jiang Feng's hand, and said, shopkeepers, what's up today? We, old Li, remembered, come back. Jiang Feng looked at the silver bills in his hand. His eyelids twitched fiercely. Fuck. This shot a lot. Is silver bills worthless? However, Jiang Feng still clasped his fists. That's okay. Thanks old Li. Next time, I will kiss you and drink the strongest wine and listen to the strongest stories. And old Li, who just walked to the door, seemed to have thought of something. Turning around slowly. By the way, the one I just ate, is there anything else? I will take it back and let old Chen taste it. And this jar of wine? Jiang Feng suddenly, he slapped his forehead and said, yes, I will pretend to be for you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 18. Night gradually enveloped the entire imperial city. In the Palace of Absolute Beguiling, Fang Xiu Anling, Du Yui and the others sat in the temple with great heart. In order to deal with this drought and the following locust plague, it can be said that everyone's hair is almost bald. However, I still didn't think of a way, and now, His Imperial Majesty still sneaks out of the palace for an afternoon. At this time, Wei Zheng is the most dissatisfied. With a black face all the way, I sat at the Palace of Absolute Beguiling, making everyone who originally wanted to chat with him slap their lips and swallowed them back. After a while, Li Shimin Shiren entered the temple. Rather than waiting for everyone to bow, Li Shimin waved his hand. I summon you to wait tonight, and nothing else. I just want to reward everyone. During this time, everyone will do for Long Yu Dao. I've bothered to do things. While speaking, Li Shimin waved his hand. Behind them, 3 or 2 court ladies, carrying delicate trays, entered the hall. Next moment, a strong aroma of wine instantly attracted everyone. Of these, the most shocking is Cheng Yojin. I occasionally get a good wine today. I don't want to enjoy it alone. His Imperial Majesty Wai Zheng broke out. Li Shimin was interrupted by the mood grave. At this time, Long Yu Road was severely affected. I haven't thought of a way to deal with the locust plague, plus Tibet, Tuhan and other places. The same is true. I will wait. I'm not in the mood. I can't drink it. If it's okay. The old official is back. Li Shimin seems to have a premonition. But, in front of so many people, Wai Zheng's ruthlessness still makes the corners of his mouth twitch. Minister Wai, who said that there is no solution. I meditated for half a day in the palace today, and already thought of a solution. What way? What way did His Imperial Majesty think of? In these voices, Cheng Yojin stared at the wine on the table. Alter swallowed his saliva and murmured, I left the palace when I was out of the palace, and I was so crowned. His Imperial Majesty, have you gone to Little Tavern again? Cough cough cough. Li Shimin coughed and glared at Cheng Yojin. Yes, I have found a way. But, you guys first drink. Drink. This matter is not in a hurry. While speaking, Li Shimin is in a good mood and puts the last thing wrapped in oil paper, opened. Next moment, a golden color, exuding an attractive flavor of delicacies, were exposed in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes are straight. The moment Cheng Yojin opened Li Shimin, he was too lazy to use his chopsticks, grabbed a handful, and ate it kabeng. He knows that this thing is produced by Jiang Feng. It is produced by Jiang Feng, but the taste is bad. See Cheng Yojin to start eating. Everyone also ate. While eating, the court lady filled the exquisite glass in front of everyone with wine. Li Shimin raised his glass high and said, everyone has worked hard during this time. Yes, this wine, and this kind of food, indeed came from shopkeeper Jiang. Come, I toast everyone. While speaking, Li Shimin took a full drink. But while drinking, Li Shimin's eyes were staring at everyone. Sure enough, after everyone poured it down suddenly, almost everyone coughed violently. Cough cough cough. Fuck. What kind of wine is this? Isn't this too strong? His Imperial Majesty, this wine. I drink a lifetime of wine. This wine is very good. A strong wine. Who is the shopkeeper? Genius. The man who can make such a good wine. Genius. Li Shimin ignored everyone, but kept urging them. Come, eat. This kind of food, I think, in the entire Great Tang, you are the second one to eat except me. So amazing. Everyone looked suspiciously. Li Shimin, who stood far away, looked at Cheng Yojin, who was full of oil. Eyelids twitched. Zhang Sun Wuji knew Jiang Feng. Seeing Cheng Yojin, he picked up a pill with chopsticks and threw it into his mouth. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Sun Wuji again. Lord Zhang Sun, how does it taste? Long brother Sun, what does it taste like? Old Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun Wuji, kabeng chewed for a while, suddenly opened his eyes. Next moment, he didn't care about the image anymore, grabbed a hand with one hand, and touched the glass with the other and drove it dry. Really so delicious. Everyone is a little suspicious. But looking at the dwindling delicacies on the plate, everyone swallowed their saliva and joined the battle. Li Shimin looked at everyone comfortably, and smiled. Half an hour. Cups and dishes are messy. Everyone smashed their mouths, reminiscing about the wonderful taste, thinking about finding a time in the future to have a drink at Little Tavern. At this time, Li Shimin said leisurely, actually, there is already a solution to this locust plague, and you have eaten it too. Li Shimin has no beginnings and ends, The people who were originally dizzy were even more dazed at this time. How does this dish taste? Wonderful. It's amazing. The minister has never tasted it so delicious. This small official is the same. His Imperial Majesty, what kind of material is this food? What does it have to do with this fight against the locust plague? Li Shimin, hands behind one's back. An unfathomable one, he said in words. This dish is the insect egg of the locust. Huh? Exclamation mark. Oh, exclamation mark. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 19. Looking at the people who vomit. Li Shimin's mood is really good. At this time, he slowly said, today I have obtained a solution that can not only solve the locust plague, but also avoid the locust plague. All the losses caused by the drought can even make a fortune. Method. I won't talk about this kind of food. Before you hear the name, you all know how it tastes. If we buy this kind of food on Longyu Road, it will not only boost the economy. You can cook these things on the spot and sell them at low prices on the spot. What do you think will happen? Zhang Sunwuji was shocked. His Imperial Majesty, in this case, if we can't tell the true use of this kind of food, then, wouldn't it be? But, this is also I can't mobilize all the people to join the ranks of digging insect eggs for locusts. It can really solve the economic losses caused by the drought and the locust plague. Fang Xuanling looked pale and took over, but this kind of the method is not a long-term solution, and it is easy for the interested person to find the material, when the time comes. This is only one. Li Shimin indifferently said, second, if we were using chickens, ducks, and pigs to help, what would happen? Boom. Everyone was shocked. If a chicken eats 100 insect eggs per day on average, how about tens of millions of chickens? Add tens of millions of ducks and a large number of pigs. What is the scene? I can tell you clearly. Within half a month, there will be no insect egg in the land of Longyu Road. Not only that, but the eggs laid by the chickens and ducks, we still can be sold. It can be said that what we are doing is a non-profit business. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a cold breath in shock. Although this seems to be a merchant's method, what does Great Tang lack at this time? Lack of money. This method not only can really solve the locust plague, but also can generate income. Ghost. This is a ghost. Everyone knows that if you let everyone think about this method, you can't think of such a way to kill. And this mysterious shopkeeper, how much does he know? Not only that, we can sell these chickens and ducks at high prices to Tibet or to Wuhan to manage the locust plague, or to help them. I feel that at that time, there will be no me in the world. There are so many chickens and ducks in Great Tang. Do you think, if Tibet and Wuhan learn about it, how would they beg of me? Great Tang? What? This. Fuck. Everyone was shocked again. At this time, Wuhan and Tibet have already caused a severe famine. This chicken and duck, it is estimated that they will soon be extinct. At this time, if you see that Great Tang can solve the epidemic so quickly, then, any conditions can be negotiated. Zhang Feng. This child is destined to be extraordinary. If you have time to draw him to your own command, even if you don't work, you can come up with an idea. That's fine. Everyone, at this time, caught Zhang Feng's attention in the heart. Wai Zheng's brow furrowed deeply. Next moment, he could not help but nodded. His Imperial Majesty, this method is indeed feasible. But what about Turkic? If the snowstorm disaster in Turkic is not resolved, we will carry out such things on a large scale. I can't hide it. Do we still have to prepare for war? No. Li Shimin mysteriously smiled. The war will not start. If Turkic moves, we don't need to take action. Sirtadush in the north, and Tibet and other countries that want us, will destroy Turkic first. Wait. Do you think Turkic can't think of this? Zhang Sunwuji eyelids twitched. I really can't figure it out. His Imperial Majesty, What does this have to do with Sirtadush? If Tibet and Tibetan are asking for us, then we are still talking about the past. Then what does Sirtadush do? Sirtadush also broke out in the Wolf Snow disaster. What one? Everyone heard this, and they couldn't help but screamed. Stood up. Look at Li Shimin in amazement. How could this? Sirtadush also broke out in a snowstorm. This is not in line with common sense. Li Shimin looked at the people with the same expressions and actions as they had just heard the news, and explained Jiang Feng's words in detail. Everyone was in an uproar. Before, everyone just thought that Jiang Feng's business talent was a ghost. But now everyone is wrong. Big mistake. This group of innate talents in the military has achieved unprecedented levels. Today's world structure, as well as the mentality of each country, etc., are just right. More importantly, all these things are calculated by Jiang Feng from the market. God. This is the real fucking deity. At a moment ago, everyone may just have a love for talent. At this moment, everyone really wants to meet Jiang Feng more and more, and the idea of accepting Jiang Feng under his command has become more and more intense. But, right now, it is not the time. At this time, only after implementing this matter and looking at the results, can we make a conclusion. Li Shimin is a little airy at this time. This feeling has not been experienced since becoming Prince of Qin. Li Shimin looked at the expressions of everyone, faintly smiled. This matter is so decided, you can discuss it tonight, tomorrow morning. The next day, Li Shimin's voice condensed, shouted, you wait to hear the order. Tonight, statistics must list all the poultry, big and small pigs in Chainan City, and then calculate it, starting from Chainan to Los on the road in Longyu. This small official according to the purpose. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 20. Tap Tat Tao. According to orders, the idlers and others are waiting to retreat. In the imperial city where the night falls, the sound of horseshoes, and shouts, one after another. One torch, the whole Chainan city is reflected as bright as daylight. The chaotic sound of horseshoes caused the people who had been idle to walk out of the house one after another, looking at the guard army on the street curiously. But when everyone saw a group of guard army, each farmhouse after going in and out of the home, everyone was stunned. My heavens. What is this? So many guards. Are you looking for Turkic spies? Not good. Pharaoh's house is blocked. What? In the horrified eyes of everyone, Zai Market Mouth. A great family room door in Fenei Lane was knocked open. In the horrified eyes of everyone, a group of guard troops hurriedly entered the yard, less than a bowl of tea, and then hurriedly left. In an instant, everyone is not calm anymore. One after another surrounded the same awkward pharaoh. Pharaoh, what have you done this night? Why did the guard army go to your house? Is it your youngster? TSK. Pharaoh is this kind of person. Pharaoh's eyes are all green. No, those guard troops are here to find chickens. What? Find chickens? Come to find the chicken in the middle of the night? Everyone was confused. Lao Wang hurriedly explained, I'm also very strange. I heard that I was ordered to investigate how much chickens eat every day, and also registered my chickens and ducks in the register, saying yes. Purchase at the market price in 2 days. I heard that it said that the entire Chainan city chickens and ducks must be purchased. What do you want that many chickens and ducks on? Even the people at the imperial palace want to eat. They are impossible to eat so much. His Holiness, what other purpose is there? What is this operation? Everyone is stunned again. Everyone wants to break their heads, but they don't understand. What does this mean? The total number of chickens and ducks in Chainan City can add up to at least 1 million. Is this His Imperial Majesty going crazy? Just when everyone was bewildered, in the entire Chainan City, you could see this kind of thing everywhere, and this thing even spread more and more widely. In the end, even the first shot out of control. Have you heard? His Imperial Majesty wants to eat chicken. Come and check it from house to house. Last night, His Imperial Majesty watched celestial phenomenon at night, and learned by accident, the sacred chicken landed on Chainan, His Imperial Majesty is looking for this chicken. I heard the Pleiades in the sky star monarch descended. His Imperial Majesty. Such rumors, from the very beginning, are only circulated among the Zymarket's glory, but with the addition of the Guard Army, the government of Chang'an City, Bailiff, and the others, this matter is even more out of control. Up early the next morning, East Market. Zhang Feng stared at the bailiff in the street and the small tavern in amazement. The chin is about to fall off. What's the situation? What's the situation? How come so many people suddenly come here to search for chickens? Question mark. Could it be that Old Li really passed this incident to a friend of Yemen? This is a great time to make one's mark. Wow! This credit is not in the hands of Li Shimin. It is nonsense. Now it's better. This guy directly gave the function to these bailiff. Zhang Feng was a bit speechless, but I don't know what to say, so I can only take one step at a time. Furthermore, if this momentum continues, these silly people want the entire Chang'an City people to know about this. Just now, pedestrian pointing fingers on the side of the road. From last night to now, I heard that thousands of guards, Jinwu guards, and Chang'an City government offices, at least tens of thousands of people did not sleep for one night. What? Are you all looking for chickens? Yes, I heard that His Imperial Majesty watched celestial phenomenon day by day, and learned that the Pleiades star monarch was down. I was afraid that our flat-headed people would accidentally at the Subaru star officer to bring disaster to Great Tang, so I investigated overnight. Fuck. No way. I ate one this morning. Egg. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's face went dark. What happened to this fuck? However, when you think about it, there is something strange about this. Could it be that His Imperial Majesty also thought of this way to eradicate locusts? But isn't it such a coincidence? Finally, Zhang Feng thought of Old Li. A slap on the forehead. I knew that I shouldn't have given him wine yesterday. This guy must have gone back to drink last night. Boasting was bigger than I had given it. As a result, someone who wanted to report it up and stabbed him. Li Shimin's ears. Either Old Li wanted to claim credit and went to Yemen's meat and wine friends according to his own method, but his friends sold him. The more I think about it, the more Zhang Feng feels the last. Zhang Feng's brow wrinkled tightly. If this is the case, you will really have to be cautious in your words and deeds in the future. I wanted to pave my way out and approach Li Shimin. Now it seems. Shopkeepers. It's this time. After Bailiff checked the little tavern, he said, during this period, if you know where someone sells chickens and ducks, you can report to the Yemen at any time. Also, during this time, the chickens and ducks in your backyard will be fed better. When the time comes, we will buy it at the price. Zhang Feng corner of mouth twitching. Well, you can rest assured, even if it is an egg, we will not eat it. I will keep it for you. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 21. Not only Zhang Feng's little tavern. At this time, in Chang'an City, everyone is making a lot of noise. Even at the end, Cheng Yojin, Zhang Sunwuji and the others all took the servant nursery and hurried to the streets for investigation. Imperial Palace, Secretary Supervision. Wei Zheng grew up in a mountain of books and documents, looking for ways to save the locust plague. He always believes that His Imperial Majesty's method, although feasible, is too risky, and there has never been such a method in history books. However, at this moment, one after another whispered and caught his attention. Have you heard that? Now, Duke of Lu and Duke of Zhao are both personally dispatched to Statistics Chang'an for the number of chickens and ducks. This matter. Keep your voice down. I heard that His Imperial Majesty had a dream last night. He dreamed that the Pleiadian star officer had gone down to Earth. So he made a secret order to investigate. Oh, yes, my family has fed the old hen for 3 years, and it was registered this morning, saying yes, someone will come to collect it soon. What is this? No chickens are allowed. People have eaten it, and they don't dare to eat eggs now. Hearing this, Wei Zheng's brows narrowed slightly. Looking at the two people whispering in the secretarial prison, they asked, Zhang Dakhan, Zheng Han. What did you two just say? The two heard about Wei Zheng's voice changed suddenly. Turning around hurriedly. Back to Duke of Zheng, we didn't say anything. Wei Zheng complexion sank. Did you two treat me Wei Zheng as deaf? I won't hold you accountable for the time being. You can tell me clearly, what did Cheng Yojin and Zhang Sunwuji do? What Subaru Star Officer, and what is it? The two could not help looking at each other in blank dismay. Master National Duke, don't you know about this? Wei Zheng thought for a while and hooked the head again. Yesterday, he did hear His Imperial Majesty say that he wants statistics Cheng's chickens, ducks, and pigs. Could it be that Zhang Sunwuji and Chen Yojin are both fools? Make this matter bigger? Wei Zheng's eyelids fiercely jumped. Tell me everything you know. The two looked at Wei Zheng's gloomy face, wiped their foreheads with cold sweat, and said, starting last night, at first, the guard army was dispatched to find the number of chickens and ducks in Chainan City. Until now, they have been checking, and this matter has been raging among the people, and even many people I am worried about whether there is a major event. Not only that, but it is said that the Pleiades star monarch dropped to the world, and even an egg is not allowed to be eaten, and now Duke of Lu and Duke of Zhao both went out in person. Although no people were alarmed on this matter, all kinds of speculations spread throughout Chainan City. Listen to what they said. Wei Zheng is angry. Almost a mouthful of old blood came out. Hooky stuff. It's really awkward stuff. This is a trivial matter, and you just need to send someone to ask about it. That's it. As for dispatching the guard army, as for dispatching two national duke to supervise it in person, this is happening now. How does this end? After thinking for a while, Wei Zheng couldn't sit still, and hurried out while ordered, quickly, let people find Duke of Lu and Duke of Zhao, let them stop immediately. I immediately go and see His Imperial Majesty. Prepare the sedan chair and enter the palace. At the same time, Chainan City, on Vermilion Bird Street, all the people, watching the guard army, and depressed, discuss spiritedly. Have you heard? His Imperial Majesty decreed to stop eating chicken. Said it was the Pleiadian star officer who went down. What? This is true, is it? This trouble. I just ate an egg. Will it anger the Pleiades star officer? You heard that, is it? His Imperial Majesty is going to ban chicken eating. It is said that chickens are spies of foreigners. According to legend, the chicken was originally On the street, in a carriage, Cheng Yojin and Zhang Sunwuji looked at each other in blank dismay through the curtains, listening to the discussion on the street outside. It wasn't until this time that the two of them came to their senses, and the matter was serious. Zhang Sunwuji stared at the pedestrians outside the sedan, and asked solemnly, Black Cheng, it seems, this thing is messed up. Cheng Yojin scratched the back of his head. Spread your hands, then. What do you say? You have a part in this matter too. By the way, last night, it was the guard army you mobilized. I don't know anything about old Cheng. Listen to Cheng Yojin. Zhang Sunwuji's face is black. What are you talking about? Last night, it was clearly ordered by His Imperial Majesty. Okay. Cheng Yojin, hearing this, patted his thigh, and said with hindsight, yes, this matter was ordered by His Imperial Majesty. We just did it. Well, we don't know anything, we just follow the rules. Then what are you going to do now? Continue to investigate. Go on. Why not continue? We are acting on orders. The two reached it in the sedan chair. They agreed, then looked at each other and smiled, and then Shiren, who hooked his shoulders, walked out of the sedan chair and entered a courtyard where there were rows of chickens. This matter, between the two of them, in a few words, all the answer pots were given to Li Shimin. Poor Li Shimin, until now, is still elated, calculating, if Chainan City's millions of chickens and ducks go out of the city, would he go to preach and boost his morale? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 22, Palace of Absolute Beguiling. Li Shimin hummed a little tune. I wondered if I was going to talk to Empress Zhang Sun about this, but at this moment, a little court eunuch hurried to report. His Imperial Majesty, Duke of Zheng, please see you. Huh? Duke of Zheng. Li Shimin, hearing this, eyelids twitched. "Why Zheng, can you tell today, how is his face?" Little court eunuch thought for a while and said, "Back to his Imperial Majesty. The slave servant doesn't know it, but listen to the words. Doesn't seem to be happy. Aren't you happy?" He is a little afraid of Wei Zheng. Although Wei Zheng has always been dedicated to the imperial court, his unreasonable mouth. Even after thinking about it, Li Shimin felt pain in his head. However, after thinking about it carefully, the imperial palace happened recently. It seems that there is nothing out of the ordinary. Thinking of this, Li Shimin flicked his sleeves. Pass. Next moment, a rustling voice sounded. Wei Zheng hastily appeared in the imperial study room of Palace of Absolute Beguiling. Old official Wei Zheng, pay respects to his Imperial Majesty. Minister, you may rise. Give a seat. Li Shimin gave a big hand. Wei Zheng did not pay attention to Li Shimin. Instead, he said in a sad voice, "The old official has a guilty heart, so I dare not sit down." "Why is this going to happen?" Li Shimin frowned. "Minister, what's the matter with you?" "Let's hear it." Wei Zheng tremblingly clasped his fists. "His Imperial Majesty, old official, today I heard about a major event in the Secretary's supervision. There are rumors, His Imperial Majesty, you had a feeling in the heart, and the Pleiadian star officer fell into Chainan, so I ordered everyone don't use chicken or eggs. Can that matter, huh?" Exclamation mark. Li Shimin was surprised. However, Wei Zheng continued, "Also, there are still rumors in the market that the chicken and duck are foreign spies. His Imperial Majesty is going to order the ban on eating, and will also purchase them all, and then expel them all." Great Tang. Li Shimin's face was completely black. "Damn Black Cheng, damn Zhang Sanwuji. This matter ... Why did it happen to me? Question mark. Didn't I say that I asked you to wait and investigate? This is the result of the investigation? Ahem. Minister, I don't know about this. Didn't you also listen to me when I made my order last night? I don't know. Street market, is there such a rumor? See Li Shimin pretending to be confused. Wei Zheng sighed deeply. He also knew that his Imperial Majesty was really not to blame for this matter, and his tone eased. It has been spread in the shops, and just now, Black Cheng and the eldest grandson are going to supervise the matter! Exclamation mark. What? Li Shimin startled. He waved his hand to block Wei Zheng's mouth, and said solemnly, "Don't talk about the minister. I will make an order immediately to let them come back now. Come on, people. Pass the decree, pass the Duke of Lu and Duke of Zhao into the palace immediately." After thinking about it, Li Shimin shouted again, "Pass the civil and military officials, go to the Palace of Political Statement." After a while, numerous officials appeared in the Palace of Political Statement all together, talking about Chainan from last night to today with a dumb face. "Lord Gao, do you have chickens in your house?" "No. No, there are 2 or 3 smoked chickens. If you like it, Lord Sun, I will ask you to change it tomorrow. Have a drink?" Cough cough cough. "Forget it, I also have a few in my house." However, do you know why His Imperial Majesty hastily declared attending the Imperial Court this time? Is it for the business? Everyone looked at Wei Zheng and Cheng Yojin, Zhang Sanwuji, and the others, pointing fingers. At this time, Cheng Yojin and Zhang Sanwuji almost swung their bodies. "His Imperial Majesty is here." Just then, Li Shimin dressed in dragon robe appeared in the Palace of Political Statement. "Long live my emperor." Li Shimin waved his hand. I glanced at the 2 Cheng Yojin. Blunt said, "Drought on the Long Yu Road and the locust plague. What can you do to deal with it? Seeing everyone's silence, Li Shimin said again, "Yesterday, I got a solution that not only solves the locust plague, but also saves the losses since the drought on the Long Yu Road." "What? There is such a way?" "His Imperial Majesty, what are you talking about?" "Mdal, please His Imperial Majesty's famous quote." Li Shimin feels comfortable. After looking around for a while, I once again described the previous events in a majestic manner. In an instant, everyone is confused. It turns out that His Imperial Majesty really did this thing. But, at this moment, Li Shimin said again, "Cheng Yojin, Zhang Sanwuji. From last night to now, how many chickens and ducks out of Chainan City from statistics? The two cannot guess His Imperial Majesty's intentions. Even Wei Zheng, Fang Xuanling and the others could not guess what His Imperial Majesty meant at this time. Zhang Sanwuji and Cheng Yojin reported in the previous step. Enlighten His Imperial Majesty. I wait for statistics. In Chainan City, the number of adult chickens and ducks is 367,799,753. Adult pigs, 313. If you start from Chainan and go to Longyu Road, count the chickens, the loss of 37,000 ducks and 69 pigs. Li Shimin slowly clicked, nodded. But next moment, his complexion sank. Suddenly he asked, you can be convicted. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 23. Li Shimin's scream, make Cheng Yojin and Zhang Sanwuji shake each other. But at the next moment, the two hurriedly chose to kneel down. His Imperial Majesty. Old official, I don't know what's wrong. His Imperial Majesty, you know, old Cheng is an honest person. Just give me a word. If you are not doing well there, you are beating or scolding. And I have no complaint about old Cheng. The same is true for the old official. As soon as I walked in, I saw Wei Zheng standing alone in the Great Hall, and the two understood. This old guy knew it, and then ran to His Imperial Majesty to complain. However, a few of them are old fox. Where can I tell you something that expressions all can understand? At this time, when the two were softened, Li Shimin couldn't say anything. I know that both of you want to solve the drought and locust plague on the Longyu Road as soon as possible, but you also scored a lot of time. When is this? You two are still running on the street. This didn't I fall into a state of injustice? I just asked you to go to statistics to download the number of chickens and ducks. What are you doing? His Imperial Majesty. Old official. Wrong. Zhang Sanwuji yelled, mournfully shouting, His Imperial Majesty, since last night, the old official and Duke of Lu have been a thorough investigation that stayed up all night. Old. The official doesn't know why this is happening. Everyone is out there. So at this time, Zhang Sanwuji took the guilty first step. Straight Li Shimin gnashing teeth. Enough. Wei Zheng can't listen anymore. Coldly shouted. You two are 150 people together. Does this matter need His Imperial Majesty to talk about it? Does it need to be repeated? This is something human can do. The matter? If you really want to check, find a few people, find a few households, and just ask them. You can figure it out. As for such a mobilization of the army, as for dispatching the guard army to check all night, if this is a rumor made by someone with the intention, have you ever thought about the consequences? Wei Zheng pointed at Cheng Yojin, and had a fasto-face scolding with Zhang Sanwuji. Straight the two scolding faces turned blue and white, and they wanted to refute, saying that they could not be Wei Zheng. Besides, they forgot about this matter. I blame Jiang Feng's wine. Very good. After the crime industry went back, the two secretly hid in Zhang Sanwuji's house for a night. I didn't know until this morning, but it was too late. At this time, above the imperial court, numerous officials looked at Wei Zheng and involuntarily retreated to the door of the Great Hall. Even Li Shimin had an intention to slip away. But can Wei Zheng let them go? Think too much. How could Wei Zheng fail to see everyone's thoughts? Wei Zheng took a step forward, Anekni kneels, and looked at Li Shimin and said, His Imperial Majesty, look at the current situation in Chainan City. People were alarmed. The old official hopes His Imperial Majesty can immediately make an order to stop this kind of behavior. And no one knows if this method can be done. If it doesn't work, then it's so much fanfare. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Li Shimin said at the corner of his mouth. Pull subscribe. Doesn't this mean letting him slap himself in the face? A moment ago, I mobilized people to engage in this, but now I am making a decision again. How do people all over the world think about me? At this time, although no one knew that this matter was related to the locust plague on Longyu Road, he knew that this matter would definitely not contain the fire. If people know that this time the incident is to control the locust plague, it would be fine, but if this method is really as Wei Zheng said, the effect is not good. Li Shimin also hesitated. His Imperial Majesty, you can't delay any more at this time. If you delay, if people know, the consequences will be unimaginable. Do you want to Vaingdanxia people comfort, and do their own way? Have you ever thought about doing this, if it fails, and the locust plague can't cover up the consequences? His Imperial Majesty, you are the monarch of the entire country. At the time of the major event, you sneaked out of the palace secretly with a handshake. What kind of decent is this? You are sympathetic to the people's sentiments, and leaving the palace in a micro-service is a good thing, but you are drunk and talk at night, and you rashly made an order to thoroughly investigate the chain and chickens and ducks. How can you be worthy of country Shiji for such absurd things? Li Shimin's face turned black. Being in the hall, Du Yui and the others, I tried to persuade Wei Zheng, but at the end I thought about it and forget it. This stubborn donkey can't persuade him. If it's anyone at this time persuade him, that is uncertain, who will suffer. Obviously, everyone seems to know this. At this time, he lowered his head and pretended that he could not see or hear. Who dares to listen to this matter? Wei Zheng has always talked about everything from major events to trivial matters, and Li Shimin can only pretend to be magnanimous again, nodded from time to time. He can't always scold Wei Zheng in front of numerous officials, right? In this way, who will dare to tell the truth in the future? Furthermore, Wei Zheng's direct remonstrance was his personal seal in front of the people of the world, and he knew the character of Wei Zheng best. This matter was indeed something that he did not authentically. To put it bluntly, Wei Zheng was persuaded by repeated assurances that it was indeed not authentic. Looking at the look of entire court, civil and military, Li Shimin didn't enter, and it was not very uncomfortable to retreat. After everyone retreats, Li Shimin sighed, come on, this matter, let's put it aside for now, and send someone to Longyu Road all around to collect chickens, ducks and pigs. Let's see the effect first. Let's talk about it. Li Shimin rubbed his forehead and looked at the empty palace of political statement. Oh, it seems that I have to go to Xia's hang shopkeeper somewhere. After the arrangement, I want to go out and relax. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 24. After making up his mind, Li Shimin hurriedly returned to the harem. Then I pretended to take a break at Empress Zhangsun, and then disguised himself. With a large number of Jinwu guards disguised as common people, they left Yangtze Gate and then went into the East Market. At this time, Zhang Feng is counting the bills that need to be purchased in tavern, ready to go out to buy goods, and then take a stroll outside Chainan City to see if he can get a few more fresh ones. The river fish came back for him. This little tavern is optional, and the main guests are Old Li and the others. Old Li didn't come to visit during this time, and he was happy to be free. And at this time, the chicken and duck incident in Chainan City was raging, and he also had a little frustration. He wanted to go out and see Chainan. The rhetoric of the people outside the city. If it really doesn't work, then you can only go away. This matter, Zhang Feng thought about it from beginning to end. If Old Li only went to do it in private, maybe he would be interested. Unexpected effect. But at this time, the imperial court knew about it. Zhang Feng can 100% guarantee that if his head is all right, he would definitely not dare to do so. At this time, Great Tang has just stabilized. Various industries have experienced a series of storms. The talents are slightly stable. At this time, a little bit of trouble will make Great Tang people were alarmed. Plus, Wei Zheng who is facing upwards. It's strange that Li Shimin can do this. Shopkeeper, are you going out? When Zhang Feng took out the key and was about to lock the door, Old Li's voice sounded behind Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin as if he was Li Shimin, and glanced up and down Li Shimin in amazement. Old Li, I thought you were caught. Did you just get released? Why, was it scammed by your gang of scoundrels? Or B? Li Shimin hearing this wryly smiled. Shopkeeper Xia's hang, don't ridicule me, I am full of boredom now. Jiang Feng. The game became strange in an instant. Half-eye contact. Jiang Feng has always felt that Li Shimin is a very mysterious and very capable businessman. Even if he learned last time that the medicine field on Longyu Road had suffered heavy losses, he was so calm. This time I was so bored because of this incident, which made Jiang Feng a little curious. Is he really just coming out of prison? Jiang Feng looked around the street outside the store, then quickly opened the store door, pulled Li Shimin in, and hurriedly closed the store door. Old Li, this is my shop today, only for you. Come on, sit down. Jiang Feng plugged in the door bolt, took out a bench from a table, and wiped it with the linen cloth on his shoulders. Sit down first, Tang. Do a few dishes. While speaking, Jiang Feng went into the kitchen again. Looking at Jiang Feng's back, somehow, Li Shimin's heart suddenly became bored and gradually calmed down. It seems, just take a seat in this little tavern. Listening to Jiang Feng's plain words, his irritable heart followed, and he was agitated by the Buddha. Although this tavern is not as luxurious as the Imperial Palace, it makes Li Shimin feel extremely relaxed for no reason. It seems to be Jiang Feng's character, and it also seems to be because Jiang Feng became a real friend with him. Among friends, there has never been the cover and speculation of the Imperial Court. Suddenly, Li Shimin felt that the decision to go out of the palace 6 months ago and enter the little tavern was so correct. The friendship between gentlemen is as pale as water, and it is precisely because of this indifference that Li Shimin suddenly realized that after so many years, it seems that it has really been a waste of life. Born in the emperor family, he didn't have a real friend by Li Shimin's side. No. Now, Jiang Feng can count as one. But if Xiao Jiang's shopkeeper can really go to the Imperial Court one day, he still has the opportunity to have a drink with Jiang Feng like this. An opportunity to open up. At this time, Li Shimin also had no idea. From the previous conversations with Jiang Feng, he seems to really want to be an official in the court, but he still looks down on ordinary officials, and this also makes Li Shimin hesitate. Jiang Feng truly knew his identity. Then, Li Shimin was silent. However, I also secretly made a decision in the heart. Let's take a step and take a look. After a while, there was a burst of wine aroma. Li Shimin woke up slowly and looked at the 3 small dishes on the table and a large jar of wine. Jiang Feng sat down opposite Li Shimin unceremoniously. Old Li, do you remember what I said last time? Next time you come, would you please drink the strongest wine? Of course Li Shimin remembers this. Smelling the rich aroma of wine, she unconsciously raised the wine bowl and took a sip. But, next moment, Li Shimin's face suddenly flushed. He only felt that there was a fire in his throat, rushing fast. Cough cough cough. Unfortunately, Li Shimin coughed violently. I said, younger brother Jiang, your wine is too strong. This. How can you drink it? Ha ha ha. Jiang Feng laughed heartily, looking at Li Shimin suspiciously. Old Li, you can't do it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 25. Li Shimin coughed again. I said, how did you make this wine? It's all made of grain, but your wine is a little bit stronger, right? Li Shimin looked at the wine in the bowl in amazement. Jiang Feng glanced at Li Shimin. Isn't this wine just for you? You have something to worry about and I have spirits. Isn't this just right? Only spirits can be troublesome. 1 bowl of stomach, no troubles. 3 bowls stomach, make sure you don't even know what the trouble is. And do you know that the last time the wine was only over 30 degrees, it was diluted, but this wine is this one today. I prepared it for you. Li Shimin looked at the wine bowl in his hand, then looked at Jiang Feng. Some shook their head who didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The reason why I have today's troubles is because I was greedy for a few days and then caused the trouble. Now, seeing the liquor that is stronger than last time, Li Shimin can't help but feel a little pain in his head. When I think of Wei Zheng, Li Shimin's temper has just come up. When I think of the purpose of coming here, I can't help but open up. Okay, shopkeeper, with your words, we Old Li will open heart today. Come on, I will toast you. While speaking, When Li Shimin picks up the sea bowl, he will have a mouthful of boredom. Jiang Feng twitches the corner of his mouth. Quickly block Li Shimin. If you drink like this, if you don't drink it today, something strange will really happen. Thank you, old Li. I know you are in a bad mood today. Li Shimin's stubborn temper also came up, and he glared. Why? Do you youngster feel unworthy to drink with us, old Li? No matter how strong this wine is, no matter how high the alcohol is, don't you think that old Li's reputation for being intoxicated by 1,000 glasses is not enough? Come on, shopkeeper's wine. If one of us drank first, who would yell at the door of this tavern, I can't do it. How? Hey! Jiang Feng was despised, and he was up in an instant. Come on, I don't believe it. And drink, but you? Come on, we still have 3 jars of this wine. Today, we are at the worst and get drunk, and we have to get rid of your heart. How? Jiang Feng was a little proud. From the wine cellar of the back kitchen, he once again took out the remaining 3 jars of wine, but after thinking about it, Jiang Feng still took 2 jars. This wine has more than 50 or 60 degrees. If this is making 3 jars, then it is not drinking now. It is courting death. The bowl is full. Come on. The 2 drank a full bowl, then Jiang Feng smacked and drank. Good wine. Old Li, let's put the words here today. If you can walk out of my shop on 2 legs today, what do you want me to do? What do I do? Li Shimin twitched at the corner of his mouth. I just drank a bowl. At this time, from the throat to the stomach, it was hot and painful. But it was refreshing. Makes Li Shimin have the urge to yell. However, after hearing Jiang Feng's words, Li Shimin's brows fiercely jumped. This can't be drunk. That's too much. If you drink too much and shake everything out, the fun will be great. Although Li Shimin's mouth is very loud, but, in my heart, at this moment he couldn't help but get up somewhat guilty. Come on, full. Let's touch it. I, old Li, also put the words here today. If you drank, let's close the store for you. Hearing this, Jiang Feng is also having fun. He picked up the wine jar and filled it with both of them. This is since the last time I drank with Li Shimin. Jiang Feng deliberately increased the alcohol content after seeing that Li Shimin and Li Shimin admired the wine. Rice wine. There is no high-level wine. From the state of the 2 people last time, this wine is very marketable. I just don't know whether this high-level wine can also be used by this people of the times. Accept it. Jiang Feng can guarantee that if this wine can be mass-produced and sold, he can definitely hang all the wines in this world. Li Shimin, I couldn't help but feel stunned for a while. It was just a moment of anger, plus it was indeed a little sad. Now I smell the wine on the bowl, and the smell of the punch seems clear. The water-like wine made him a little shocked. This, just smell it, and if it really dries all 3 jars of wine on the table, then, Gukku. Li Shimin swallowed involuntarily. This fuck hasn't been drunk yet, so I feel a little dizzy. Could this wine really be drunk today? Looking at Jiang Feng's eyes, Li Shimin clenched the teeth. When he closed his eyes, he took a few mouthfuls. The key is that he can't admit it. Cough cough cough. Ugh. But when a bowl of wine was consumed, Li Shimin couldn't help but cough violently. 2 bowls. These are only 2 bowls of wine. This fuck. I can't drink it. Li Shimin has a feeling if he has half a bowl of wine, he will definitely slip under the table. He only felt that the sky was spinning, and there was a buzzing in his ears. And Jiang Feng was also frightened by Li Shimin's actions. Is this true? Can you drink? Jiang Feng hurried forward and slapped Li Shimin on the back. Look at you, can't drink. What can you do? If you can't drink, you can't drink. In my case, you still pretend to be like this. I know you have something to worry about. You have something to worry about. Tell it. Just say it. Why do you do this? Come. Drink this bowl of water. Come and look, sober and sober. After Li Shimin coughed violently again for a few times, he picked up water and drank 2 bowls of water before he felt a little better. Taking a breath for a while, Li Shimin slapped his lips, took a deep breath and said, Jiang Feng brother, elder brother, I feel bitter. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 26. Li Shimin also simply opened up. He sighed, drank a bowl of wine again, and sighed, Jiang Feng brother, let me tell you a story. There is an old steward in my house. I worked with me at the beginning to lay down the current career, but this person is good at everything, just likes to restrain me. If it was my talk, or there was a problem with my appearance, he would come to restrain and persuade me regardless of occasion. Just like last time, I drank some wine and went back on a whim, saying that he was going to buy a batch of chickens and ducks and clean out the insect eggs in the medicine shop. But Li Shimin took a deep breath. I bumped into the drinking bowl with Jiang Feng, but this time he did not get bored in a mouthful, but took a drink, and continued, his temper is too straight, and his temper is stubborn. Stubborn, you say? I'm the master at any rate, right? 1 or 2 times back, that's all. But over and over again, no one can stand it. No, this one is for chickens and ducks, the old steward said to me for a long time in front of old Cheng, pointing to his nose. Not only that, but he also said that the matter is baseless in ancient books, and it is still in the public. He scolded me for not paying attention. Image, sneak out to drink, lose your identity. To be honest, I don't mind if he says me, and I also know that this will make me remember myself, and he will even remind me all the time. I can also notice my own problems, but if things go on like this, I will be crazy. Jiang Feng couldn't help but suddenly. Then since you think he is annoying, can't you just send him away? As for such entanglement, give him a sum of money so that he can enjoy his life. Isn't this the best of both worlds? And not only that, you can still have a leisurely life. When the time comes, do whatever you want. No one can say something bad about you. No one dare to say no word to you. This is not okay. For Jiang Feng, Li Shimin couldn't help but shook the head. If it's an ordinary steward, I don't have to worry about it. But I brought this steward from my hometown, and I have witnessed everything about me all the way. If this is the time, I would. Don't do it. Moreover, this steward's words are good except for a broken mouth. His character is loyal, and his virtues, I think there is no one else in the world. Right. If I really drove him away like this, not only people from my hometown, but also pointing fingers would not say anything about my pointing fingers. The current subordinates would probably feel jealous in their hearts, and I would fall behind. A bad reputation that cannot tolerate people, you know. Reputation is still crucial to people like us. This is where I am the most annoying. Get out. I am afraid that the reputation is not good, so don't drive away. I feel very responsive. Jiang Feng was a little surprised. His first time, I heard old Li say something like this, and also give him such a high evaluation. But when old Li finished speaking the last sentence, Jiang Feng finally understood what old Li was upset about. He is screaming steward, and it's the kind of constant nagging. But this kind of person reminds Jiang Feng of a person. Wai Zheng and Li Shimin, isn't that the case? How often does Wai Zheng curse Li Shimin by pointing his nose? There is even such a record in the history of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin once got a bird and liked it very much, but he was afraid that Wai Zheng knew about it. But one time Wai Zheng seemed to know about it and broke into the harem without notification. As a result, Li Shimin directly loved it. The bird hides in his arms and dies. Even so, Li Shimin didn't blame Wai Zheng for anything. Why? It's not because Wai Zheng tried to persuade Li Shimin from the historical illusions of large and small not to be greedy for pleasure. And the most important thing is that in history Li Shimin cried several times after losing Wai Zheng. I personally wrote an inscription for Wai Zheng and wrote the inscription. From then on, there is no one like Wai Zheng by his side. Even the celebrities around her want to be like Wai Zheng, but they can't do it. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng interrupted Li Shimin and said, Old Li, since you have said so, then I will give you an analysis, and I also have some suggestions here. Li Shimin gave a grateful fist and put on a humble posture. Then many thanks to younger brother Jiang. If you can think of a note, then I will definitely thank old Li. Ahem. Jiang Feng groaned. After a while, he said, I mean, keep this person. Not only stay, but also reuse him. Huh? Reuse, stay? This. Jiang Feng looked at Li Shimin's stunned look, and immediately put the wine bowl in his hand, pretending to be mysterious, said, "Tell you why before, I will tell you a few things I understand." While speaking, Jiang Feng got up and looked out the window, lightly saying, "Seeing the virtuous and thinking together, and self-examination when you see the bad. Three people, there must be my teacher, choose follow the good ones, and change the bad ones. Take a mirror as a mirror, and you can wear your clothes. With history as a mirror, you can know the rise and fall. People as a mirror, you can learn the gains and losses. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 27 Li Shimin couldn't help but shake his whole body. Originally, a little depressed, only astonished expression was left in the eyes of humbly asking for advice. My God, this sentence, actually so philosophical. No, this is not philosophy, this is the most famous saying. At this moment, Li Shimin only felt his scalp numb, and the bloodline all over his body was swelling and agitated. The few words and every word that Jiang Feng said stirred in his heart, one after another. Every time a storm makes him feel a different taste. Is it really this young man who is only 20 years old? If you didn't see Jiang Feng personally say it, then Li Shimin would definitely think that Jiang Feng read it from an ancient book. Otherwise, as someone who has experienced several decades, he couldn't sum up this kind of principle. Why would he, a 20-year-old man who didn't go out of the door, would have such emotional words? Is it an evildoer? Or, is he really, as he said, he is a person who has been cultivation for 5,000 years on Mount Mutai? Jiang Feng's handsome face and kind smile. There is such a huge Confucianism. How did he do it? This is the talent that Li Shimin needs. The talent Great Tang needs. At this time, Li Shimin is more certain and is about to accept Jiang Feng's ideas. Get Jiang Feng, you will surely make Great Tang, the period of prosperity. Yongchen put out a breath deeply. Li Shimin muttered, take people as a mirror, learn about gains and losses, learn from history, know the rise and fall. Good. Shopkeeper, your sentence is true. I really like this sentence. When Li Shimin was excited, I blurted out the words, and instantly shocked him in a cold sweat, and then hurriedly returned. Shopkeeper, you are really a prostrate oneself in admiration that I admire. With these words of yours today, it is worth my old Li, a worship. While speaking, Li Shimin really got up, and respectfully gave a Confucian gift. This is the first time he has treated someone so solemnly since he became the Prince of Qin. This is enough to prove that Jiang Feng's position in his heart has reached what point. The most important thing is that Li Shimin is now more eager to have a showdown like Jiang Feng. And how could Jiang Feng let him do this? Busy up Li Shimin. For a businessman, he can understand this set of Confucianism, and it is also the most reasonable saying that Li Shimin once personally uttered. It is not surprising that Jiang Feng can understand so much and can be so touched. Even at the time of His Holiness, when he saw this thing, Jiang Feng could guarantee that Li Shimin would admire it. Because Li Shimin has not said this sentence yet. Jiang Feng raised Li Shimin with both hands. Hey, old Li. What are you doing? Between the two of us, if you are like this, you will really be out of sight. Me too, it's just nothing serious. Don't take it seriously. It's like breaking me down. Li Shimin looked at Jiang Feng's appearance and couldn't help but slightly laughed. Younger brother Jiang. That's a big deal. It's because I, old Li, treat you as a friend, so I should be even more so. Otherwise, old Li will feel uneasy. Actually, Li Shimin is telling the truth. Today, if he hadn't come here, how could he untie the knot? Furthermore, today he and Wei Zheng's incident, everyone can see that there will be a major event. If one does not handle it well, then he will really become a lonely family. Jiang Feng solved the crisis in just one sentence, and he also uttered such a famous saying, how to not let Li Shimin be grateful. And it is precisely because of this that Li Shimin will understand Jiang Feng's temperament within half a year. Therefore, this time, After hearing Jiang Feng's words, his heart was shocked, only slightly reduced. Younger brother Jiang, these few words you said, old Li, I am already deeply rooted in my heart, but forgive me for being dull. How do these words have anything to do with what I said? Jiang Feng shook the head. Old Li, you are the first rank. Carefully, the first rank. Carefully. The steward, you mentioned what you said, isn't it just taking people as a lesson? And the most important point is that you say that he has a good character and is not upright, then it proves that he is in your mind. Must be very important. And this old steward has played a considerable role in your business. Li Shaiman was shocked. Can this be guessed? I couldn't help but nodded. Yes, my steward. Indeed, he played a vital role in my business. Without him, a lot of my business would be. There is no way to do it so well. Jiang Feng slapped his thigh. Well, isn't this enough? This person, you can't let him go. On the contrary, you have to reuse it. Otherwise, whenever there is a major mistake in your business, no one will be able to remind you at a critical time. Speaking of which, Jiang Feng said in a low voice, he whispered, let me tell you someone. Do you know, Wai Zheng? Li Shimin was taken aback for a moment. He came this time to solve Wai Zheng's affairs. Unfortunately, Li Shimin hurriedly said, Wai Zheng, I do hear about it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 28. Actually, what Jiang Feng said is quite clear. Li Shimin has already understood the importance of this. If Wai Zheng were to leave at this time, then the imperial court would indeed be a lot quieter in the future. But he can never hear what he doesn't want to hear anymore. By his side, there are only flattery spirits left. This is a major drawback for his ambition and the future development of Great Tang. And the most important thing is that, as Jiang Feng said, take people as a lesson. Jiang Feng sees Li Shimin lost in thought. Taking Li Shimin on the shoulder, he said, Old Li, think about it. What is the similarity between Wai Zheng and the old steward you mentioned? Both are they of the same kind? Yes. Both are stubborn, and they are also the kind of upright people who can't rub the sand in their eyes. Not only that, but both of them have straight temperaments. Wai Zheng and His Holiness are very similar to yours at this time. His Holiness deliberately avoids Wai Zheng. As everyone knows, it is Deng Yu who is working behind closed doors. This is with you. What's the difference? If things go on like this, do you think there will be people like Wai Zheng beside His Holiness? Li Shimin's face could not help but become solemn. Stand up. Jiang Feng continued. Today's His Holiness is better than you. Although he did this to Wai Zheng, this is also forgivable. This Wai Zheng was originally a subordinate of Li Jiangqing, who should have asked Zan, but instead of asking Zan, His Holiness reused this person. This is one of them. Second, His Holiness enlightened. He is deeply aware of the truth of loyalty, so although he does feel a little displeased in many cases, whoever puts this on, maybe it will be the case, but how does His Holiness deal with it? His Holiness reuses Wai Zheng. This is the difference between you and His Holiness. It lies in the broad-mindedness. But, I don't mean you are narrow-minded. In this matter, I'm just making a comparison. You think I think? His Imperial Majesty can keep Wai Zheng by his side. This is enough to show what kind of enlightened sovereign is His Holiness today. Li Shimin knew Jiang Feng was talking about himself. But when he heard Jiang Feng's declaration of benevolence and righteousness again, he couldn't help but feel a little airy, and then said, What you said is right. Today His Holiness is indeed enlightened sovereign. How can this be mine? Waiting for this small citizen to be comparable? Jiang Feng didn't notice Li Shimin's strangeness, so he touched the wine bowl with Li Shimin, and then continued, Yes, this is the truth, but there is another meaning to this. His Holiness can be enlightened sovereign to the effect, and can have the whole world in mind. Can't you just learn the current? His Holiness can't accommodate a small steward. If you really dare to drive him away, I can assure you that your business will fail within 3 years. And if you don't drive him away, you will reuse him. Then what about the people around you? There will be everything to learn, and such talents will appear by your side continuously. Yes, that's it. Li Shimin slapped the table with excitement. then picked up the wine bowl, shouted a few mouthfuls and said, "What you said makes sense. Since the Emperor can be so compatible, I only need to learn the His Holiness way to do it. It must be right." Younger brother Jiang, today many thanks to your gold jade good words. Once I go back, I will reuse my old steward. In this way, neighbors in the neighborhood will. Jiang Feng heartily patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. "Old Li, you finally understand the truth. Now, the lumps in my heart are solved, right? If you are confused or don't understand anything, just ask. I have enough wine, and I don't have any other strengths, but I live a long time and know a lot. Well, where I don't understand, or where there is confusion, I must ask you more." Li Shimin couldn't help but didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Jiang Feng is good at everything, that is, love to pretend and show off. This is where Jiang Feng is interesting and has highlights. The two were tossing, pushing the cups and changing the cups. Soon, it was getting dark, and the light in the store slowly dimmed. Jiang Feng lit the oil lamp, and instantly, the whole tavern was bright again. At the table where the two were sitting, it was already in a mess. Even Jiang Feng, even though he had a good drink volume, was a little wafted in his walking steps at this time. Li Shimin shook his dizzy head, looked at the time, and shook his feet and said, "Jiang brother Jiang brother. It's not early it's coming, ill. Let's go back. I'm really better than reading a 10-year sage book today. After I'll stop nagging. Let's get drunk and rest next day." Jiang Feng's thoughts are still unfinished. Smacking, but seeing Li Shimin's state at this time, if he drank again, the group would definitely have to be punished by his wife to kneel on the washboard when he went back. "So I don't force it to stay." A clasped fist. "Then, should I call a car and send you off?" No. Stay. Li, how does Shimin dare to let Jiang Feng send it?" Hurrying while speaking, he leaned on the wall and walked out of the shop crookedly. But at this moment, Jiang Feng grabbed Li Shimin's arm and said, "Slow. Now if you go back like this, you will definitely be punished by your daughter-in-law to kneel down. Yes. Since you are all brothers, let's help you." While speaking, Jiang Feng snapped his chest pie. "I give you a pair of handed-down calligraphy. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 29. Li Shimin froze. Give him a pair of handwritten calligraphy? This. Normally, people are begging him to give others a beggar. This time, it's good. This shopkeeper actually wants to give him the handed-down calligraphy! Exclamation mark. In an instant, Li Shimin's interest was hooked. He also wants to see what Jiang Feng can write. Although Li Shimin is not considered to be a well-read book, he dabbles in the policies of governing the country recorded in the ancient book. Thinking of this, Li Shimin clasped his fists and said, Okay, then you'll bother younger brother Jiang! Exclamation mark. While speaking, Jiang Feng pulled Li Shimin back to tavern again, and then hurriedly spread out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone on a new table. Li Shimin looked at Jiang Feng's posture and couldn't help but feel a little happy. Good guy, this posture, not bad. Younger brother Jiang, I don't know what kind of calligraphy you are going to give me. Seriously, took a deep breath, then lifted the brush and started to splash ink. And Li Shimin also stared at Jiang Feng's words curiously, but when he saw Jiang Feng's writing, his eyes stared out. Jiang Feng writes cursive script, and it is still madly cursive. Li Shimin couldn't help but start reading. Employ people as wise, know others and make good use of them. Open the way for words, accept admonitions in vain. People-oriented, light deductions, and rewards for good. Holding the house diligently, knowing advancement and retreat. Good system. This. Li Shimin was stunned. Word, good. Moreover, it can be said that Jiang Feng's writing is really good. But this is not the main thing. The main thing is, the content of the word Jiang Feng. This actually contains a rule of the country. Although this is just the way to govern the industry written by Jiang Feng, Li Shimin has seen a magnificent way of governing the country from this pair of calligraphy talent. This is the talent that God bestows on great Tang. Li Shimin was shocked. In his eyes, Jiang Feng stayed in the pen, switched to a small soft pen, and wrote on one side, the 2nd year of Zhengwen, the 5th month of the Dinghai lunar calendar, the beginning of summer. Lin Chang'an City East Market Little Tavern asked for Mr. Jiang Feng's calligraphy. Looking at this little line of words, Li Shimin's eyes jumped. This is obviously you asked to give it to me first, right? Now, this is what happened, like this. Jiang Feng put down the pen, and then took out a seal from his arms. He let out a sigh of relief, and then printed it on the word. Then stared at Li Shimin. Old Li, come, you take it. This pair of calligraphy, I think Jiang Feng, if you keep it properly, if you formulate a set of house rules, it will be enough to guarantee you family property, within 100 years, free. Li Shimin's mouth twitched. Thanks to shopkeeper. Your handwriting is really impeccable, and what it means between the lines, I also understand, old Li. Then thank you first. While speaking, Jiang Feng rolled up this script at will and handed it to Li Shimin. Old Li, go back and spend some money to list this picture. It's best to put it on the ancestral hall or in the study room. This can be good for the descendants of good fortune, and it will last forever. A treasure handed down. You must cherish it. Li Shimin shook his hand holding the word. I will cherish this calligraphy. If you become so prosperous in the future, don't forget me, a small businessman. Jiang Feng immediately quit and stared. Old Li, what you said, I don't like to hear it. What is our relationship? We are the closest brother. When the time comes, if I am really developed, then you, old Li. Yes. Ha ha ha. We are the brother. While speaking, the two walked out of the store with their backs on their shoulders. Li Shimin took 2 gold ingots from his arms and stuffed them into Jiang Feng's hands. Brother, stay. Elder brother, I'm leaving. While speaking, I left slowly. Jiang Feng weighed the gold ingots in his hands and held his fists together. Old Li, how about I call you a sedan chair? You are like this. No, you stay. I am happy to be free here too. Just as I walk, I can be clean, and enjoy today's things. While speaking, Li Shimin couldn't help but speed up. At this time, Li Shimin's wine is almost awake. Except for being tough-heavy and walking fluttering, Li Shimin really has nothing to do with it. However, Jiang Feng couldn't hold it anymore. After closing the store door, the house couldn't be cleaned up. He staggered straight to the backyard bedroom, and fell asleep on the bed. On the other side, after Li Shimin blamed the East Market entrance, in an instant, the guards and Jinwu guards in plain clothes surrounded Li Shimin, and Li Shimin was also sitting in the sedan, and everyone quickly disappeared. In the afterglow of the setting sun, in the sedan chair, Li Shimin recalled every conversation he had with Jiang Feng before, especially the few sentences Jiang Feng said, taking people as a guide, and the content of this adjective in his hand. Li Shimin's heart could not help but became warm. Knowing Jiang Feng, Li Shimin felt that this was the most correct thing he did after the change of Xuanwu Gate, especially the word in his hand. Not only does it include a solution to Wai Zheng, but it also puts forward a few guidelines for governing the country. Thinking of this, Li Shimin waved his hand and ordered, proclaim the decree, change the route, and go to Wai Zheng's house. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 30. Wai Zheng's house. Since resignation today, Wai Zheng always feels a sense of boredom in his heart. Although he was above the imperial court, he advised his imperial majesty, but he knew that his imperial majesty at this time would not be able to listen to it. At this time, in Chang'an City, although his imperial majesty has ordered to stop the screening of chickens and ducks, the impact of this incident is still very strong. Even the people's comments are still higher than the other rounds. Wai Zheng is worried. If this continues, what consequences will it cause? Father. In the study, Wai Zheng is still flipping through documents and dealing with each piece of work. Wai Shui gently opened the door and shouted. However, Wai Zheng didn't seem to hear it in general. Continue to browse through the files in hand. Wai Shui turned on the oil lamp, closed the window, and sat opposite Wai Zheng. He said hesitantly, I heard, today you were on the imperial court, and you ran into the holy driver? How did you know about this? Wai Shui felt bitter in his heart. Father, this matter, the whole Chang'an city knows about it. And because of you, His Imperial Majesty stayed alone in the Imperial study room after retiring from the court and has not appeared until now. But I listened to Jinwu guards. My friend said that His Imperial Majesty seems to be out of the palace secretly again. What? His Imperial Majesty is out of the palace again? Wai Zheng, hearing this, was angry, and angrily slapped the table and shouted, when is this? Who else knows? Wai Shui was taken aback for a moment, and hurriedly said, Father, this matter, only me and the individual leaders of Jinwu guards know. What are you doing? Wai Shui didn't finish talking. I saw Wai Zheng put on his official hat and was about to go out in a hurry. Wai Shui was surprised and quickly blocked Wai Zheng. Get out of the way. Impossible. When is this? His Imperial Majesty even sneaked out of the palace, just for a moment of enjoyment. This really how to be worthy of the people at dawn. Father, you stop. If you are doing this, have you ever thought about the consequences? Now, entire court, civil and military, are all talking about it. You provoke wrath of this time His Holiness. Maybe the official career is over. Just listen to one sentence. Don't you know it? Wai Shui is in a hurry. He hugged Wai Zheng by the waist and stubbornly prevented him from going out. And just now, a servant gasping for breath whispered as he ran, Master. Something happened to the master. Hurry, hurry, go to the door. His Imperial Majesty, coming. Wai Zheng and Wai Shui were stunned. This servant is a collateral member of their wife family, and we absolutely dare not spread rumors about such things. Now, he actually said, His Imperial Majesty has reached the door? How is this possible? We can't help but think of many kinds of probabilities in Wai Shui's heart, and even he has a strong sense of crisis. His Imperial Majesty, impossible for no reason, come to Wai Mansion. And still at this time, Wai Shui hurriedly asked, Old Uncle Quain, is this really true? Young Master, Lord, go and check it out. His Imperial Majesty is a microservice out of the palace. Don't let the publicity. Please pick up and drive quickly. Wai Zheng was stunned. Is looking for His Imperial Majesty. Didn't expect His Imperial Majesty came so soon. Wai Zheng tidied up his clothes and waved his hand solemnly. Go pick up. Wai Mansion gate. At this time, a large number of guards and Jinwu guards, dressed in casual clothes, stood upright on both sides of a sedan chair, while at the gate of the Wai Mansion, the Liangmin servant knelt on the ground, shiver coldly. After a while, the door of the Wai Mansion opened with a creak, and Wai Zheng hurried out. As soon as I left the house, I saw an acquaintance standing in front of the sedan chair. It is not so much an acquaintance as a guard by Li Shimin. Liu Sanquan. Seeing this person, Wai Zheng understood that His Imperial Majesty is here. Old official Wai Zheng, welcome His Imperial Majesty. Wai Zheng and Wai Shui, as well as all the servants of the Wai Mansion, knelt down in a hurry. Free gift. Li Shimin seemed to be in a good mood. When he got out of the sedan chair, he patted Wai Zheng on the shoulder as if he could not see Wai Zheng's stern face. Minister Wai, find a place. Let's have 2 drinks. Back to His Imperial Majesty. The old official is unwell, unable to drink. Wai Zheng refused unceremoniously, but Li Shimin didn't care. Then, find a place. Sit down. I have something to my heart, I want to say. Wai Shui was shocked. In front of the gate of the Wai Mansion, everyone was shocked. Even everyone felt that there was something wrong with their ears. Lord, dare to say that to His Imperial Majesty. And His Imperial Majesty seems not only not angry, but also a little happy. What's the situation? Smell the faint smell of wine in the air. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned again. Is His Imperial Majesty drunk? But everyone can only think about that's all in the heart. Looking at the back of Li Shimin and Wai Shui took a deep breath. If the order continues, nothing tonight is allowed to mention a word. Some servant looked at His Imperial Majesty, who disappeared into the night with confusion, and said, "Young master, this is a rare opportunity to upgrade the Y mansion." Wai Shui glared at the man. "If you want to die, you can pass it." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 31. Wai Zheng's Study Room. At this time, only Li Shimin and Wai Zheng is really puzzled. Why did Li Shimin come to find himself at this time? And he was still leaving the palace privately and disappeared for most of the night. Li Shimin didn't speak, but looked at the thick papers on the bookcase, and couldn't help feeling a little bit in his heart. "Wai Zheng, I blamed you today. Today, I really know what you came from, but I feel that my loyalty is against my ears. This is my confusion." Wai Zheng was taken aback. His Imperial Majesty was able to come. He thought of a lot, but never thought that His Imperial Majesty would say this. At this time, Li Shimin continued, "Today, I am here for only three things. First, in the future, the Ministry of Science and Technology and various departments have submitted. You can read the memorials that came up at will." Wai Zheng was stunned. It's like a bolt from the blue sky. He even wondered if he had heard it wrong. Wai Zheng couldn't help but lifts the head, looked towards Li Shimin. "My confession of fate this time is not a whim. If you think something is wrong, you can say it. Today, I did go out of the palace, but after sitting with Dad for an afternoon, I occasionally got a good sentence. Take a mirror as a mirror, and you can be dressed. With history as a mirror, you can know the rise and fall. People as a mirror, you can know the gains and losses. This good word of gold jade, I think it was bestowed on you and me by God. So, I decided, and, in the morning tomorrow, I will tell the world. What is missing is your official critic. If everyone around me is like you, Great Tang, will definitely become an existence beyond the Emperor kin and ancestor of Han period." Said the excitement, Li Shimin stood up even more. At this time, Wai Zheng is already in tears. His Imperial Majesty finally realized, being able to say this sentence, then it represents my own advice before, which worked. What a blessing is this for the people of Dawn in the world. Although his position at this time is only high official, secretary supervisor. But if it is really like what Li Shimin said at this time, then he's right. Immediately, Wai Zheng is in a hurry, kneel down. His Imperial Majesty. Old official panic. Old official. Why do you think my confession this time is a trifle? Don't I make an order now and let numerous officials come to witness? Li Shimin pretended to be displeased. Immediately, Wai Zheng was terrified. Hurry up and wave his hands. No, old official. Old official is not ... Old official thinks ... Have what skills and abilities can take on this important task. Wai Zheng tears up in tears. He knows what this decision means. This is His Imperial Majesty who completely regarded him as a confidant. After seeing the displeasure on Li Shimin's face, Wai Zheng hurriedly fell to his knees, and Li Shimin gave a bow. Old official, thank you Lord for your grand grace. The old official swears, will never disappoint His Imperial Majesty's trust. The liver and the brain will be wiped out, and you will die. The old official repeatedly blunts His Imperial Majesty in public. Not only does His Imperial Majesty not punish me, but it is so important to the old official. The old official is terrified. Old official fear. Old official fear. Old official. While speaking, Wai Zheng's voice was choked up. Looking at Wai Zheng, Li Shimin was not happy, but he also thought of everything Zhang Feng said before. Cannot help but mixed feelings in my heart. Fortunately, I came to Wai Zheng tonight. He is also fortunate to be able to get acquainted with Zhang Feng in the market. If it weren't for him to say this today, maybe, at this time, He is wondering whether to dismiss Wai Zheng. Thinking of this, Li Shimin couldn't help feeling in the heart. Fortunately, I, Great Tang, can welcome a genius like Jiang Feng, and even an official critic like Wai Zheng. If so, I can't surpass Emperor Qin and ancestor of Han. Then, Li Shimin is really sorry that the world is born. Well, the minister doesn't have to be like this. From now on, if there is something wrong with me, what should you do? Just do it. But, I'll give you another secret decree today. While speaking, Li Shimin's tone changed abruptly. It has become majestic again. I order you, you must rest every day in the future, otherwise, I will punish you for the sin of disrespect. After entering the study, Li Shimin understood everything. Although I don't know what time Wai Zheng works every night, judging from the thickness of these documents, it is definitely not lower than the time. If things go on like this, how can Wai Zheng, who is already old, stand it? He doesn't want to lose an official critic like Wai Zheng. Also, someone who can get such an evaluation by Jiang Feng. Wai Zheng, hearing this, could not help but was taken aback. His Imperial Majesty, this matter is absolutely impossible. Great Tang has just stabilized, and the drought on Longyi Road is severe. Chen, I've decided on this matter. I'm not going to discuss it again. Later I will order Wai Shui to supervise this matter. The matter is not finished, and there is tomorrow. Why do I have to toss like this? Your health matters. Li Shimin categorically interrupted Wai Zheng's words, but his voice suddenly softened in the next few words. He knows Wai Zheng's stubborn temper and is also worried about Wai Zheng's body, so he made the best move. But, at this moment, Li Shimin suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Minister, I don't know Xiao Shu, how old is it? Where do you work? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 32. Wai Zheng, hearing this, slightly taken aback. Li Shimin continued, speaking of which, Shu, this child, is similar to Chen Qian's age, right? I heard you let him study Confucianism before, and then I worshipped Kirin. Old official, convict. Li Shimin waved his hand. Okay, here. There is no need for these. Today, I brought some good wine, let's drink and talk. This small official, follow the order. The two fell. Wai Zheng is busy asking people to collect the good dishes from the family and cook a little. But Li Shimin looked at the things on the table, but he was quite moved. Too chilly. Is this my courtier? Li Shimin couldn't help but feel sorrow and grief in his heart. Minister, do you know why I made 2 decrees in succession? Wai Zheng watched Li Shimin personally pour wine for himself, and said, this small official doesn't know! First, I want you to take care of your body. I don't want to hear about your illness one day. Secondly, Shu, this child, it's time to practice. On the one hand, earn some money. Secondly, my little girl, His Imperial Majesty. Until now, Wai Zheng finally understood Li Shimin's intention. This is for marriage. But Wai Zheng interrupted Li Shimin and immediately knelt down. This small official is terrified. My son has what skills and abilities? For this great favor, please His Imperial Majesty is back to life. Hearing this, Li Shimin smashed his mouth twice. I didn't mention it again. He knows Wai Zheng's temper. If he continues to talk about this stubborn donkey, he will definitely squat to the end. After thinking about it, Li Shimin can only give up. However, Li Shimin looked at the dishes on the table and asked, Minister, I remember, your monthly payment is almost tens of thousands of words, right? Why are you so tight? He has seen poor people, but I have never seen Wai Zheng as poor. At this time, he wanted to find Wai Zheng for a drink. He also wanted to see what life was like in Wai Zheng normally. But he absolutely didn't expect. After a lot of intestines, there were only 3 kinds of dry goods on this table, a plate of dried bacon, a plate of dried bean curd, and a plate of pickles. It can be seen that life in Wai Zheng normally is much more difficult. Back to His Imperial Majesty. Although the monthly salary of the old official is worth 10,000 words, but in Chainan City, there have been a lot of people from Longyi Road recently. So. Okay, I understand. Didn't I send someone to give porridge to this matter and arrange it properly? Why are you? Forget it. I won't bother about this matter anymore. Shui will help you, so will you? It's a little better. Also, you are also Duke of Zheng from Great Tang anyway. It's our face, where we should spend money, so don't stubbornly pick you up. This kind of for the relief of the victims. You will tell me in the future, I will reimburse you. Be sure to pay attention to your own image. If you let outsiders know, doesn't it mean that Li Shimin has treated my loyal minister badly? Li Shimin's big hat was buttoned off, and Wei Zheng's face suddenly changed. I was about to kneel down in a hurry. Li Shimin tried to persuade him, His Imperial Majesty. The minister remembered it. Li Shimin took the initiative to change the subject again, indifferently asked, Minister, how many years have we not been together so well? Drinking? Wei pondered for a moment, and then said, never. Do you know, why can I figure it out today? Wei Zheng shook the head of doubt. Li Shimin continued, speaking of this, perhaps you should know. While speaking, Li Shimin picked up the wine glass and met Wei Zheng. With the embarrassment of drinking at the Palace of Absolute beginning last time, at this time, Wei Zheng is also very small, but still choked by the wine. After breathing for a while, someone could not help but appear in his mind. Zhang Feng, the little tavern shopkeeper that I mentioned about eating insect pupa that night. Could it be that His Imperial Majesty is talking about the little tavern shopkeeper, Zhang Feng? Yes. Today, I am really bored. Then I went out of the palace quietly, and not only this time, I also went out with the grandson Oyojin many times before. I know, if you know it, you will definitely say that I am not doing my job properly, but the last time I managed the locust plague and told about the locust plague, there were also the Turkic snow disaster, the surrounding pattern and various aspects, etc. It is this little shopkeeper. Wei Zheng's mind couldn't help but an explosion. Although he had guessed before, he didn't expect, all of which are shopkeepers in this market. It's a guess. How is it possible? His Imperial Majesty, is this true? Wei Zheng is shocked. How can he not be shocked by such things? Can predict the locust plague on Longyu Road and the surrounding national conditions, even if they put eyeliner all year round. They never knew about these things. Why? A small shopkeeper can do this? Looking at Wei Zheng in shock, Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a dark refreshment in his heart. At this time, he also finally understood. Zhang Feng said that at this time, Zhang Feng's refreshment in his heart could not help but shake the entire process of development with Wei Zheng. Clean and clean. Since we have chosen to believe in Wei Zheng, why not tell Wei Zheng everything in my heart? This way I can still show my generosity. As time goes by, 2 hours later, Li Shimin drank tea comfortably, and looked at Wei Zheng with a bewildered look. Minister, you know, this trip to the palace is the third thing I want to say. Why? This small official ... I don't know. Ha ha ha. Li Shimin laughed heartily, then took out a bamboo tube from behind like a treasure, and said mysteriously, Minister, I will show you a good baby. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 33. While speaking, Li Shimin opened the cork of a section of the bamboo tube and cautiously took out the word given to him by Zhang Feng. After seeing the words, Wei Zheng was stunned. I am stunned. This is great talent, the real genius. It's just that, at this time, Wei Zheng wants to know even more. Why do such talents condescend to be inferior and prefer to stay in the market? His Imperial Majesty, this people. Could it be Zhuge's reincarnation failed? Otherwise, is this really what he wrote? Wei Zheng was stupid. For someone who can write such an imposing manner, from ancient times to the present, who is not a literary giant. Li Shimin hearing this, Wei shook the head. I also asked him about your question. Guess what he said? How? He said, it was the cultivator of 5,000 years on Mount Mutai. He came out because he sensed the difficulties in the red dust. Moreover, the first emperor unified the 6 kingdoms because of his handwriting. Not only that, but he also said that Zhuge Kongming is his disciple. At the end, Li Shimin couldn't help laughing out loud. And Wei Zheng is exactly similar to his expression when he heard this. After Wei Zheng pondered for a moment, he suffocated two words. Expert. His Imperial Majesty. This person is bold enough to invite him to the secretary supervising. If he is really like his Imperial Majesty, forget it. Li Shimin heard this and immediately quit. Just kidding. This person, but his reserved talent. How can he make others cheaper? Minister, I know what you want, but you also said that he is an expert, and expert as an expert plan. Otherwise, why do I keep concealing my identity and go to Little Tavern? Do you think I am really idle? Have to panic? This person, only when the time is right, only when he voluntarily becomes an official, can he make a conclusion. Expert is proud of being an expert. If we invite, wouldn't it be lost? Finished? Li Shimin blocked Wei Zheng's words in one breath, and then said again, okay, today, it's up, I will go back to the palace, it's okay. At that time, you should also go to my palace of absolute beginning more to improve your food, don't spoil yourself so much. While speaking, Li Shimin wobbled up and left. When Li Shimin left, Wei Zheng's brows wrinkled slightly. Zhang Feng ... Little Tavern ... This person is so clear about the pattern of the world. Either the Ziwei in the sky really has great talent. If such a talent can assist me, after 100 years, Great Tang will have someone to succeed. P. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace, a beautiful woman dressed in gorgeous, pretty faces sitting in Li Shimin's study room. In front of her, Li Shimin's guards shiver coldly. This palace host is asking once, where is His Imperial Majesty? If you don't say it, please blame this palace host for the crime and waiting. Hearing this, a dozen people kneeling on the ground in the study are involuntarily cold. Empress Her Majesty, slave servant, I really don't know where His Imperial Majesty went. Perhaps His Imperial Majesty was bored, so he went to find Lord Zhangsun and drank. Right? Yes. I often see Lord Cheng and Lord Zhangsun, and often have secret meetings with His Imperial Majesty in the study. Maybe at this time when His Imperial Majesty is bored, it must be. At this time, Empress Zhangsun was in a hurry. 5 hours. She almost had to go through the entire Imperial Palace, but she couldn't find His Imperial Majesty. Where did His Imperial Majesty go? If it is known that His Imperial Majesty is missing, then what is it? Isn't the Imperial Palace messy? What kind of style is this? More importantly, Zhang Sunwuji, Cheng Yojin, or Fang Xuanling? Du Yui's mansion have all inquired about, and they have never seen His Imperial Majesty. Then, where can His Imperial Majesty go? Come here. Pass the intention of this palace host, 1 hour. If within 1 hour, no His Imperial Majesty can be found, immediately close Chainan City. Send out all guard troops, Jinwu guards, be sure before tonight, find His Imperial Majesty. Yes, wait for this palace host if this is the case. The order of the Imperial Palace is good. Empress Zhangsun is really angry. At this moment, the apricot's eyes are tearful. Before, she knew that His Imperial Majesty would often sneak out of the palace, but basically he would come back 3 or 2 hours later. But this time, why did he go out for at least 5 hours? This is all 9:11 p.m., why not come back? If His Imperial Majesty has a setback, then, Empress Zhangsun, I dare not think about it. I hurriedly issued a few more orders again. And just now, Zhangsun Wuji hurriedly came to the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. Empress, don't be impatient. Zhangsun Wuji winked at Empress Zhangsun. Empress Zhangsun seemed to understand something and waved his hand. Everyone retreats next. Look for the trace of His Imperial Majesty immediately. After a while, everyone left, leaving only 2 siblings of Zhangsun Wuji in the study. At this time, Empress Zhangsun leaked the weak side. Brother, you said second brother, where did this go? It's 9:11 p.m. Why doesn't it come back? Zhangsun Yuji's head exploded. When he was looking for him at Empress Zhangsun, he immediately went to inquire about the spies. Almost all the shops in Zhang Feng's tavern all around were opened by the Imperial Palace. Spies. Once inquired, It was true. Something happened. His Imperial Majesty had already left at sunset. When is this? In these few hours, even an ant can walk into the Imperial Palace from East Market, right? Not to mention His Imperial Majesty. Also, why is there no news of His Imperial Majesty's men? Is something really wrong? Involved. Zhang Sun Wuji panicked too. I hurriedly came to the Imperial Palace. At this time, when I saw Empress Zhang Sun crying, Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't help it. Sister, don't cry, don't cry, okay? Brother has sent someone to search Chainan City secretly, believe. Brother, His Imperial Majesty is fooling around. Don't you follow the bullshit? You tell me, every time His Imperial Majesty goes out of the palace, does he go to drink wine with you? This Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 34. At this time, the entire Imperial Palace fell out. The entire Imperial Palace is brightly lit everywhere, and teams of guard troops and Jinwu guards are crazy, searching for something in the Imperial City. Even along the Imperial Palace to the vicinity of the city gate extending to Chainan City. At this time, the defenders of Chainan City were all mobilized, looking for something frantically. And as the search continues, Empress Zhang Sun's face couldn't help but become more and more anxious. At this time, Cheng Yojin, Fang Xuanling, Du Yui and the others all came to the Palace of Absolute Beguiling in a hurry. Looking at Empress Zhang Sun with an anxious look, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Although everyone knows, His Imperial Majesty did not go out to drink flower wine, nor to go to any romantic place, but to Jiang Feng's little tavern. But, this world has grown a bit longer, right? Could it be His Imperial Majesty was drunk? Cheng Yojin is puzzled. Old Black, I ask you, the last time you went to Little Tavern with His Imperial Majesty, in the end, what did shopkeeper say? Cheng Yojin scratched the back of his head, was stunned by Zhang Sun Wuji and the others in the corner, a little confused. It's nothing, just ... By the way, I remember it. Cheng Yojin slapped his thigh with excitement. His Imperial Majesty, ancestor. Fuck, you are so quiet. Ancestor. Zhang Sun Wuji is about to cry. I saw Empress Zhang Sun who was eavesdropping with pointed ears, and asked in a low voice, what did you say? Shopkeeper said yes, next time I go, please His Imperial Majesty drink the strongest wine. Nothing? Nothing. Then, could it be that His Imperial Majesty was upset in my heart, and went to Little Tavern to drink, and finally got drunk? Several people looked at each other in blank dismay. This is also impossible. The news I got is that His Imperial Majesty has left, and it's still at sunset. Where can His Imperial Majesty go? Is it because His Imperial Majesty was drunk and his guard was afraid ... So found a place to let His Imperial Majesty go to bed? On the back, she felt cold. If Wei Zheng knows about this, then everyone, can you discuss it? His Imperial Majesty, where did you go? At this time, Empress Zhang Sun indifferently asked. Everyone was shivered again. Back to Empress Her Majesty, the minister is dull, I don't know. Then, what are you waiting for? Why are you carrying the Majesty on your back? This. Everyone was dumbfounded. Report. At this time, Jinwu guards hurriedly entered the Imperial study room. Zhang Sun Wuji hearing this, taking the opportunity to distract, loudly shouted, what's the matter? Back to Empress, sirs, His Imperial Majesty. His Imperial Majesty found it. What? Fuck. Where is it? Where did His Imperial Majesty go? Where is it? Jinwu guards was confused. At this time, seeing all the National Duke taking a step forward together, he couldn't help but shiver all over, hurriedly lay on the ground, and said with a crying voice, back. Back to adults. Back, Empress Her Majesty. When Humble was inspecting, I saw the sedan chair of His Imperial Majesty and the brother of Jinwu guards at Jingfingman. After confirming the news, Humble came to report and read. It's back. His Imperial Majesty is really back. Very good. Empress Zhang Sun finally sighed in relief. Toss this night. She was frightened, but at this time, her stubborn temper came up, and she waved her hand, putting on the Jingfeng Gate, the mourning family will personally welcome His Imperial Majesty back to the palace. This Jinwu guards was stunned, and didn't dare to agree, but looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and the others like asking for help. And Empress Zhang Sun hummed softly. In an instant, Jinwu guards was shivered all over. The final will accepts the decree. After that, he left as if fleeing for his life. Empress Zhang Sun has always given the impression of being very kind and gentle. Who would have thought that such a gentle and kind woman would flies into a rage tonight? How dare everyone make trouble? I had to follow Empress's car in a desperate way to Jingfengmen. It's just that after going out of the palace of absolute beguiling, Zhang Sun Wuji quietly gave a little court eunuch a wink. Quickly inform His Imperial Majesty that Empress has gone to Jingfengmen! At the gate of Jingfeng, Li Shimin sat in the sedan chair, touched the bamboo tube in his arms, recalled everything today, and laughed from time to time. He is wondering whether he should ask someone to record today's events in a book for future generations to read. This is also a kind of good talk. Not only can he strengthen his reputation of being kind to others and courtiers, it can also leave a wake-up call to future generations. But just now, someone hurried to report. His Imperial Majesty, the little court eunuch in the palace, just came to report, and Empress personally went to Jingfengmen to greet the holy driver. There are more than 10 adults with him. What? Li Shimin was shocked. Empress came to Jingfengmen personally to pick him up? And still with many ministers? What's the situation? At this time, Li Shimin suddenly thought of something and asked, "What time is it now?" 911 p.m. 911 p.m. It's over. Why is this so fast? Li Shimin slapped his forehead and waved his hand hurriedly. Quickly, go to Yangtze Gate. It's not possible. Go and install the gate. However, it is here. At that time, a male duck voice reached Li Shimin's ears. Empress Her Majesty is here. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 35. With this voice sounded, Li Shimin couldn't escape after all. He had to talk, pretending to be nonchalant, and walked forward again. At this time, the two people finally met at Jingfengmen. At this time, all Jinwu guards suddenly felt a smell of danger. After seeing Empress Zhang Sun and the others, Jinwu guards and guard army who followed Li Shimin, intentionally or unintentionally, moved to one side, touched the dark, and slipped away. Even there is minister at this time, standing at the outermost periphery. Empress Zhang Sun slowly got off the car, walked to Li Shimin's sedan, and said, "Concubine grandson, please His Majesty." Li Shimin twitched the corner of his mouth. I also slowly got out of the sedan chair, as if nothing happened, smiled. "Empress, it's cold at night, hurry in, don't freeze." While speaking, Li Shimin hugged Empress Zhang Sun and walked towards the chariot. He held Empress Zhang Sun's right hand, but behind him, he kept gesturing to Zhang Sun Wuji and the others. Zhang Sun Wuji and the others knew it, and hurriedly drank His Imperial Majesty back to the palace. "Everyone, let's go away." In the palace, Empress Zhang Sun's apricot eyes are full of mist. Looking at Li Shimin without saying a word, Li Shimin's scalp felt numb. "Guanyin, I really said it. I really have something." How can this small official concubine complain about His Imperial Majesty? Everything that His Imperial Majesty did is it's a major event for the country and the people. His Imperial Majesty doesn't have to care about concubine, just do what you should do. That's not right. At first, Li Shimin heard this, and praised Empress Zhang Sun in the heart, and he understood the righteousness. But after listening, the taste has changed. He hurriedly explained, "Guanyin, I know that you are angry with your second brother, but do you know why I went out of the palace today?" Concubine doesn't know and doesn't know each other. While speaking, Li Shimin told Jiang Feng's affairs eloquently. However, even so, Empress Zhang Sun did not seem to forgive Li Shimin, still pouting, lowering his head, and pulling a sachet one after another. It's this time. Li Shimin took out the follow closely bamboo tube very preciously from behind, and said solemnly, I went out of the palace today, and it was the shopkeeper who gave me a heirloom treasure. While speaking, Li Shimin couldn't help but laughed. Ha ha. Empress Zhang Sun looked at the bamboo tube in Li Shimin's hand, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. This bamboo tube, along the way, Li Shimin was cautiously holding it in his hand. At this time, he actually said that someone gave him a handed-down treasure. This, seeing Empress Zhang Sun's face, Li Shimin was delighted. Built out the calligraphy and painting and said, Guanyin, look, this is my great Tang Li surname, the future heirloom, and the second brother I have been asking for. Empress Zhang Sun's research eyes immediately turned round. Get up in disbelief and look at the words in Li Shimin's hand. Let the second brother say twice so solemnly, the treasure handed down. Is his handwriting better than that of Wang Xi's cursive script Orchid Pavilion preface? More exaggerated is the second brother dignified monarch of the entire country. Can you actually demand it? Thinking of this, Empress Zhang Sun, holding the lamp, stared at the words in Li Shimin's hand, and observed carefully. The characters are very common, and I can't speak of everyone's work. However, the vigor between the lines is reflected in quite a few points of beauty. Moreover, the paper of this character is extremely ordinary paper, and there is nothing outstanding about it. Unlike the calligraphy masters, or those of the great writers, the collections of essays use the most precious paper, the most precious axis, and the pulp manufacturing, which is treated with care. On the contrary, this character is like a Mr. Writer on the street. He wrote it casually, and then he found a bamboo tube to install it. This kind of crude preservation and manufacturing didn't look like it at all. A masterpiece handed down. Cannot help. Empress Zhang Sun carefully observed the literal meaning. It can make the second brother cherish so much, except for the manufacture in it, then only the most important content is left. When Empress Zhang Sun watched it carefully, her expression changed. She couldn't help but appraise it in detail. Next moment, Empress Zhang Sun was surprised and couldn't help exclaiming, God! Second brother, this word is ... Is it written between you and Wai Zheng? Yes. Li Shimin coquettish with a flick of his hair, he recounted the entire process of development in detail. Seeing Empress Zhang Sun seems to be out of breath, Li Shimin also gradually let go and discussed with Empress Zhang Sun and Jiang Feng. Second brother, since you said that this person is such a great man, why didn't you give him an official? Instead, continue to conceal his identity? No hurry. At this time, the time has not come. Why didn't Li Shimin think about it? However, he is not ready yet. He knew that Jiang Feng was not ready either. Although he doesn't know Jiang Feng and why he wants to stay there, he knows that Jiang Feng is absolutely impossible to stay in the little tavern all his life. After chatting for a while again, Empress Zhang Sun grabbed Li Shimin's hand. Second brother, this word does serve as a warning to future generations. The concubine thinks that the original is hung on the palace of political statement, and the copy is copied and given to the small official is also a warning to everyone. What do you think? Hearing this, Li Shimin thought about it solemnly. This matter, it should be so. Then, second brother, let's talk about business now. I heard them say that you left at sunset Little Tavern. Where did you go after that? What are you going to do with Wai Zheng? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 36. Li Shimin thought that after these things were said, it would be enough to dispel Guanyan's anger. But didn't expect. Guanyan's thoughts are here. Cannot help. Li Shimin is also depressed. Empress Zhang Sun took Li Shimin's hand with a solemn expression, and said, Second brother, although Wai Zheng has been tempered a bit, second brother knows what kind of person he is. If at this time, your every move, the world's numerous officials are staring at them. If you really dissuade Wai Zheng, then concubine shouldn't have said this. But I learned about it after I learned that you haven't been in the palace for several hours. Although the concubine knows that you are upset, This person cannot be lost. Li Shimin shook with a wry smile ahead. Guanyin, listen to me, Guanyin. Today, I went out for Wai Zheng. And you have read the calligraphy and painting. You think I will how to do it? In addition to the words, I also got a famous saying today. Take copper as a mirror, dress up, learn from people, learn about gains and losses, learn from history, learn rise and fall. Empress Zhangsun hearing this, shocked, especially after Li Shimin's words of using copper as a mirror and dressing up. Empress Zhangsun's heart set off overflowing heaven's stormy seas. This, who is the little shopkeeper? Could it be that the civil official talent in the sky failed to succeed? First, the locust plague and the Turkic snow plague were calculated, and then the surrounding situation was calculated. Can you say such a thing now? Exclamation mark. However, Li Shimin touched the back of Empress Zhangsun's hand and said again, actually, when the little shopkeeper said this, I knew how to choose. Then, I hurriedly left Little Tavern, and then went to Wai Zheng's house. His Imperial Majesty went to Wai Zheng's house. Yes, knowing mistakes can make corrections, and I still know the great things. And I also know the severity of this matter, otherwise, I wouldn't be so entangled today. Anxious. So, do you guess what I said to Wai Zheng tonight? I said I would marry little Princess Tashua's child. Wai Zheng's old auntie turned down on the spot. Speaking of which, Li Shimin shook the head with a wry smile. Empress Zhangsun also covered his mouth and chuckled. It's too rigid. It's not. Li Shimin smiled helplessly. Not only that, do you guess what was my snack just now? Wai Zheng searched for intestines, and collected a few dry goods. Uneasy. So I made an order to let Shua's child go to Jinwu Guards to report tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I will announce that he will be a small captain, so that we can help Wai Zheng. The rise of the two talked about, and they have forgotten the time. As the two talked, the last worry in Empress Zhangsun's heart disappeared. Second brother, what do you plan to do with the Longyu Road incident? At this time, if you really follow the previous method, do you think it is really effective? This. Li Shimin also hesitated. I know that I am also hesitating about this matter. I don't know, what is Guanyin's opinion? Although Li Shimin has decided long ago, he still wants to hear Guanyin's view. This matter is of great importance, and Tibet, Tuhan, and Turkey are all paying attention to Chainan City's every move. Although the second brother has tried his best to cover up the drought, it is also solving the drought. However, this cures the symptoms but not the root cause. Moreover, at this time, Tuhan Tibet does not know about the locust plague. If it is such a big move, then it will definitely let the three kingdoms know about it. When the time comes, it's not good for my great Tang. So, what's Guanyin's opinion? Concubine thought that all the chickens and ducks of Longyu Road should be gathered together. Poultry and pigs together. The second brother is following the little shopkeeper's method to get the cooking technique. Try first, if it is feasible. It is not too late to make the next step, and the outbreak of the locust plague is not a short time. It can explode. Li Shimin's expression couldn't help but become serious. I actually had this plan after I retired today, but I have been unable to grasp it. At this time, didn't expect and Guanyin were actually the same as I thought. Then, I can let go and do it. It's not today. It should be yesterday. Empress Zhangsun silently pointed out the window, the eastern sky of grey dawn, and said. Li Shimin was taken aback. Also shocked. How long has passed since then? Dawn? Li Shimin shrugged. It doesn't matter anymore. Hugging Empress Zhangsun, let's watch the morning sun with me. We haven't watched the morning sun like this for a long time. While speaking, the two of them held hands without saying a word, and went to the balcony of the attic, sitting quietly on the ground, looking at the eastern sky, and at this time, the peaceful and quiet Chainan City. That's it. From the grey dawn to the dazzling sunlight, slowly climbed the great wild goose pagoda in Chainan. At this time, the heavy bell also rang. Boom, boom, Boom! With the ringing of the morning bell, the entire Chainan city is completely bright. A burst of smoke appeared above all the houses and moved around. Li Shimin got up and reluctantly said, Guanyin, I have gone to attending the imperial court. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 37 Palace of Political Statement. Numerous officials have already arrived. At this time, they are all talking about yesterday's events. Lord Sun, did you know that His Imperial Majesty went out of the palace last night? You also know, last night, Empress Her Majesty was rare. I'm angry. I don't know. His Imperial Majesty went out of the palace. Why else? For that one. When everyone was discussing, they glanced at Wei Zheng from time to time, and then everyone couldn't help shaking their heads and sighing. Oh, what a pity. Duke of Zheng's move may really anger His Imperial Majesty. From now on, we must speak carefully. Regal is unpredictable, I guess. Duke of Zheng today, maybe. Oh, at this time, except for a few ministers who knew about this, all ministers fell out. As the person in charge of this matter, Wei Zheng is unperturbed with closed eyes. Brother Fang, what's the situation? Cheng Yojin couldn't sit still. Want to ask Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng ignored him. Involved. He had to get close to Fang Xuanling and do Yui. Fang Xuanling patted Cheng Yojin on the shoulder. Old Black, wait until His Imperial Majesty comes, you will know. What's the situation? Hey, Wei Zheng, what's the matter? You are talking. Would you like me to beat you up? These people? Cheng Yojin only scratched his head anxiously. He really doesn't understand. So everyone looks unfathomable. And Wei Zheng finally opened his eyes and glanced at Cheng Yojin, but when he said two words, Cheng Yojin couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood. Calm down. His Imperial Majesty is here. At this time, little court eunuch is singing and drinking. Everyone hurriedly shut up, and then Sang shouted, Long live my Emperor. While speaking, Li Shimin Dragon walk tiger steps, in a good mood, appeared in front of the dragon throne above the Palace of Political Statement. Ministers, you may rise. This morning, I only announced two things. Duke of Zheng Wei Zheng. While speaking, the atmosphere of the entire Great Hall, in this brief moment, changed abruptly. Everyone looked at Wei Zheng nervously, but Wei Zheng still takes a step forward with his expression unchanged. The old official is here. Secretary Supervisor, High Official Wei Zheng, for his character, uprightness, and courage to advise directly, it is my great Tang's fortune. So loyal small official is really my great Tang minister. Therefore, today, I issue an edict. Li Shimin's majestic voice suddenly stopped, and everyone in the Palace of Political Statement was in an uproar. I declare, the Secretary Superintendent High Official Wei Zheng can check any documents, from the secret report of the home country, down to the ordinary imperial edict, Wei Zheng without the approval of anyone. You can experience it in person. In a word, the royal franchise. Everyone was shocked. His Imperial Majesty, what was announced? This is really under one person, above 10,000 people. You can read any imperial edict memorial at will. God, what happened to His Imperial Majesty in one night? At this time, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others, although there were vague guesses in their hearts, they didn't expect that His Imperial Majesty would actually announce this. Will be so entrusted with such an important task. At this time, Li Shimin looked at Wei Zheng majestically. Wei Zheng, do you have any objections? Although Wei Zheng heard it for the second time, but this time, it still shocked him deeply. Took a deep breath. Wei Zheng knelt on his knees. Old official, even if it is a liver and a brain, it will definitely live up to His Imperial Majesty's trust. Small official, thank you Lord for your grand grace. Good. Li Shimin waved his hand. Drink. Declaration. Wei Xiu, today I personally named Ginwu Guard's small captain of the right-wing guard cavalry. Wait, you can disagree with the above two matters? Said in one breath. Li Shimin looked down at the crowd and asked indifferently. At this time, everyone was really surprised. Jinwu Guards. That is the elite of Great Tang. To be able to enter Jinwu Guards, it takes at least 3 years of frontier training. This is only an entry permit. and the qualification for entry is to kill at least 100 foreign enemies. Or maybe there are 10 generals. Not only that, but people with a clear background are required to be eligible. But a small captain. Don't underestimate this small captain. A small captain qualification must kill the enemy, and at least 300 enemy generals above the small captain can be qualified. Here, Wai Shu, because of a word from His Imperial Majesty, become a small captain of the right-wing guard. Everyone is shocked, although there are numerous officials. However, their children, who can enter Jinwu guards, can count all 10 fingers. What does this mean? This means that His Imperial Majesty wants to promote Wai Zheng. Where does everyone have any objections? The crowd sang in unison, His Imperial Majesty Enlightened Sovereign. Okay. Since there is no objection, then retreat. With a big wave, Li Shimin left in a hurry. The numerous officials, also in Wai Zheng's congratulations, left one after another. But at this time, everyone's minds are different, that's all. Duke of Zheng, are you free tonight? How many drinks do we have? It is this time. Fang Xuanling hooked Wai Zheng's shoulder and said. And Wai Zheng looked at Cheng Yojin and the others, slightly smiled. He is still worried about not being able to find everyone. It's fine for now. This is here. Walk around. Why wait until the evening? Now, I invite you to drink now. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 38. Arriving Phoenix House, the largest restaurant in Chainan City. At this time, the most expensive private room on the second floor of Arriving Phoenix House has been booked by Wai Zheng himself. Although he does have no money, for the mystery in his heart, he borrowed 500 of silver from His Imperial Majesty last night. This can be considered he does not want to owe his. There are too many Imperial Majesty. Let's put down an excuse for marriage. At this time, in the Summer Flower Hall on the second floor of Arriving Phoenix House on the second floor, Wai Zheng picked up the glass, pleasedly smiled and said, "Come on, everyone, this glass. Let's raise the glass together. Celebrate the great Tang period of prosperity. Drink." After that, everyone frowned as they looked at the dishes on the table. Although, at this time, only Cheng Yojin, Fang Xuanling, Du Yui and Zhang Sanwuji are on the table. But this dish is bad, right? Looking at the tall Arriving Phoenix House, this one will have tofu and fried pork with bamboo shoots. Is this suitable? Is this inappropriate? But everyone also knows that Wai Zheng's character, the kind of stubbornness, can make Wai Zheng bleed and entertain guests. That is definitely something. I have had 3 rounds of wine. Wai Zheng approached Cheng Yojin with a red light face. Yojin brother, old elder brother, let me ask you something. Here it is. Exactly. It's finally here. Everyone couldn't help but point their ears and listened quietly. Last night, I have been listening to His Imperial Majesty praise the little brother named Jiang Feng. I also knew that the Yojin brother and the eldest grandson brother had accompanied His Imperial Majesty out of the palace. I saw this person. I want to ask, who is this person? Understood. This is to inquire about Jiang Feng. Cheng Yojin slapped Wai Zheng on the shoulder. Hey, I thought, what was the matter? This is it. If you ask, let's ask the right person. Saying that the little shopkeeper Jiang is a kind of talent not to mention, and it's heaven-warping genius. How did you guess the younger brother Jiang learned about the locust plague last time? How? Everyone couldn't help but be overwhelmed. Be curious. Cheng Yojin waved his big hand, took a few sips of the wine jar, and after drinking a big sip, he smacked his lips and said, "Little younger brother Jiang guessed it." Cut. I said, "Hi Z. But you are more reliable." I have always been curious, how can a shopkeeper in a small market know what happened after being blocked news? Fang Xuanling touched her grey beard and asked, "This matter, we are also the sons who took a lot of money to know." Then how did he know? Is it because he is proficient in divination and calculated it? Wrong. Cheng Yojin, full of energy, with a rare pretense, "This is a long story. You didn't see the scene at that time. The little shopkeepers, then a mouth. TSK. Stop. TSK. Let's talk." See Cheng Yojin picking up the wine jar and pouring it, Why Zheng is so painful, take it down. Cheng Yojin smashed his mouth and shook his head. It's better to have no shopkeeper's wine. Don't talk nonsense, you all. Listen carefully. Cheng Yojin's face flushed, and he stared around at Leopard's eyes. Guess what expression His Holiness was like at that time? That guy's mouth. At that time, His Imperial Majesty and I were both stunned. Do you know? Xiao Zhang's shopkeeper was only aware of the subtleties in the market. What? Impossible? Even if it's heaven's pan, this Longyu Road, which is separated by Chainan City, at least 1,000 miles away, how did he know about the drought? And this matter, we tried our best to cover up, knowing there are very few people. And, how can this thing be heard from the market? Old Black, are you waiting for me? Everyone was shocked, exactly similar to the expressions of Li Shimin and Cheng Yojin after hearing the news. Can there be such things? The identity of Zhang Feng, at this time, in the hearts of everyone, could not help but become more and more mysterious. What kind of talent is needed to have such wisdom? But, you are wrong. When everyone was thinking about it, Cheng Yojin mysteriously interrupted everyone. Zhang Feng brother, just from the price comparison of North and South products in the market, and the quantity, I guessed all of this accurately. Hiss, fuck. This ... is it possible? Everyone was shocked again. From the market price, we can predict the drought. What a strange person is this? But this is not enough to prove his talent. Wai Zheng pondered for a while, and after carefully sorting out Cheng Yojin's words, he said, Old Black, although everything you said can indeed prove this point, but, how did Zhang Feng little brother know about the plague of locusts? He is a market boss, 1 or 5 powerful expert masters, and the other is not the power of Taoism and Confucianism. How did you know about this locust plague? Old Black, this matter is very important. You have to think about it. Think about it. How did Zhang Feng learn about the locust plague? Everyone's expressions couldn't help but become serious. Cheng Yojin was taken aback. There was a wine break. Do you still need to think about it carefully? This matter was originally the little shopkeeper. From these things, plus natural phenomena, I guessed it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 39. Everyone was shocked again. Is this all observed? How to observe this? It's far from Longyu Road and Tuihan. Tibet is more than 10,000 li. Could it be that he really could not fly into the sky? All of this, even if it is Feng Shui everyone, or the great power of the Ministry of Agriculture, it is impossible here, just from the world. Can it be inferred? This thing is strange. Old Black, let's do this. He does have a lot of things that we may not know. But can you tell us in detail what you talked with that day? Fang Xuanling's face is solemn. Got it. You only have to give me 3 jars of wine, and I promise to shake everything I know. Cheng Yojin took the opportunity to say, Wai Zheng's face is black. This is his money. But clenched the teeth and closed his eyes. Wai Zheng waved his hand and called Chiton. Cheng Yojin took a big sip, then walked in from the very beginning, and then left at the end. Everything in the middle was added with oil and vinegar, or a large part of it was deleted, and it was said eloquently, What is His Holiness today? It can be said to be first emperor throughout all ages. What Chainan City? The specialty of Longyu Road has dropped sharply. What the people of Longyu Road suddenly increased in Chainan City? Of course. What are the current Great Tang and surrounding patterns? What will be the consequences if there is a war? Wait, and so on. All said it verbatim. And when his last word fell, everyone in the whole hall opened their mouths wide and looked at Cheng Yojin dumbfounded. This is so special. It is really a talent. God bless Great Tang. God bless Great Tang. But everyone can't understand it again at this time. Why is such a masterful genius willing to be only a small shopkeeper in the market? Everyone is confused. All 3 views are ruined. What does this mean? The talents of Great Tang are many as dogs. Or do these strangers use the quirks of hermits? No matter what you say, at this time, everyone from the previous His Holiness mouth, as well as everyone's words, plus the current Cheng Yojin's harmony, everyone finally asked about Zhang Feng's affairs. Clear Chew. Even at this time, everyone has an urge to go to Little Tavern to find out. But Cheng Yojin is not stupid either. He is greedy for such a talent. How can he reveal the full address of this person? And how he didn't know that these old guys have already developed a passion for talents. And no one is stupid. Such talents will surely become popular one day. And if you first receive him under your command, then working as a shopkeeper in a small tavern, isn't this a bully? Isn't this a waste of talent? Isn't it good for him to be an errand to any department? With such thoughts, Wei Zheng looked around. More than a dozen jars of wine, already bottomed out, and he was a little airy now. Although I had a good drink with His Imperial Majesty last night, I heard it was made by Zhang Feng, self-brewed. But that stuff is too few, and drinking with His Imperial Majesty, who can take care of the products. At this time, Wei Zheng slapped his mouth twice. Suddenly, Du Yui indifferently asked, "Old Wei, I have said so much, should you explain your business? Why is it early today, His Imperial Majesty?" "You will make such a decree, and your expression at that time seems to have been hurt. Also, did His Imperial Majesty go to your house last night?" "Yesterday His Imperial Majesty went to Little Tavern." "How many hours have passed? His Imperial Majesty should have told you everything, right?" Zhang Sunwuji said slowly. "Yes, last night, at nightfall, His Imperial Majesty did indeed go to my house, but, as you know, last night, did His Imperial Majesty say anything in my house? Except for me, beyond the things." "What's the matter?" "Last night I just waited to see His Imperial Majesty at Jingfingman and seemed to be in a good mood." "Could it be that what did shopkeeper tell His Imperial Majesty yesterday?" "Yes, but, it's also wrong." Wei Zheng smacked his lips, pretending to be mysterious, said, "Last night, His Imperial Majesty brought out an item. The value of that item, even His Imperial Majesty, is regarded as a treasure, and I intend to keep it as a treasure." Hiss. Everyone couldn't help being sucked in a cold breath. This time I was really surprised. Things handed down. What can this be? And it was from a little shopkeeper. Suddenly, Zhang Sunwuji slapped his thigh and said, "Could it be that bamboo tube? I remember. Last night. Did you remember that His Imperial Majesty held it in his hand? That bamboo tube? The one that follows closely? God. I remembered it too. Could it be that Zhang Feng gave His Majesty what was in that bamboo tube?" Everyone finally remembered the scene they saw at Jingfingman last night. Wei Zheng see this. The words are not surprising and endlessly said again. "Yes, that's it. Guess what is in there?" Where did everyone guess this? Everyone was anxious. "What is it? Say it quickly." "Stop me too." "Old Wei, tell me." Wei Zheng stood up, and mysteriously said, that, His Majesty asked Zhang Feng for a calligraphy. Boom. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 40 Calligraphy. And it is the calligraphy that His Imperial Majesty asked for. How is this possible? Exclamation mark. His Imperial Majesty really loves calligraphy, and everyone is the same. However, for a small shopkeeper, he can tell about this major event in the world, which can only show that his talent is indeed very good. But it is not necessary to say that his calligraphy can also surpass all the calligraphy people of the moment, right? People didn't know before. But now, after everyone gathers together, everyone will make the whole thing more and more mysterious with one word. People still don't understand what kind of calligraphy Zhang Feng will have. Fang Xuanling, who loves calligraphy most, grabbed Wei Zheng's hand and said excitedly, "Old Wei, what kind of calligraphy is it?" Wei Zheng is extremely comfortable at this time. He finally felt the state where everyone longed for you. Although this calligraphy is not made by anyone, or even after any famous artist, it does not have an extremely exquisite decoration and no gorgeous expression, but the content on this calligraphy is it's hard to buy a daughter. Even me, after seeing that pair of calligraphy for the first time, I was shocked for a long time. Actually, it is an ordinary character, just like a street. People who sell couplets write exactly similar, even if it's paper, it's the kind you see in the market. But this word is contents. Don't be circumspect, talk straight. Go straight. I'll take it for this meal today. Boy, serve wine and serve good dish one. Hearing this, Wei Zheng eyes shined, lightly saying, then many thanks to brother Sun. Since it is going to be uploaded, then simply come the best. Zhang Sun Wuji hearing this, his face is black up. However, there is no alternative. Who made Wei Zheng this old stuff, so good at cooking? After a while, the messy tabletop was completely replaced with the best wine and dishes. At this time, Wei Zheng was holding the wine glass and shook his head and said, the content of this word is very short, but you guys remember all. I promise you can all be heirlooms. And His Majesty also said last night that he will copy it and pass it on to everyone in a few days. Wei Zheng will not procrastinate anymore. The content of that word was completely spoken out, especially the last word seeking. Wei Zheng finally couldn't help saying with a big smile, I'm really curious. Yesterday, His Imperial Majesty looked on after seeing this character. The dignified monarch of the entire country actually used the word coup. If someone else sees this, wouldn't it be laughable and generous? But, this time, I was standing by His Imperial Majesty here. This calligraphy ... What do you think? Is it suitable for heirlooms? Heirlooms? Is it right? I fuck this thing. This, enough to be a famous saying. Everyone was shocked again. The word, although everyone did not see it, everyone can also think of the meaning of this word from the content of Wei Zheng's narration. And just now, Wei Zheng smiled with emotion. Fuck, you know, yesterday, His Imperial Majesty almost dismissed me. Zhang Sun Wuji sighed. We all know what happened in the early morning yesterday. The whole Chainan city knows all about it. Do you think we don't know? We planned to go to you last night to ask you to be soft, or to beg for Empress, but we saw His Imperial Majesty went to your house. Not only that, but we also saw everything that happened at the gate of your mansion. Therefore, we will finally relax. But, His Imperial Majesty, why did you change your mind? Everyone couldn't help but become more curious. One word. Although you can see something, this is not the key to His Imperial Majesty's change of mind. If His Imperial Majesty suddenly figured out that it is impossible, everyone is old fox. Who knows the temper of His Imperial Majesty? However, since this Zhang Feng appeared, everyone has become increasingly unable to understand Li Shimin. Yes, you are right. This is not the key to His Imperial Majesty's change of mind. It is Zhang Feng that made His Imperial Majesty change his mind. His words completely allowed His Imperial Majesty to open up this wide-ranging way. Although His Imperial Majesty did say that we wanted to open up the way before, the effect was not good. But, today, early today, you guys, I have also seen that His Imperial Majesty was able to announce this in the Palace of Political Statement. What does this mean? This means that His Imperial Majesty, who is open to the public, has been determined. Now, the reason for this is because Wei Zheng looked solemn. The kind of solemn and respectful saying that has never been seen before. Take copper as a mirror, to see whether one is properly attired. Take man as a mirror, to see whether one is right or wrong. Take history as a mirror, to understand the rise and fall of a nation. When Wei Zheng's voice fell in the minds of everyone, at this time, it is as if thousands of gongs are humming together. Crazy upsurge of the waves. Every word, every sentence, makes everyone's hearts unable to calm for a long time. At this time, Wei Zheng's feelings have become more intense. He desperately wants to meet Zhang Feng, and desperately wants to earn Zhang Feng under his command. Secretarial supervisor, in the future, because of Zhang Feng, he will definitely become the first department of Great Tang. And he also believes that if Zhang Feng can come to the secretarial supervisor, then, unfortunately, Wei Zheng also said the ultimate goal. Black Cheng, where is the location of the Zhang Feng little brother? Where does everyone know Wei Zheng's plan? When he saw his fox's tail cocked, everyone hurriedly covered Cheng Yojin's mouth and said eagerly, I don't know. Nothing can comment. Farewell. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 41. At this time, just when everyone was vying to come to Jiang Feng was in a panic when he was idle, sitting in the shop, wondering if I am going to do something in the future. Now, Great Tang has just entered the starting point of the rule of Zhengwen, and this year is also the most critical year. If this year, Great Tang can solve the drought and the locust plague in a short period of time, then Great Tang is destined to enter the stage of soaring like a sky monkey. The reason why he would inform old Li about the locust plague and the surrounding situation is because on the one hand, it is so lonely, there is someone who has an appetite who can boasting. More importantly, as I said before, if it can attract Li Shimin's attention, when the time comes and his system is activated, then it's really like a tiger that has grown wings. But, after the past few days his observation, it seems, except after that night, this incident slowly seemed to be suppressed. Think about it. Jiang Feng is also relieved. After all, old Li's strength is limited. Although I don't know how his family property is, it certainly cannot be compared with the government in Chainan City. People nowadays focus on borrowing ancient books, combined with the methods recorded in the ancient book to deal with droughts and locust plagues, and his method is modern. How could it be possible in history? Even if it did, it was after the mid-Tang dynasty. Oh, a long way to go. When he thought of this, Jiang Feng couldn't help sighing. This damn system. If it weren't for this system, he would have been so prosperous now. With the help of this locust plague, coupled with Li Shimin's unprecedented announcement to the world today, he really came into contact with Wei Zheng. This makes Jiang Feng a little bit puzzled by old Li. You say he is a businessman. This guy is always on the verge of death, constantly testing and rubbing. Always ask some things that get your head off. Now it's okay. Does this poke the matter to the top again? Jiang Feng is a little skeptical, but I'm not sure if Li Shimin figured it out on his own. After all, besides Li Shimin, besides Fang Xuanling and Du Yui, there are 3 small official think tanks of Wei Zheng. Behind him, there is an Empress Zhang Sun who has left a lot of color on the history books. Although this person is a female stream, and normally he is very kind, but who would have thought that most of Li Shimin's decisions were the results of discussions with Empress Zhang Sun in the evening? If Li Shimin can figure it out and reuse Wei Zheng's things, Jiang Feng has nothing to do with old Li. In his eyes, these 2 people are the kind of existence one is in the sky and the other is in the water. Even if the 2 are standing in front of Jiang Feng holding hands, he will feel that either I am drunk, or these 2 guys are drunk. Otherwise, how could this be possible? Jiang Feng shook his head and left the matter behind, and then his thoughts focused on the system again. He is very curious. If this thing is activated, what kind of system will it look like? Is it the kind of system that can be used for justice, or the kind that hangs the world as soon as it comes out? Or is the richest man? Oh, damn system. Jiang Feng sighed silently, then turned around and lay on the recliner under the counter who fell asleep. And on the other side, in the Imperial Study Room of Palace of Absolute Beguiling, Li Shimin flipped through the memorials, processing documents one by one. Drought on Longyu Road during this period is really serious, as Jiang Feng said. Even, in many of these places, there is a state of water shortage. The entire Longyu Road has dispatched at least 110,000 troops to fight drought. But the effect is not too clear. And not only that, there are already more insect eggs in the ground at this time for some reason. Involved. Li Shimin thought of Jiang Feng again. His Imperial Majesty, urgent report. At this moment, a spy hurriedly entered the Imperial Study Room and held his hand. A small bamboo knot of the hand was handed to Li Shimin. Li Shimin was shocked. What's the matter? A large number of refugees from Tuihan were found on the border of Longyu Road. They crossed vast Lotus Mountain and appeared in the territory of Great Tang. It seems that the disaster of Tuihan is serious! Report. It's this time. Another return sounded again. Li Shimin waved his hand. Speak. Go back to His Imperial Majesty. Tibet, and found a large number of people in tattered clothes like skeletons, attacking our border guards. What? Li Shimin was shocked. Changed. Is it true that, as Zhang Feng said, is the disaster of Tibet and Tuihan really serious enough to get out of control? Thinking of this, Li Shimin hurriedly asked, then, the direction of Turkic, is there something abnormal? The direction of Turkic is not clear for the time being, but on the border, 5 days ago, the army has increased inexplicably, especially in the direction of Yu Prefecture, where there have been small-scale riots. What? Li Shimin was shocked. Could it be that the disaster situation in neighboring countries really broke out? If that's the case, Li Shimin's face condensed, and he hurriedly said, Zhang Sunwuji, Cheng Yojin, Li Jing and the others, quickly enter the palace. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 42. 7 consecutive days. Li Shimin has been dealing with border issues and solving Turkic and Tibet-Tuihan issues. These things seem to have nothing to do with Great Tang at this time. But what is the actual situation? Who knows? If the drought really breaks out to the point where it is out of control, then the Great Tang industry will definitely be affected. This is not a locust plague. What if the locust plague breaks out again? The consequences. Second brother, what's at the border of sorrow again? Darkness gradually enveloped the imperial study room. Just now, Empress Zhangsun was holding the oil lamp and gently appeared behind Li Shimin. Second brother, Empress Zhangsun lit the oil lamp in the study, looked at Li Shimin with a frustrated face, and asked worriedly. Li Shimin shook his head lightly, then turned around and grabbed Empress Zhangsun's little hand. Guanyin, my concubine knows, but, regarding this matter, my concubine thinks that the second brother still has to take his time. Although what Zhang Feng little brother said is correct, what he said may be a bit exaggerated. Think about it, Tibet and Tuihan must also be thinking about how to cover this matter. After all, this matter is not glorious, and maybe Tuihan and Turkic are also dealing with this matter. Li Shimin's eyes flashed. So, Guanyin means to watch the changes. Empress Zhangsun took Li Shimin and sat on the dragon throne, then gently pinched his shoulders and said, that's true, yes. Have you tried the method of Zhang family little brother? Did it work? The effect is there. But you also know that this matter is not easy to spread propaganda. Therefore, I didn't talk about this matter to the outside world, and this matter is only a small-scale experiment. Really, I really hope that this time the locust plague is about a joke. And Guanyin, do you know? At that time, I was almost announcing that I was going to put it into action according to shopkeeper's method, but you also know. If so, let the outsiders know that the consequences will be unimaginable. Li Shimin sighed. He knew about the locust plague on Longyu Road, and he also knew that by this time, there were already hundreds of thousands of chickens and ducks in a small area on Longyu Road to solve the problem of locust plague. However, he really underestimated the drought. Basically, at least hundreds of chickens and ducks are lost every day. He also knows that this matter can be solved only by placing an imperial edict himself. But, he can't. He is the emperor. Behind him is the entire Great Tang people. If he really does this, then, the Great Tang drought will no longer be able to cover up. And not only that, but the locust plague will also surface water surface. At that time, what will happen? That kind of ending. He didn't want to see it. Great Tang didn't want to see it either. He has no time. Great Tang also has no time. He only needs 1 year. Great Tang also only needs 1 year of repair time. In the imperial study room, it was quiet again. Li Shimin lowered his head in thought, and Empress Zhangsun did the same. And outside the imperial study room, the night has already enveloped the entire Chainan city. However, all office spaces in Chainan City are still brightly lit. Secretarial supervisors, 3 provinces and 6 ministries, are all working overtime to handle all matters. In the secretarial supervision, Wei Zheng is already busy with his beard and hair sticking together. In front of him, piles of thick books are randomly discarded on the ground. Longyu Road, documents come up. Long Yu Road is in urgent need of 100,000 stone food. An emergency document sent from Long Yu Road, Shazhou, Gansu and other places. A large number of deep water wells and hydres are available. Urgent help. Look at a copy emergency paperwork. Everyone was shocked. Wei Zheng was also shocked. With a wave of his hand, everyone, put down all the things that can be put down, and we must deal with all the things on Long Yu Road tonight. While speaking, Wei Zheng ran out in a hurry. Tang, find His Imperial Majesty to decide this. On the other side, High Official Province, Central Book Province, Menxia Province, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Works, and other 3 provinces and 6 departments, all encountered the same problem at this time. And Zhang Sunwuji and the others, also at this time, were shocked. Hurrying to the Palace of Absolute beginning with an emergency paperwork. This matter is too big. If one is not handled properly, the consequences will be extremely serious. If you can't do it, then Great Tang's drought is about to happen. If you let outsiders know about it, then everything is over. Palace of Absolute beginning outside. Everyone met again. But this time, everyone has no words. Everyone's faces are full of exhaustion, and even everyone's eyes are covered with bloodshot eyes. At this time, although everyone did not speak, but can come here at this time, it means that everyone has encountered the same problem. Everyone followed the guidance of eunuch and hurriedly came to the door of the Imperial Study Room. This small official, Wei Zheng, Zhang Sunwuji, Cheng Yojin, Fang Xuanling, Du Yui, please see His Majesty. Long Yu Daojibao, Tibet Border Emergency Report. Tuhan suspected of a riot. Following everyone's report. In the Imperial Study Room, after a moment of silence, Li Shiman's vicissitudes and fatigue sounded. Go in. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 43. This small official, meet His Imperial Majesty, Empress Her Majesty. Entered the Imperial Study Room. Everyone looked solemn. But after seeing Empress Zhangsun, everyone hurriedly saluted. Although in the Imperial Study Room, everyone is very casual, but with Empress, everyone has to behave properly. Empress Zhangsun waved faintly, motioning everyone to get up. His Imperial Majesty, concubine is leaving. While speaking, Empress Zhangsun left in a hurry. Then everyone hurriedly threw all the news they had received to Li Shiman. Li Shiman was about to explode. But this time, he also had to fight hard. What do you think you should do about this matter? Is it to send troops, or to wait and see the changes? Wei Zheng, tell me your opinion. Wei Zheng, hearing this, pondering after a while, he said, His Imperial Majesty, the minister thinks that the best way at this time is to respond to all changes without change. Oh, now the most important thing is to solve the problem of lack of water in the Long Yu Road. As for Tibet and Tuhan, they are all outsiders' affairs and have nothing to do with us. It is best that they are all dead. Now, the nearest water source to Long Yu Road is vast Lotus Mountain, but it is too far away, so the minister doesn't know how to cut it off. Li Shiman was surprised. The entire Long Yu Road is gone, then. Can there be other sources of water? His Imperial Majesty, don't the water source in the city is almost thirsty. At this time, only Kilian Lake under the vast Lotus Mountain has water. Wei Zheng said quickly, even if it is Liang Province, Shazhou, Gansu. This main water source is almost dried up. And Li Shiman was shocked. Almost dry. Except for vast Lotus Mountain. How to solve this? Question mark. Can you think of any way? Also, what is going on the border? Is it really, there is no way? Li Shiman was shocked. Finally understand that the drought Zhang Feng said before is never as simple as he imagined. What is going on? This thing is accompanied by a lack of water. The direct consequence of lack of water is drought. Endless drought. There is a solution. Li Shiman finally couldn't sit still. For the time being, there is definitely no need to pay too much attention to the border matter. They are all overwhelmed now. They must be impossible to improve in a short period of time. And as for the Long Yu Road, His Imperial Majesty, Now the only way to solve this drought can be from vast Lotus Mountain by digging through the mountains. Li Shimin hearing this, his eyes lit up. How long will the matter be resolved? March. March. In these 3 months, the cucumber vegetables were cold. This. Li Shimin only felt a whirl of the sky. If this is the case, then under the catalysis of this drought, the people panic, plus the subsequent locust plague. Li Shimin could not help but think of Jiang Feng at this time! This matter, maybe only Jiang Feng can solve it. If he can't solve it, then it's really done. The next day, it's not dawn yet. Li Shimin hurried out of the imperial palace after handling the important matters, and when he actually reached the East Market, the sun had already reached the top of his head. At this time, Jiang Feng yawned and slowly opened the store door. As soon as the store opened, Jiang Feng was stunned. I saw, on the floor at the doorway, old Li sat blankly at the doorway. Yo old Li, what's wrong with you? Quickly, come in. Don't sit on the ground. Jiang Feng is a little confused. Is this guy kicked out by his wife? But it's not right to think about it. It's just that when Li Shimin turned around and looked towards Jiang Feng looked at his red eyes and couldn't help but understand. This product must be stolen and caught. Old Li, when are you here? Are you really stealing fish? Hi, brother Jiang, where do I have that leisurely heart? Li Shimin could not help but said with a bitter smile. Aren't you all dealing with the Longyu Road business these few days? How's it going? Jiang Feng curiously asked. What can be done? The continuous drought has left the farmland on the verge of crisis, completely finished at this time. At this time, there is still water in Longyu Road except for the vast Lotus Mountain vein, and there is no water in other places. Brother, old elder brother, I am about to go bankrupt. Li Shimin said deeply and sincerely. But seriously, if the Longyu Road issue is really not handled properly, then Great Tang will really go bankrupt. And by then, Great Tang will be the saddest empire in history. And Jiang Feng listened to Li Shimin's complaints in detail, and was not surprised at all, but as if he had known it for a long time, which made Li Shimin more and more incomprehensible. Old Li, I really know what to do about this. And I can tell you that it won't go bankrupt. You still know why I did. Speaking of this drought, is it far less simple than you think? Apart from border issues, the biggest problem is dealing with water shortages. I really looked at His Holiness a little bit high. I thought he could think of that, but I didn't expect that His Holiness would be confused too. Li Shimin blushed. But at this time it is not the time to pursue the investigation, so I hurriedly asked, then, you said? How should this matter be solved? No hurry. Jiang Feng waved his hand, lightly saying, let me ask you, what is the most need for Longyu Road in the drought? Water. This do you need to talk? Li Shimin was a little confused, and said puzzledly, yes, it's water. Jiang Feng snapped his fingers, and said mysteriously, old Li, yours the opportunity to make a fortune is here again. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 44. What? Get rich? Li Shimin almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Where is he still thinking about making money? He just wants to solve the drought on Longyu Road as soon as possible at this time, and the next locust plague. Where is he still in the mood, and what business to make a fortune? But, at this time, Jiang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder, as if he could see Li Shimin's anxiety, lightly saying, that's all. I won't tease you anymore. I ask you, Longyu Road is short of water. What are they going to do in the first step? Open the channel diversion. I need to talk about it. Where to divert water? Now only Vast Lotus Mountain has water available. Naturally, Vast Lotus Mountain is used to divert water. Wrong. If you divert water now, it is naturally the best. But you have to know that if you divert this water in this way, it will take at least a year. You can't even lead to the place. Why? Li Shimin was a little confused. Now digging a ditch to get water is the most correct way. If this doesn't work, is it because you want to watch the drought spread on the Longyu Road like this? Jiang Feng sighed. you are still doing business at a loss. Don't you know that the long drought and the rain are a bad thing? Now the entire Longyu Road is lacking water. Then if you dig a trench at this time, your water is not enough for the soil to absorb. Li Shiman was shocked. Yes, he forgot this. At this time, there is a big drought, and where is enough water? Zhang Feng seems to have thought of something. Asked. By the way, old Li, where are your industries basically concentrated? Mainly concentrated in the sandbanks of Longyu Road, Gansu, and other places. Basically they are all over Longyu Road. The place you know is the west gate of Great Tang. Therefore, many businessmen choose where to establish their own industrial chain. Understood. This product concentrates all industries in one place. No wonder he was so panicked. Everyone has to panic this. Old Li, I seriously doubt. How did you make the industry so big? Don't you understand the reason of not centralizing money? I forget it. Zhang Feng, hearing this, shook the head. I know, what you are thinking about now is all about the industry, so I won't turn a corner. The way to open the channel, I advise you to stop. Come on. If you want to stay in the history, want to attract the attention and favor of His Holiness today, you can do this. But if you want to solve this time if there is a drought, then you better not do this. Why? Li Shiman was confused. At this time, he became more and more incomprehensible. Is there any other way besides digging enough trenches to get in touch with this crisis in a short time? Could it be that you are talking about using manpower to carry water? Li Shiman suddenly thought of a question. Wrong. Zhang Feng is a bit speechless. You go build some water wheels. Do you understand the water wheels? That thing, as long as you have more animals, at least the water source problem can be solved in the fastest time and with the least wastage. When it comes to watering food crops, this is the next step. You first solve the diversion of people and livestock, and then use wastewater to water the farmland. Isn't it beautiful? This ... isn't it good? Although Li Shiman has never planted a field, there is still water used by people and livestock. How many? How to water it? How can this solve this crisis? Isn't this just a fool? You treat your dealer as a human being and only water the seedlings. Isn't that enough? Who asked you to water them? You are the Dragon King? Zhang Feng is a bit speechless. First step. First solve the drinking water problem for people and livestock. Then, even if you use a few truckloads of water for an acre of land, save the drought-tolerant dealer first. With this accurate calculation, can you make a mistake? Besides, the water used by people should be settled and fed to livestock. We can save the excess water and recycle it. Isn't that good? Is this not saving effort? Isn't he fragrant? Second step. If we have excess water at this time, we will save the drought-tolerant dealers. In this case, can't it be solved completely? This. Li Shiman was shocked. But it also clear comprehension. If this is true, as Zhang Feng said, that, combined with all the human resources of Great Tang's horses, within a month, the drought can basically be resolved. This is really a way of doing two things with one stone. But the question is, younger brother Zhang, your method is good, but where did this big bucket come from? And not only that, even if this bucket can really hold so much, it will take time. If this goes on, then can the people and dealers on the Longyu Road wait? Hi, come on. I'll give you another tip. I said I really can't tell. Simply, the more Zhang Feng didn't intend to talk about it anymore. Instead he patted his thigh, took the pen, ink, paper and inkstone from the counter, and then wrote and drew on the paper for a while, following Zhang Feng's pen beating. After a while, something like a drum, like a barrel, suddenly appeared on the paper. To put it plainly, Zhang Feng just built a wooden water tank based on the model of a modern water storage tanker. Hey, have you seen this thing? The wooden barrel in your house? This thing is an improved version of that wooden barrel. You only need to follow the blueprint to do it. You can solve the drought within half a month. It's a pity. Li Shiman was shocked. But when I heard Zhang Feng's pity, I couldn't help but feel my heart. What a pity. It's a pity that Li Shiman doesn't know. If His Holiness knows this method today, If he sends 100,000, the army will do the same. I can guarantee that it will not take 10 days. Basically, people on Longyu Road can drink water. Li Shimin's mouth twitched. But this is not the time to chat with Jiang Feng. He pulled out a stack of silver bills from his arms. Younger brother Jiang, many thanks. If there are too many, old Li will not say it. I will go back. Let's talk when we have something. Jiang Feng looks at his hands. Silver Bill's eyelids twitched. Then many thanks, old Li. Remember, next time I come, I will show you a bag. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 45. Where does Li Shimin remember what Jiang Feng said at this time? After leaving the little tavern in a hurry, after turning a corner, Li Shimin's sedan chair was too lazy to sit, and hurried back to the imperial city on a fast horse. Notify Fang Xuanling and the others. Come to the imperial study room to discuss the matter. Only this passage is left in the air, but Li Shimin's voice and shadow have disappeared in the crowd. After a while, in the imperial study room, when Li Shimin returned to the imperial study room, everyone was already waiting here. His Imperial Majesty, you are out of the palace again? Can you think of a solution this time? Everyone knows about Li Shimin's going out of the palace, and they are all tacitly aware. Being able to go out of the palace at this time, most of the reasons are to solve the drought. And the excitement on Li Shimin's face at this time of goodbye. Why didn't everyone know that the matter was done? Yes, I thought about this. While speaking, Li Shimin solemnly took out the blueprint from his arms, and then took what Jiang Feng said to him again. Said it again. Hearing this, everyone could not help looking at each other in blank dismay. This method ... although it works. But this can only solve the short-term crisis, but what about afterwards? And if Li Shimin is really a businessman, then this method is really feasible. But he is not. He is the emperor. What he wants to solve is not one or two fields. What he wants to solve is the problem of the entire Longyu Road. His Imperial Majesty, this matter. By the way, His Imperial Majesty, if it is at this time, we will convene the merchants of Longyu Road and give some policies, will they? Wai Zheng interrupted Fang Xuanling excitedly with a slap on his thigh, and said. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, since Jiang Feng is talking about a businessman's solution, and Longyu Road is the most important merchant's way in the entire Great Tang, where the commercial production areas of various merchants occupies more than half. If it is this time, they should be the most anxious. At this time, if His Imperial Majesty made an order to provide free help, and then provide transportation and tax convenience, then how could those businessmen not do it? Unless he is a real fool. This method ... is feasible. Wai Zheng, I have entrusted you with full authority over this matter. Also, mobilize all the soldiers on Longyu Road to do their best cooperate with this action. Li Shimin got up and patted Wai Zheng on the shoulder heavily. I will give you a manuscript. If you encounter obstacles, cut it first and play it later. Everyone couldn't help being sucked in a cold breath. Is there anyone blocking these things? Who dares? However, everyone also knows the interests involved. Think about it and am relieved. Just now, Li Shimin walked a few times in the imperial study room, and then said, there is one more thing. Zhang Sun Wuji listens to the order. I order you to summon the world's skilled craftsman immediately. Be sure within 3 days. Rush to Longyu Road to assist in the treatment of this drought. This small official compliance with the order of one after another release. Great Tang Group, this huge monster has started again. One after another edict, and one after another imperial edict, like snowflakes, flew out of the imperial study room of the Palace of Absolute Beguiling, and then scattered across the territory of Great Tang. So much so that everyone was shocked. Great Tang, what's wrong? The initiator of this incident, Jiang Feng, after seeing that there was no business, simply closed the door and fell asleep on the bed. He didn't know at all, because of his own words. The entire Great Tang was completely boiling at this time. As for Longyu Road, following Li Shimin's secret message, it was passed to the hands of rich merchants. These rich merchants are really more anxious than anyone else. Not only did Wei Zheng not delegate any rights, but because of this, he made a lot of money for Great Tang. At this time, everyone in Longyi Road was busy with this matter. In the next few days, there were mules, military horses, or old docks, pulled water wheel, grandiose set off from various places, went to vast Lotus Mountain, the only water source on Longyi Road, to fetch water. Then he hurriedly returned to various places on Longyi Road. A drought that threatened Great Tang was quietly suppressed at this moment, and Li Shimin was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief after learning about it all. Looking at the success stories of Longyi Road, Li Shimin was very pleased. I couldn't help but, Li Shimin waved a big hand, and said proudly, 10,000 Jiang, pass the decree. Pass Wei Zheng and the others into the palace for a banquet. I want to host a banquet for everyone. He wanted to go to Jiang Feng for a drink, and even wanted to make an order directly to make Jiang Feng an official. However, after thinking about it, it's fine. This is really not the time. And as Jiang Feng himself said, at this time, the time is not up. Therefore, Li Shimin can only hold a banquet. When he entertains everyone, ask whether it is a showdown now or wait until Jiang Feng is willing to come to be an official. But, just now, as soon as I rode a fast horse, through the night, I hurriedly appeared outside the Palace of Absolute Beguiling. Report, His Imperial Majesty. Urgent report. Tibet. Tuihan emissary, come see you. What? Tuihan? Tibet. This is. Li Shimin, who was a little excited just now, couldn't help but frown tightly. At this time, let them come? Is it because you know of Great Tang's drought? Still aware of the locust plague? Li Shimin waved his hand. Send a letter, let them go to the post house to rest, and discuss tomorrow. Yes. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher. Chapter 46. Palace of Absolute Beguiling. Imperial Study Room. At this time, everyone is not celebrating the elegant interest. At this time, everyone was staring at the wine on the table sadly. Be silent. When Li Shimin saw this, he rubbed his forehead in a hurry. Ministers, at this time, Tibet Tuihan is here. What do you think it is for? How should we respond? Everyone was silent. But after a while, Du Yui touched his grey beard. His Imperial Majesty, if the information obtained before is gathered, the droughts of Tuihan and Tibet have basically reached the point where they cannot be controlled. I came here this time, either by forming an alliance or learning about the drought in the Longyi Road. The drought must be overwhelming. But how did they learn that we learned from vast Lotus Mountain transports water? Could it be that their spy is already lurking in my Great Tang? This. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little bit timid. From knowing the solution, until now, it's only half a month. Everything went out. In addition to spies, what else can explain? His Imperial Majesty, the old official thought they should have come to ask for help. As for the transportation of vast Lotus Mountain, this small official thinks, what they learned may be absolutely impossible. Our people have been there all staring at it. Even if they know it, what can I do? I have Great Tang vast territory and abundant resources, and there are many rivers. At this time, in Tibet, the water in the big rivers is still not dry, and this it is also impossible to solve the drought in a short time. If the two countries can be wiped out with the help of the drought, then Li Shimin was suddenly shocked. The question now is, this time they are here, do we see or not? If they are missing, how should we respond? If you see, what should I do? This is the biggest problem Great Tang has encountered now. If you see, what about? If it is missing, then how to solve this crisis? See you. If you don't see it, it will definitely make Tibet and Tuihan jump over the wall. Then, see you. Early morning the next day. In the Palace of Political Statement. Today everyone reversed the way they were before, sluggish. Everyone stopped their wastes and stood in the Great Hall. Even Cheng Yojin has always been lazy, and his face is solemn at this time, as if he is on the battlefield. After a while, the little court eunuch sang, His Imperial Majesty is here. Then everyone sang and sang, Long live my emperor. Li Shimin Dragon Walk Tiger stepped forward, waved his big hand, and said majestically, "Past Tibetan Tuihan emissary to see you." After a while, a group of people wearing Tibetan Tuihan special services proudly sits on the Great Hall. People don't even look at Li Shimin in the temple, cupped their hands casually, pay respects to your majesty, Emperor of Great Tang. The arrogance of everyone makes Great Hall. All the family members couldn't help but get angry. When they salute, they just clasped their fists, as if greeting a stranger. They didn't even put Li Shimin in their eyes. This made Li Shimin's eyes burst out of displeasure. But he still suppressed his anger, lightly saying, "I wonder if you guys came to my Great Tang. What's the matter?" Tibetan Tuihan recently encountered a severe drought that was rare in a century, and we learned that Great Tang seems to be too encountered a severe drought. So, we got a solution, so we come here to dedicate it to your majesty, Emperor of Great Tang. Oh, Li Shimin smiled. The ministers also laughed. Is this to display one's slight skill before an expert? Moreover, it looks like it seems that Great Tang has found a solution at this time. This is easy. Li Shimin forced a smile and asked, "I don't know what the method is." Tibet emissary said arrogantly, "My king accidentally got a call from heaven today and found below the sand layer, there is still water, and the hottest places. The more water there is, we just need to take out the utensils after night falls, put them on the ground, and cover them with a layer of talisman paper. You can get a container full of water the next day." Huh? Is this a magic stick? Otherwise, I'm hungry and confused. Those other methods can be thought of. Li Shi was stunned, then shook the head. Then I don't know. Why did you come to Great Tang with this news? Could it be Tibet is here to make it proudly fight? After breaking Li Shimin's words, he said loudly, "Yes." My king sensed God and got imperial decree. Great Tang is in crisis, and as a neighbor, we have an unshakable responsibility to help Great Tang. But everyone was stunned. Is this the highlight? I saw Tibet's emissary lightly saying, "In exchange, we Tibet are willing to take half of the land on Longyu Road and exchange water sources with Tuihan. Help the people of Great Tang." I don't know the emperor, his majesty. How do you feel? Li Shimin's brows couldn't help but jump. What a big tone. How greedy this is. This half of the land on Longyu Road? It's a shame they can figure it out. This is the gateway of Great Tang to the west. Tibetan Tuihan can't sit still. Are they going to profiting from somebody's misfortune? But, this time, Li Shimin also got angry. Does this really treat yourself as a triumphant? Li Shimin's eyes flashed with coldness, lightly saying, "Thank you for the kindness of the two countries. But, unfortunately, Great Tang, has solved the drought problem, and now long we have solved the problem of water sources on the right side." What? Impossible. This ... I don't have a king thoroughly ... How did you do it? My God. Tibetan Tuihan were in an uproar. But, at this moment, Li Shimin said faintly again, "If your two countries have not thought of a solution to the drought, I will use the same method to help you." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 47. Puh, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I can't bear it. Live, ha ha ha. Li Shimin's voice fell. Cheng Yojin finally couldn't help it. Pukai laughed out loud, and this is like a fuse. Everyone couldn't help it anymore. Pukai laughed out loud. These things. Does Tuihan and Tibet really speak well? If it solves the epidemic problem in Longyu Road, then this time will really be beaten in the face. But it was a coincidence. They really stopped this epidemic. Otherwise, it will be cured, and there will be significant results. This makes Tibetan Tuihan completely embarrassed. Your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang. Excuse me, what method did you use to solve the drought problem? This is unreasonable. Our great king went through after 3 days and 3 nights of prayer. I learned about this method. How did you learn about this method? Your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang. Always the silent Tuihan emissary said indifferently at this time. Although I don't know what method you are using, I can tell you that this method will never work. Wei Juihan is good at divination. A few days ago, I learned away from the stars, and according to the stars' guidance, I found the water source. How did you do it? From everyone's laughter. Juihan's people finally realized that something was wrong. However, it was precisely because of these laughs that the emissary of the two countries could not help but feel guilty at this time. Even when Juihan said this, the laughter still did not disappear, but there was a slight increase. This non-existent shocked everyone. Did they really solve it? They came to Great Tang at this time for a very clear purpose, which is to take advantage of the opportunity. Although their water sources have been solved a little, they are not many, and there are still signs of outbreaks. To be honest, if they solved the drought, would they come to Great Tang stupidly? They came this time, on the one hand, to find out whether Great Tang has solved the water source problem, and on the other hand, to take the opportunity to blackmail Great Tang and get a little benefit from it. But it seems that their plans have all failed. Li Shimin couldn't help it anymore, laughed and said with a wave of his hand, "Okay, two people have come from afar. Come here. Take emissary down. It's a good treat. If you can, we Great Tang will definitely entertain you all. Go and retreat." The Imperial Court Assembly disperses. Li Shimin and the others hurriedly returned to the Imperial Study Room. But as soon as they entered the Imperial Study Room, everyone couldn't help but laughed. Ha ha ha, I laughed to death. So why not take the opportunity to blackmail me Great Tang? If the Jiang Feng brother didn't help me solve this crisis, then today my Great Tang is really greedy 1 inch. Isn't it? Thanks to Jiang Feng brother. But, to be honest, this time, don't you see that, in fact, where is there a solution for Tibet and Juihan? Li Shimin has a bad feeling, said solemnly, I think Tibet is really desperate this time, so I came here to take the opportunity to enter Great Tang. Can't you? Impossible. This Tibet has the source of a big river, how could it? Everyone was in an uproar. If Li Shimin analyzed it correctly, the things at this time seem to be not that simple. Tibet's purpose is unknown. I will certainly not come so kindly to tell everyone how to solve the drought. Is it safe? His intention is only one. Find out if Great Tang has a solution to the drought, and I want to determine whether Great Tang really has the possibility of a locust plague. Because they also noticed the insect egg in the soil. This is really troublesome. Everyone can't help but brows tightly frowns. If this is the case, then, His Imperial Majesty, the old official thought, if possible, tell the two parties about this method. This thing is not vulgar. The big secret, within half a month, even if we don't tell them, they will know the solution. Yes, and we can still use it to make a fortune. Why not do it? Okay. Think about it. Li Shimin rubbed his forehead, thinking hard for a while, then pointing to Zhang Sun Wuji and saying, Wuji, wait for you to set up a banquet for me. By the way, I will do it. This small official followed the decree. After everyone accepted the decree, they left in a hurry. And Li Shimin looked at the sunshine outside the window, feeling proud in his heart for no reason. This is the sense of straitjacket of the prince of a great country. This is all Jiang Feng. Without him, then none of this exists today. Although Great Tang can also solve this crisis, the humiliation of Tibet and Juihan, he believes that impossible can be solved so quickly. All this is Jiang Feng. Li Shimin sighed again. Look at the calligraphy and painting by Jiang Feng directly above the study. Smacking his lips, little Gizzy. The message goes on, I want to go out of the palace. Slave servant, follow the order. Next moment Li Shimin disguised himself, and left the imperial palace hurriedly without interrupting anyone. However, when Li Shimin was about to leave the imperial city and enter Chainan, Wei Zheng, who had been waiting here, stopped Li Shimin. Second brother, you are going out. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 48. Hearing this, Li Shimin's face is black. This fuck. I can only see the corner of the wall not far away. Wei Zheng is squatting in the tea shop, staring at him. Beside him, Cheng Yojin looked at Li Shimin reluctantly, indicating that all of this was done by Wei Zheng. The three looked at each other. Li Shimin came to the tea stand boringly. Old Y, you are. Second brother, I am waiting for you. Do you know that every today, I basically have to wait for you here? It's so hard for me to wait. Li Shimin's face went black, and he almost didn't scold him. Your sister. He knew that these people were thinking about Zhang Feng's idea, but he didn't expect that they would be so persistent. No, Zhang Feng is mine. Cheng Yojin clearly warned him that Zhang Feng had been booked by him, but as for the others, Li Shimin was still a little fictitious, especially this Wei Zheng old man. What if he wants someone? That would be really difficult. However, it is obviously impossible to drive Wei Zheng away now. Simply, Li Shimin also said something. Old Wei, you know the meaning of shopkeeper. If he stays by my side, then you also know that it is very meaningful. Why do you want to intervene? Wei Zheng's face is solemn, and he has long known Li Shimin would say that. I could not help but say, I know, but where I am is also important. If he goes where I am, not only can he solve the problem in a short time, the above matter, the matter you said about His Imperial Majesty, can also be completely resolved in a short time, so that such a talent can explode his talent. His Imperial Majesty. The minister knows about this, but the Zhang Feng brothers matter. If the old official is based on the overall structure of Great Tang, the minister thinks he really has to go to my secretarial supervisor. Old Y. Li Shimin smashed his lips, lightly saying, there is no business in this matter. Yo, everyone is here. At this time, Zhang Sanwuji hurried out of the Imperial City Gate. But at the next moment he saw Li Shimin and the others, sitting in the tea shop on the street arguing about something. Originally, he went to see Li Shimin, but when he learned that His Imperial Majesty was not there, in combination with the current situation, he knew that His Imperial Majesty must be at this time and went to Little Tavern. At the moment, Zhang Sanwuji is in a hurry. Then Zhang Feng is also the person he ordered. How could he not go at this time? This doesn't make sense. Although His Imperial Majesty is indeed the leader of everyone, but Z and 1 yard are 1 yard, Zhang Feng must go to him. Everyone knows, if Zhang Feng goes to whom, then he must be a lot easier. As for being lazy, who is not happy? On the one hand, it can do everything for you. On the other hand, it can do things perfectly and without blemish in the shortest time. At this moment, when everyone saw Zhang Sanwuji with a thief and smile, who didn't know his purpose, Li Shimin's even went black. I said, old son, didn't you go to accompany the guests? What are you doing? Hey, old Li, I'm looking for you now. Don't mention that. If you leave the Great Hall, those people can slip away in a hurry. I'm still wondering, what are they going to do? Everyone is shocked by hearing this. I have really guessed this matter. Tibet and Tuihan are really here to inquire about the news. Now that they have not heard the news, they have lost their face. Why don't they go back and report it? This is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing. If one of them is not handled well at this time, then a large number of emissary from the two countries will be waiting for everyone. At that time, it's really over. Li Shimin frowned, but he didn't take seriously. If you have the ability, you come. Let's pay more attention to this matter, especially on the border, and activate the highest level spies, so that people will pay more attention to the actions and measures of the two countries against Great Tang in the future. I know and understand this. I have already started to do it. Zhang Sanwuji didn't mean that it was His Imperial Majesty who urged him to leave. Where is he willing to leave now? See no effect. Li Shimin also sighed helplessly. Fine, but I advise you not to take the initiative to say our identity in this matter. The little shopkeepers only think that we are businessmen until now, and they don't know that we really are. This kind of great talents are all quirks. If they don't, there will be a dead loss. We know, but Wei Zheng said solemnly, this matter is related to things outside the imperial court. I think, second brother, this matter has to be played fairly. What do you think? This. Li Shimin's eyes came out. It turns out that Wei Zheng put the pit baby here. Yes. In that case, let's do it. Li Shimin clicked nodded a little sadly, which is regarded as acquiescence to this matter. Yo, old Li, old son, old Chen, are you have come for tea in a group? At this moment, a familiar voice that Li Shimin can no longer be familiar with suddenly sounded behind everyone. I only frightened everyone all over, for fear that he would have heard the conversation of the people before. But fortunately, everyone's cultivation quality is extremely high. At this time, I have also responded to this kind of thing. Li Shimin pretended to be astonished and turned around. Oh, shopkeeper, we are talking about you. You are really say Cow and Cow will arrive. Come, my brothers, since I saw your calligraphy, I have to beg me to come to you for a picture. Zhang Feng was surprised. But next moment, he looked at the strange Wei Zheng and asked, this is Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 49! Everyone couldn't help being surprised. I am afraid that Zhang Feng will recognize Wei Zheng. But the next moment, Zhang Feng's words, let everyone let go of their worries. Oh, this one, let me introduce you. His rich merchant from Longyu Road is also a friend of our old Li. You can just call him Old Wei. Yo, Old Wei? While speaking, Zhang Feng hooked Wei Zheng's shoulder. Walk, what's in this tea? It's delicious. Don't you guys have a good tea yet? Walk around. We have a good wine. Go to my tavern. Since you are old Li's friend, that's our Zhang Feng's good friend. Today, I just prepared a few jars of good wine. Let's treat and walk around. While speaking, Zhang Feng is holding it, and Wei Zheng walks forward. And when Li Shimin and the others saw this, their faces turned black. What does this mean? Li Shimin hurriedly asked, younger brother Zhang, is it possible that you have met old Wei, and you can't even let me old Li? Seeing Li Shimin pretending to be annoyed, Zhang Feng was a little bit amused. Look at what you said, what do you mean by that? Is my Zhang Feng that kind of person? I Zhang Feng can have today, it's all thanks to you old Li. Good fortune. Walk around. We are all good friends. Don't be so cautious. While speaking, Zhang Feng, one left and one behind, hooked the shoulders of the two. But Wei Zheng's old face can't hold back. The drooping face kept twitching. What a decent way this is. It's an insult to gentleness. It's insulting to be gentle. But just this time, in order to see Zhang Feng's talents, Wei Zheng suppressed the unhappiness in his heart, and followed Zhang Feng slowly. If it wasn't for Great Tang to relieve the current crisis, with Wei Zheng's temper, at this time, if he didn't point to Zhang Feng's nose and yelled at him, then he would not be Wei Zheng. At this time, Zhang Sun Wuji and Cheng Yojin, who followed Li Shimin and Wei Zheng, were dumbfounded. What's the situation? Can this work? Fuck. Is this crazy? When did Wei Zheng have such a good temper? But the two dare not say anything. At this time, I had to bury my head and hang quietly behind the three of them. Tavern is not far away. Also, Li Shimin had arranged in advance, and everyone was in disguise. This matter did not attract everyone's attention. After a while, everyone came slowly to Zhang Feng's little tavern. Zhang Feng habitually throws everyone on tavern. Everyone, wait a minute. Dang. Get some side dishes. Shopkeeper, you are busy, we can do it ourselves. Li Shimin found a well-lit place familiarly, and sat down happily. After a while, Zhang Feng hurried forward with a large tray, and then went to the wine cellar to get 2 jars of fragrant wine. Old Li, the last time you came in a hurry, do you remember the last time you left? I said, this time I will invite you to drink the strongest wine. No, this is it. While speaking, Zhang Feng's bang, he unplugged the cork from the wine jar, and the strong aroma of wine instantly filled the whole shop. At this time, Li Shimin couldn't help but his eyelids twitched. Shopkeepers, this wine is good wine, but it's a bit rushed. Last time, I drank too much and I almost made a mistake. This time we have less wine, drink some, lest things go wrong. Last time, Li Shimin was really close to causing a catastrophe. If he didn't wake up at the end, he would really be in that moment. Wei Zheng has been dismissed and investigated. Thinking about it now, I feel a little scared. And that time, It was because of drinking too much that the oolong incident of Chainan City night investigation was caused, and Wei Zheng pointed to the nose and yelled at him. Pause. Zhang Feng he smiled. No. The last time the wine was not diluted, so it was a bit of a problem, but after that time, the wine was completely changed and retained the original mellow. The ethyl alcohol degree has decreased a lot. This time everyone opened up. This time, let me ask you all. Zhang Feng waved his hand boldly, then held a small bench and sat between Li Shimin and Wei Zheng. Speaking of last time, old Li, you really got into trouble. If it weren't for your wit, maybe at this time, you are all in prison. Zhang Feng touched the wine bowl with everyone inside. Wei Zheng hearing this, his eyes flashed. What did younger brother Zhang say? Not that time. Chainan City checked pigs, chickens and ducks at night. Everyone was surprised. Could it be that shopkeepers guessed this matter? But, isn't it? Li Shimin's eyes flickered. Shopkeeper, you are telling the truth. Last time I drank with these guys. Didn't expect a servant to eavesdrop and take it out for boasting. But let us old Li is witty, otherwise, we really won't be able to see it this time. Li Shimin gave a ha-ha and decisively changed the subject. By the way, old Y likes your calligraphy very much. His amateur hobby is just like you, so this time he is arguing, he has to follow along, shopkeeper, or you. Hey, old Y, are you also hobby Tao of Confucianism? Yes. I saw old Li in the previous paragraph after the pair of calligraphy at home. I got something in my heart, so I would like to ask you to enlighten me. But, next moment, Zhang Feng shrugged. Unfortunately, I only know a little. I know a little. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 50. Do you know something? Everyone was dumbfounded. But Zhang Feng touched his nose awkwardly. Where does he know what? He is just a copyist, borrowing other people's things from historical allusions. Otherwise, what would he compare with boasting? However, this seems to be a big blow. Is there really a strange person around old Li? In this case, it might be a shame this time. However, after another thought, Zhang Feng's heart was overwhelmed. Fear of an egg. In the 5,000 years of China's history, that many things, ancient and modern, both at home and abroad, is it possible that they all know? Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's conversation turned. However, since old Y you are hobby, then I will give my life to accompany the gentleman. Ha ha ha. Death. This is not enough. Tao of Confucianism wide-ranging and profound. I only know a little about the fur. I have a doubt. P. Wei Zheng's conversation turned, and his expression turned solemn. I once heard that your way of governing the country is very difficult to deal with. Then I, old Y, just read some books before, originally wanted to get fame, but in the end he ended up doing business. The end. I want to ask the little shopkeeper, what is the rule of the country? The rule of the country? When Wei Zheng said this, the temperature in the shop suddenly dropped a lot, and Zhang Feng also leaked strange colors. What's so special about? I want to ask, are you the best, or what? You guys dare to talk about such a sensitive topic? Are you not afraid of being heard by others and being caught? Li Shimin waved his hand and hurriedly said, brother, don't worry. This is our own person, and we are just toasting its own leaksing. This world situation, for me. Go, go, go. Zhang Feng has known Li Shimin's mouth for a long time, said silently, actually speaking about the way of governing the country. I really know a little bit here. The way of governing the country as we know it is Tao of Confucianism and Taoism, or it may be an extension of the law. Tao of Confucianism, teaching people to be kind, benevolent, justice, courtesy, wisdom and faith. However, the Tao of Confucianism emphasizes the other A pattern, that is, governing the country according to the law. Only Tao is about another level of profoundness, but this thing is not applicable to the present. When it comes to governing the country, I don't agree with such a thing. Oh? Hearing this, everyone can be shocked. This blatant discussion of these things, if it is someone else's, would be a big crime. But who is this here? So we are not afraid of people. At this time, Zhang Feng said in a shocking tone that he actually has another meaning. That's interesting. Zhang Feng continued, What is the law? The law is for us to this world, the original world, forcibly adding our own rules. But this rule is under the rules of nature, it is higher than the way of nature. Although this is indeed conducive to the management of the country at this time, it is inhumane. It is easy to make people with intentions take advantage of it. And Tao of Confucianism, compared to the situation of Great Tang at this time, do you think it is feasible? Everyone is hearing this shook the head. What do you mean? There is a problem with the current practice. Wai Zheng couldn't help but ask. No problem. Aren't we talking about the way to govern the country? The way to govern the country. What is the way to govern the country? That is attached to the people. No people, then why is a country? That's back to the final question. Our problem now is how to manage this country. Now you have seen the situation around Great Tang, basically life hanging by a thread. I learned this morning that there are emissary from Tibet and Tuihan, and I met His Majesty. Do you know? Zhang Feng asked mysteriously. Although everyone knows, but I can't say it. Li Shimin pretended not to know anything, and said in surprise, "What? Why don't we know about this? Is it going to be a war?" Zhang Feng gave Li Shimin a white look. You are eager to fight, don't you? How dare he fight now? Now if I expect it well, Tibet and Tuihan will have to make big moves, and the drought can no longer be kept. At this time they can come to Great Tang, it will definitely be at this time, and take the opportunity to blackmail Great Tang! Everyone was shocked again. This matter, except for everyone on the imperial court. How can Tibet emissary, who has never said anything to outsiders, and left in a hurry? So, if you say this, Zhang Feng guessed all these things? This. Wai Zheng was shocked. I couldn't help asking, how did you know about this? Did you guess it too? Zhang Feng laughed. Yes, you guessed it right, I guess. Not only that, I also guessed that His Imperial Majesty must have dealt with the matter and found a solution to the drought on the Long Yu Road. Otherwise, the Tibetan people, how could it be possible to leave so soon? Li Shimin was shocked, stared at Cheng Yojin and said, do you know about this too? Cheng Yojin shook the head innocently. However, Zhang Feng didn't see these small actions. He still each minding their own business and said, I'm sure about this. Who doesn't know the appearance of 50,000 to 80,000? Who can't see it? Just now, when I was in the food market, I saw that my guard was suddenly relaxed. Can that explain? Explain. Tibet and the others are gone.